I still remember the sweltering heat of that summer in Phoenix, the sun relentless and unyielding. It was the kind of heat that seemed to warp time, slowing the hours, stretching them into an endless expanse of shimmering asphalt and cicada song. I was living with my parents then, a teenager caught in the liminal space between childhood and the adult world, where stories of mystery and danger were an abstraction, a figment of someone else's imagination. But that summer etched a different narrative into my life, with the disappearance of Uncle Brian. Uncle Brian was my father's younger brother, a man of peculiar habits and an aura of perpetual mystery. He was an eccentric, a collector of oddities and obscure knowledge, the kind of person who would regale you with tales of ancient civilizations and conspiracy theories over a cup of coffee. His presence was both comforting and unsettling. Like an old leather-bound book you couldn't quite bring yourself to trust. He lived alone in a small, cluttered apartment on the outskirts of the city, filled with books and artifacts from his travels. It was early June when we first noticed his absence. My father and I had planned to visit Uncle Brian, a ritual we performed every few weeks, more so to check on him than anything else. His apartment was unusually quiet when we arrived, the silence almost palpable. We knocked and then knocked again, but there was no answer. My father, never one to worry unnecessarily, shrugged it off, mumbling something about Brian probably being out or engrossed in a new project. But a week passed with no word from him, and then another, until my father's unease began to bleed into our everyday lives. It was around the third week of Uncle Brian's absence that I first noticed something strange. The house across the street from us, which had been vacant for years, suddenly had new occupants. I wouldn't have paid them much mind, except for their peculiar behavior. Two men, always dressed in impeccably tailored black suits despite the unbearable heat, seemed to watch our house with an unsettling intensity. When I mentioned them to my parents, they dismissed my concerns, attributing it to the overactive imagination of a teenager prone to creating ghost stories out of mundane events. Yet, as days turned into weeks, the men remained. They were always there, standing by the window or sitting in a car parked strategically across the street. It was an eerie tableau, the kind that you'd expect to find in the backdrop of a noir film. My unease grew, a shadow that clung to the edges of my awareness. I began to notice other oddities too, small things like the sudden static that interrupted our phone conversations, or the letters we never received. My father finally decided to file a missing persons report for Uncle Brian. The police were indifferent, treating it as just another case in a city where people often vanished like dreams upon waking. I could see the frustration building in my father, a tight coil of anxiety that wrapped itself around him, squeezing tighter with each passing day. As for me, I found myself drawn to Uncle Brian's apartment, a moth fluttering towards the flickering light of unanswered questions. I visited the apartment secretly, slipping away when my parents were occupied. The door was locked, but the old window on the side was loose, allowing me to slip inside. The room smelled of dust and forgotten memories, a time capsule of Uncle Brian's life. I wandered through the clutter, running my fingers over the spines of books, the cool surfaces of strange artifacts. My heart raced with the thrill of discovery and fear, as if I were trespassing in a forbidden world. The first real clue I found was a journal, hidden beneath a stack of yellowing newspapers. Its pages were filled with Uncle Brian's meticulous handwriting, detailing his research into various conspiracies and urban legends. But one entry stood out, scrawled in a hurried, almost frantic manner. It spoke of men in black suits, shadows that had haunted him, watching his every move. He described feeling trapped in a web of surveillance, where every action was observed, every word recorded. The last line was a chilling confession. They know everything. I am no longer safe. I stumbled back, the journal slipping from my grasp. My mind was a whirlpool of confusion and dread. The men across the street, could they be the ones Uncle Brian had written about? As I left the apartment, the weight of the journal's revelations pressed heavily on my chest. I felt like a character in one of Uncle Brian's stories, caught in a labyrinth of intrigue and danger. Days passed, each one taking on an increasingly surreal quality. I found myself watching the men in black, trying to decipher their purpose, their intentions. They never spoke, never interacted with anyone. Their presence was like a silent scream, an anomaly in the fabric of our everyday life that refused to be ignored. The escalation of events came suddenly, without warning. One night, as I lay in bed, a series of loud bangs echoed through the neighborhood. I rushed to the window, my heart pounding. The men in black were no longer across the street. They were on our lawn, standing in perfect formation, like spectral sentinels. My parents, now fully aware of the strangeness that had seeped into our lives, came rushing to my side. We watched in horrified silence as the men moved closer to the house, their expressions hidden beneath the shadow of their hats. My father, driven by a mixture of fear and anger, flung open the front door and demanded to know what they wanted. The men didn't respond, didn't even acknowledge his presence. They simply stood there, their silence more terrifying than any response could have been. I don't recall how long we stayed like that, frozen in a tableau of fear and defiance. But eventually, the men turned and walked away, disappearing into the night like phantoms. My father slammed the door shut, a look of determination etched into his features. "We have to find him," he said, his voice a whisper in the heavy silence. The next day, driven by a newfound resolve, we delved deeper into Uncle Brian's life. We visited old haunts, spoke with his friends and colleagues, piecing together fragments of his world. The more we learned, the stranger it became. Everyone we spoke to mentioned the same thing. Uncle Brian had been increasingly paranoid, convinced he was being watched. He had spoken of a discovery, something significant, though no one knew what it was. It was during one of these visits, in a dusty corner of a second-hand bookshop, that we encountered a man who introduced himself only as Mr. X. He was an enigmatic figure, his eyes hidden behind dark sunglasses, his demeanor both unsettling and intriguing. He claimed to have known Uncle Brian well, and more importantly, he claimed to know what had happened to him. According to Mr. X, Uncle Brian had stumbled upon something he shouldn't have. They had been watching him, even before he realized it. The men in black were real, he said, agents of a shadowy organization that operated beyond the reach of ordinary law. They had deemed Uncle Brian a threat, and in their world, threats were dealt with swiftly and permanently. When we asked about Uncle Brian's discovery, Mr. X was evasive, speaking in riddles and half-truths. But one thing was clear. Whatever Uncle Brian had found, it was enough to make him disappear. He's alive, Mr. X assured us, but he's not free. The encounter left us with more questions than answers, a lingering sense of dread that clung to us like a fog. As we returned home, the men in black were once again stationed across the street. Their presence, once an anomaly, had become a constant, a macabre watchdog that reminded us of our helplessness. The climax came on a storm-laden night, the air crackling with electricity. I awoke to the sound of footsteps echoing through the house. Heart pounding, I crept downstairs and found them, 2 of the men in black, standing in our living room as if they had always belonged there. They didn't speak, but their intent was clear. They were here for something or someone. My parents, awakened by the noise, joined me, their faces pale but resolute. There was a moment of silence, a heartbeat in which time itself seemed to halt. And then, as if on cue, the men turned and left as silently as they had come. It was a warning, a reminder of their omnipresent reach. In the days that followed, I found myself haunted by the events of that summer. The men in black continued their vigil, and Uncle Brian remained missing, a ghost in the periphery of our lives. We never saw Mr. X again, and any attempts to trace him led to dead ends and unanswered questions. Life in Phoenix eventually returned to a semblance of normalcy, but the shadow of those events never fully dissipated. The fear lingered, a specter that loomed over our existence. I often found myself staring at Uncle Brian's journal, its pages a chronicle of his descent into the unknown. There were nights when I thought I caught glimpses of him, a figure in the distance watching over us, a guardian, or perhaps a prisoner of the truth he had uncovered. The men in black remained, their presence a constant reminder of the mysteries that lay beyond our understanding. They were both the beginning and the end of Uncle Brian's story, a chilling testament to the reality that some things were beyond our grasp. As I reflect on those days, I realize that the greatest horror was not in the disappearance itself, but in the silence that followed, the unanswered questions and the knowledge that we were, in some way, watched over by forces beyond our control. The world was a bigger, stranger place than I had ever imagined, and Uncle Brian, wherever he was, had glimpsed its true nature. Even now, I sometimes catch sight of them, the men in black standing in the shadows, silent sentinels in a world of secrets. They are a part of our lives now, a reminder that the unknown is always closer than we think, just a breath away from our reality. And with that knowledge comes a fear that never truly goes away, an echo of Uncle Brian's discovery that lingers like a whisper in the dark. In the gentle embrace of suburbia, our family home sat nestled among others that were nearly indistinguishable in their meticulous construction and polished facade. The front yard was a neatly trimmed patch of green, bordered by shrubs that my father pruned with the same precision he expected from us. To an outsider, everything appeared perfect, soothing in its predictability, reassuring in its stability. Yet, beneath the pristine surface, there lurked shadows deeper and more insidious than any passing cloud. My father's rules were the axis on which our world turned. He was a man of structure, of habitual rigidity. Breakfast was always at 7, dinner promptly at 6. The newspaper was read in silence, and interruptions were met with a glacial stare that could freeze the soul. His presence was commanding, a palpable force in every room he entered. My mother, on the other hand, was a ghost of her own making, flitting from task to task, her voice a mere whisper, lost in the echoes of our father's commands. For the longest time, I believed this was how all families operated. It was only when I found myself spending more time at a friend's house, where laughter was welcomed and not silenced, that I began to sense the first tremors of an unsettling realization. There was something deeply wrong with our normal. I first noticed the disturbance on a particularly calm Thursday evening. The day had been uneventful, much like any other. I sat in my room, an island of solitude amid the ocean of our family home. My sanctuary was filled with books and the soft glow of a lamp that cast reassuring shadows on the walls. It was here that I escaped into worlds where adventure was welcome and danger was thrilling, as opposed to the quiet dread that lurked outside my door. As the evening sun dipped below the horizon, I found myself drawn to the window. It was a habit I had developed over time, watching the transition from day to night as if the shifting light might bring with it a revelation. On that particular evening, as I gazed out, I noticed something peculiar. Across the street in the Johnsons' home, there was a figure in the window, standing still and watching. At first, I thought it was one of the Johnsons, or perhaps a guest. But something about the way the figure stood, perfectly still and obscured by shadow, made my skin prickle with unease. I turned away, dismissing it as a trick of the light or my imagination running wild. Yet the feeling lingered like a phantom touch. I glanced back again, expecting to find an empty window. Instead, the figure remained, unmoving, as if waiting for something, waiting for me. Over the next few days, the figure became a fixture in the window, an unsettling constant in the periphery of my world. I tried to ignore it, convincing myself it was none of my concern. But curiosity, mingled with a growing sense of dread, gnawed at me until I could no longer stand it. One evening, driven by a need to understand, I ventured outside. The cool night air, a stark contrast to the warmth of the house I left behind. I crept across the street, heart pounding in my ears, until I stood beneath the window where the figure had been. The house was dark, save for the soft glow from the window above. I stood there for what felt like hours, debating whether to knock or slink back to the safety of my room. Before I could decide, the light flickered and died, leaving the window a void of blackness. The figure, it seemed, had vanished. Returning home, I found my father waiting, his expression a mask of disapproval. He said nothing, but the air between us crackled with unspoken reprimand. It was a warning, one that I understood all too well. Curiosity was a dangerous thing. Despite this, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. Over the following weeks, the figure appeared intermittently, sometimes absent for days, only to return when I least expected it. Its presence was a puzzle that begged to be solved, and I was a moth drawn to its flame. As the days wore on, strange things began to occur within our own household. My father, once a paragon of stoic control, grew increasingly agitated, his temper flaring over the slightest provocation. My mother, ever the silent supporter, seemed to shrink further into herself, her eyes hollow and distant. The house itself felt different, as if the walls were closing in, the air thick with an invisible tension. One night, the tension snapped. I awoke to the sound of raised voices, a rarity in our home where silence was the norm. I crept from my room, heart pounding, to find my parents in the kitchen, engaged in a hushed yet heated argument. Their words were clipped, angry, but it was the way they moved. My mother recoiling, my father advancing, that sent a shiver down my spine. In that moment, I realized that the figure in the window was not the only thing watching. There was a presence in our home, unseen yet omnipresent, a voyeur of our darkest moments. And it was feeding on us, thriving on the chaos and fear that had begun to seep into every corner of our lives. The escalation was subtle at first, a broken dish here, a raised voice there. But soon it became impossible to ignore. My father's outbursts grew more frequent, his control slipping through his fingers like sand. My mother, once a pillar of quiet strength, was reduced to a shadow of herself, retreating further into the background. I began to notice things, small at first. Objects moved, doors left ajar that were usually closed. It was as if our home had come alive, conspiring against us, plotting its own narrative. I felt watched, not just by the figure across the street, but by something within our very walls. The climax came one stormy night when the power went out, plunging the house into darkness. Lightning flashed, illuminating the world outside in stark relief. It was in one of these flashes that I saw the figure, not across the street, but in our own backyard, illuminated for a brief second before the darkness swallowed it again. Panic surged through me, a visceral wave that propelled me towards my parents' room. I found them there, sitting in the dark, their faces lit by the sporadic bursts of lightning. For the first time, I saw fear in my father's eyes, a reflection of the turmoil within our home. The storm passed, but the unease remained, settling over the house like a shroud. My father became increasingly paranoid, convinced that we were being watched, that someone or something had infiltrated our lives. His outbursts became erratic, his once unyielding facade crumbling under the weight of his own fear. And then, As suddenly as it had begun, it stopped. The figure in the window disappeared. The strange occurrences ceased. On the surface, life returned to its previous state of uneasy calm. But beneath, the fear lingered, a constant undercurrent that kept us all on edge. The experience left its mark, an indelible stain on the fabric of our lives. My father, once a man of unshakable presence, was left a shell of his former self, haunted by the shadows he could not defeat. My mother, though she regained some semblance of her former self, carried with her the weight of unshed tears and unspoken fears. And me? I often found myself at my window, peering out into the night, searching for that familiar silhouette. It never returned, yet its presence was felt in every creak of the floorboards, in every gust of wind that rattled the window panes. I was left with the unsettling knowledge that some things, once seen, can never be unseen. The question that haunted me most was not who or what had been watching us, but why. Why had our home become a stage for such strange and sinister events? Why had the figure chosen us, and why had it vanished without a trace? Perhaps the most disturbing thought of all was that there was no reason, no grand design or malevolent intent. Perhaps in the end, it was simply because it could, because in a world where boundaries are easily crossed and privacy is but an illusion, we are all vulnerable to the gaze of the unseen. And so, we continued our lives amid the calm facade of suburbia, the perfect family in a perfect home. To the world, we were the picture of normalcy, but we knew the truth that lay beneath. We had been seen, our secrets laid bare to an unseen audience, and though the curtain had fallen, the fear remained, a silent specter lurking in the shadows, waiting for its moment to return. The sun had long sunk behind the jagged silhouettes of the trees, and the quiet town of Ravens Hollow settled into its usual evening rhythms. Our home, a modest two-story with ivy creeping up its brick facade, sat nestled near the end of a cul-de-sac, where the children played hide-and-seek during the day, and the streetlights flickered like sentinels by night. Inside, the warm glow of the living room lamp cast soft shadows that wavered gently against the walls. As was customary, the TV murmured in the background, a gentle hum of familiarity as my family gathered around the dinner table. We exchanged stories of the day, the clinking of cutlery a subtle percussion to our laughter. My daughter Lily regaled us with tales of her schoolyard adventures, while my wife, Sarah, responded with her usual amused exasperation. It was an ordinary evening, wrapped in the comfort that comes with routine and the unspoken bonds of family. As the clock ticked closer to 8, the familiar jingle of the nightly news intro floated from the television. It was a ritual of sorts, tuning in to catch the headlines before our evening wound down entirely. This night, however, the screen flickered with an unusual static before the image resolved into the stoic face of the local news anchor. His expression was stern, more so than usual, which piqued my curiosity. The anchor's voice, typically a melodic cadence, now carried an edge I couldn't quite place. Ladies and gentlemen, we interrupt your regular programming to bring you an urgent announcement from the Emergency Broadcast Network. His voice intoned, grave and deliberate. The room fell silent, the air pulsing with a sudden heaviness. Lily's fork paused midway to her mouth, her eyes bright with innocent curiosity. Sarah and I exchanged a glance, a silent conversation passing between us as the anchor continued. We have received reports of a phenomenon that requires your immediate attention. Authorities urge all residents to remain calm and to stay indoors until further notice. Please avoid interacting with any unfamiliar individuals or entities. With those words, the signal cut abruptly to static, leaving an unsettling void in its wake. The room was thick with an unspoken tension, the kind that curls up from the pit of your stomach and settles in your chest. I reached for the remote, switching channels in a futile hope for further clarification, but each station was the same: static, or a similar message repeating like a broken record. What do you think it means? Sarah's voice was a thread of anxiety, her fingers drumming an uneven rhythm on the table. I didn't have an answer, only an uneasy feeling that crawled beneath my skin. As the evening wore on, an unnatural quiet descended upon the town. The usual sounds that filled our nights, the distant howl of a neighbor's dog, the rustle of leaves in the breeze, seemed to have been snuffed out. It was as if the world held its breath, waiting. I checked the locks on the doors, a ritual that now carried more weight than ever before. The windows revealed only the deepening dark outside, the street devoid of its usual vitality. It was as if we were the only ones left in the world, the rest slipping away into some parallel silence. Time passed slowly, each tick of the clock a reminder of our suspended state. The television remained our only connection to the outside, its screen now a silent sentinel in the corner of the room. We stayed up later than usual, sleep elusive beneath the cloak of uncertainty. It was during this restless vigil that I first noticed something, a movement, or perhaps a shadow, flickering at the edge of my vision. It was fleeting, a trick of the light, I told myself. Stress had a way of conjuring phantoms from the simplest of things. I dismissed it, willing myself to focus on the trivial comfort of Sarah's voice as she speculated aloud about the broadcast. Yet, as the night deepened, the feeling that we were not alone in our home began to grow. It was a presence, intangible yet persistent, threading itself through the air like an unseen specter. The soft creak of the floorboards, the whisper of fabric brushing against the walls. It was as if the house itself had come alive, echoing with the footsteps of an uninvited guest. We finally retired to bed, though sleep did not come easily. I lay awake, listening to the rhythmic breathing of my family, anchoring myself in their presence. The darkness closed in, thick and suffocating, pressing against my eyelids until fatigue finally overcame the grip of my racing thoughts. I awoke to a new unease, a feeling that the night had shifted in some imperceptible way. The room was still, the shadows long and insistent as the first light of dawn seeped through the curtains. I rose quietly, careful not to disturb Sarah, and made my way downstairs. The kitchen was as we had left it, the chairs askew from our hasty retreat to bed. But the television whispered with a low hum, the screen a dull glow in the dim light. I moved closer, my footsteps soundless on the wooden floor. The static had returned, a mosaic of black and white pulsing across the screen. And then, as if sensing my presence, the image flickered, resolving into something that made my breath catch in my throat. A figure stood in the center of the screen, indistinct and shrouded in shadow. It was neither male nor female, its features obscured by the grainy quality of the broadcast. Yet, there was something disconcertingly familiar about its silhouette, as though it had been plucked from the depths of my own subconscious. The figure did not speak, merely stood there, a silent sentinel in the digital void. I felt its gaze, heavy and knowing, piercing through the screen to settle upon me with a clarity that defied explanation. It was a challenge, a silent demand for acknowledgement. I reached for the remote, my hand trembling as I fumbled with the buttons. The image flickered, but the figure remained, steadfast and immutable. It was a haunting, an apparition conjured by the collective fears of a town on edge. The hours stretched on, the day unfolding with an eerie normalcy that belied the undercurrent of dread. I found myself glancing over my shoulder, caught in that peculiar limbo between disbelief and a growing certainty that something was indeed amiss. That evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon once more, we gathered in the living room, the unease, a tangible presence between us. The broadcast played again, its looped warning now a chilling lullaby that frayed our nerves to the breaking point. The figure remained a constant, its shadowy form now etched into the fabric of our reality. Lily was the first to speak of it, her young voice cutting through the silence with a clarity that left no room for doubt. "There's someone outside," she whispered, her gaze fixed on the window, where the curtains stirred with a phantom breeze. I moved to her side, peering through the glass into the encroaching dark. At first, I saw nothing, only the familiar outline of our street, the empty road stretching out like a forgotten memory. Then, as if conjured by Lily's words, a shape emerged from the shadows. It was the figure from the broadcast, its form unmistakable even in the dim light. It stood at the edge of our yard, motionless, yet somehow thrumming with a silent energy that reached across the distance between us. Fear, cold and electric, surged through me, but with it came a fierce protectiveness. I drew the curtain closed, my voice steady as I turned to Sarah and Lily. "Stay inside. Lock the doors." The night wore on, each minute a testament to our endurance. The figure remained, a constant in the periphery of our vision, neither advancing nor retreating. It was a standoff of wills, a tension coiling tighter with each passing second. Sleep was a distant memory, chased away by the relentless sense of being watched. The house creaked and sighed around us, its old bones speaking in a language of its own. I found myself drawn to the windows, compulsively checking for the figure, verifying its presence like a twisted reassurance. It was during one of these vigils that I realized the figure had shifted positions, its silhouette now closer, poised at the threshold of our driveway. It was a subtle change, yet it set off a cascade of alarm within me. I gathered the courage to step outside, the air crisp and biting against my skin. The figure remained at the edge of the light, its features still shrouded in mystery. I called out to it, my voice carrying an edge of desperation. "What do you want?" Silence answered me, the figure as inscrutable as the static from which it had emerged. Yet, in that moment, a strange clarity washed over me. This was not an apparition of malice, but a harbinger of something beyond my understanding. The night stretched on, a tableau of shadows and whispered fears. I returned inside, the warmth of the house a stark contrast to the chill that lingered in my bones. Sarah's touch grounded me, her presence a balm against the encroaching dread. Morning arrived with a tentative light, the new day bringing with it a cautious hope. I checked the television once more, the screen now blank, devoid of the figure that had held us in thrall. The broadcast had ceased, its warning a distant echo in the waking world. Yet, as we gathered around the breakfast table, a lingering unease remained, woven into the fabric of our lives. The figure's presence, though gone, had left an indelible mark, a reminder of the fragility of normalcy and the thin veil that separated us from the unknown. In the days that followed, life in Raven's Hollow resumed its familiar rhythm, but the shadow of that night clung to us like a second skin. We carried on, aware of the silent undercurrent that whispered beneath the surface of our town. The figure had vanished, but its message lingered, a silent broadcast in the back of our minds, a warning that the world we knew was not as immutable as we believed. And as the sun set each evening, casting long shadows across the street, I would find myself at the window, watching, waiting for the return of the figure, a reminder that in the quietest of towns, the unknown could manifest at any moment, altering the tapestry of our lives with its unseen hand. In the quiet suburb where I lived, everything felt as if it was painted in shades of normalcy. Rows of identical houses lined the streets, their well-kept lawns and cheerful garden gnomes creating an idyllic picture of suburban life. Neighbors chatted over fences, children rode their bikes along the sidewalks, and the air was perpetually filled with the scent of freshly cut grass. It was a place where the biggest excitement had been the annual block party, a tradition as rooted in the community as the large oak trees that dotted our streets. I moved into this neighborhood about a year ago, drawn by its reputation for tranquility and the promise of a slower pace of life. The house I chose was charming, a two-story colonial with a red front door and a porch swing, perfect for sipping iced tea on lazy summer afternoons. My days fell into a comfortable rhythm of work, leisure, and the occasional social gathering with my friendly neighbors. One evening, as twilight draped the sky in hues of purple and blue, I found myself flipping through the channels on my television. The white noise of channels blurring together was a familiar soundtrack to my evenings. I wasn't really watching, mostly letting the chatter wash over me while I read a book. But then, amidst the cascade of familiar networks, something unusual caught my eye. A channel I hadn't noticed before. The screen flickered to life with a strange local broadcast, identified only by an innocuous number. Channel 23. It struck me as odd, since I knew every channel available in our area, being the sort of person who liked to keep things organized and predictable. The broadcast wasn't flashy or polished. It was grainy, almost like an old VHS tape. There was a man sitting at a plain wooden desk, his expression calm but his eyes disconcertingly intense, as if he was looking directly at me. "Good evening, dear viewer," he said with a slow, deliberate smile. "Welcome to Channel 23, your local connection to everything that matters." His voice was soothing, yet strangely compelling, carrying an undercurrent of something I couldn't quite place. It was like velvet lined with nails. Intrigued but slightly unsettled, I continued to watch. The broadcast was unlike anything I had seen. A mix of bizarre local news updates, interviews with unknown figures, and unsettling stories about the very neighborhood I lived in. It didn't just report on events. It seemed to know things, intimate things, about the lives of nearly everyone around me. The next morning, I mentioned the channel in passing to my neighbor, Mrs. Thompson, while admiring her prize-winning roses. Her reaction was not what I expected. Her face blanched, and she looked around as if to make sure no one else was listening. In a hushed tone, she advised me, "It's best not to watch that channel. We've had incidents before. People start seeing things, hearing things. It's not worth the curiosity." Her words lingered with me long after I returned home. What kind of channel could incite such fear? My rational mind dismissed it as superstition, but a seed of doubt had been planted. Yet, as the days passed, I found myself inexplicably drawn to Channel 23. Each evening, the familiar man with the calm demeanor and unsettling gaze would return, sharing more peculiar stories about our community. One night, the broadcast took a more personal turn. The man began recounting an event that had occurred in my own home. He described in unnerving detail an argument I had with a friend over the phone, down to the words I had spoken in the privacy of my living room. The eerie precision of his retelling sent a chill through me. How could he possibly have known? My logical mind struggled to comprehend what was happening. I began to feel as though I was being watched, my privacy invaded by unseen eyes. The sensation was suffocating, and no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't shake the feeling. I started avoiding my windows, drawing the curtains tighter each night. I even considered disconnecting my television, but some part of me couldn't let go of the thread of this strange mystery. As the weeks went on, Channel 23 became more than just a curiosity. It was an obsession. The broadcasts grew more intrusive, detailing not only my life, but those of my neighbors with an eerie clairvoyance. It was as though the channel knew everything about us, feeding on our secrets and fears. For reasons I couldn't explain, I stopped sharing my concerns with anyone. I kept my discomfort to myself, fearing ridicule, or worse, confirmation that my sanity was unraveling. The escalation came subtly at first, in the form of whispers that seemed to follow me from room to room. It was as if the walls of my home had gained a voice, a soft, persistent murmur that mirrored the broadcasts in its omniscience. I would catch snippets of conversations that never happened, yet felt deeply personal and accusatory. The whispers infected my dreams, twisting them into surreal nightmares where I was endlessly watched by a multitude of eyes. The climax began on a stormy night when the wind howled like a wounded animal outside my window. I was sitting in my living room, the glow of the television casting long shadows against the walls. I had intended to turn off the television, to break free from the grip the channel had on me. But as I reached for the remote, the screen flashed with a new broadcast. This time, the man at the desk seemed more animated, his eyes gleaming with an unsettling excitement. "Tonight, dear viewer, we bring you a special feature," he announced, his voice dripping with anticipation. "A glimpse into the heart of fear, the soul of despair." Before I could process his words, the screen shifted to footage of my own home. The camera seemed to float through my halls, capturing every intimate detail with a sickening familiarity. I was paralyzed, unable to look away as images of myself appeared, sitting where I was now, my face a mask of terror. It was as if I was watching a live feed of my own nightmare, filmed by a camera that didn't exist. The images morphed, showing my neighbors in their homes, each of them caught in moments of vulnerability and fear. The broadcast was not just observing us, it was orchestrating our lives, pulling strings with malevolent precision. The realization struck me like a blow, knocking the breath from my lungs. Channel 23 wasn't merely a source of information. It was a puppet master weaving a web of dread and control. In a desperate bid to end the madness, I lunged for the power button, my heart pounding in my chest. But as my fingers grazed the remote, the television flickered, and the screen went black. Silence enveloped the room, heavy and oppressive, but the feeling of being watched lingered, more potent than ever. The following morning, the sun rose as usual, casting warm light across my neighborhood. But something had changed. My world, once vibrant and familiar, now seemed dulled by an invisible shadow. The whispers that had plagued my nights were gone, yet their echo remained, a reminder of the horrors I had witnessed. I no longer watched television, the thought of Channel 23 sending a shiver down my spine. But the lingering fear was impossible to shake. Every sound, every movement in my house felt amplified, as though the very air had become sentient. I began noticing subtle changes in my neighbors. They seemed distant, their eyes holding a haunted look that mirrored my own. Perhaps we all had our brushes with the sinister broadcast, each too afraid or ashamed to admit it. It was an unspoken bond, a shared experience that tethered us in our silent dread. I often wondered if the channel still existed, broadcasting its insidious content to those unwary enough to stumble upon it. But I dared not find out. Some mysteries, I realized, were better left unsolved. Despite my efforts to move on, the feeling of exposure persisted. It was as if the channel had imprinted itself on my soul, leaving an indelible mark. I lived my life in cautious fear, forever glancing over my shoulder, expecting the familiar face of the broadcaster to reappear, his eyes filled with knowing. The neighborhood, once my sanctuary, now felt like a stage, each of us playing our parts under the scrutinizing gaze of unseen cameras. I had become a reluctant actor in a play I couldn't escape, the omnipresent dread, my constant companion. The world outside my window continued to spin in its predictable orbit. But for those of us who had seen the broadcast, the thread of normalcy had been irrevocably severed. And so, we carried on with our lives, shadows of our former selves, haunted by the knowledge that somewhere, someone was always watching. It was a truth we could never unsee, a reality woven into the very fabric of our existence. In the depths of night, when silence reigned, I would lay awake, staring into the darkness, listening for the whispers that never truly left, and waiting for the broadcast that, in my heart, I knew would never end. The day I found the videotape was a day much like any other in our suburban neighborhood. The morning sun filtered softly through the sheer curtains of our living room, casting delicate patterns on the floor that I had once found comforting. My wife, Sarah, was in the kitchen, humming a gentle tune as she prepared breakfast. Our daughter, Mia, sat at the dining table, cheerfully doodling in her sketchbook. It was an ordinary day, serene in its routine, until the mail arrived, and with it, a package that would unravel the fabric of our lives. I noticed it immediately, a small, unassuming box with no return address. It was nestled amidst the usual stack of bills and flyers. Curiosity piqued, I brought it inside, setting it on the table. "What's that?" Sarah asked, glancing over her shoulder with mild interest. "Not sure," I replied, already reaching for a pair of scissors to cut through the tape. Inside, there was a single VHS tape, its label blank, except for the words "Play Me," written in a neat script. It was curious, evocative of something out of a mystery novel. We hadn't owned a VCR in years, having long since succumbed to the conveniences of modern technology. "Who sends a VHS these days?" Sarah mused, wiping her hands on a dish towel as she came to examine the tape. "Maybe it's a prank," I suggested half-heartedly, though I could feel a niggling sense of unease take root in my mind. Despite the benign appearance of the tape, it felt out of place, an anachronism that unsettled me. After breakfast, with Mia off to school, Sarah and I rummaged through the attic until we unearthed the old VCR, dusty and forlorn. We set it up with a sense of curiosity that bordered on excitement. There was something about the tactile nature of the tape, the mechanical whir as it slid into the mouth of the machine, that felt tangible, real, in a way streaming services could never replicate. As the tape began to play, the screen flickered to life with images of a family, our family, sitting together in the very room in which we now sat. The figures moved and spoke with an uncanny familiarity, yet there was something subtly off about them, a hollowness in their eyes, a stiffness to their smiles. It was as if we were watching ourselves through a funhouse mirror, distorted yet eerily recognizable. The scenes played out like a home movie, capturing mundane moments of domestic life. There we were, celebrating Christmas, our faces illuminated by the glow of fairy lights. There was Mia, playing in the backyard, her laughter echoing faintly through the speakers. But as the tape progressed, the scenes grew darker, the atmosphere more oppressive. The family dinners turned silent, the conversations strained, punctuated by long, uncomfortable pauses. The final scene was the most unsettling. It showed us, or our doppelgangers, sitting in the living room, just as we were now, watching a blank screen. The camera panned slowly, almost deliberately, capturing the expressions of the figures, twisted in a grotesque parody of contentment. Then, abruptly, the tape ended, leaving us staring at the static. The room plunged into an uneasy silence. "That was strange," Sarah said finally, her voice barely above a whisper. "It has to be some kind of joke," I replied, though doubt crept into my voice. Who could have made such a thing, and why? The next few days were marked by a growing sense of dread. It was as if the tape had infected our home with its sinister presence. We began to notice things, little details that seemed inconsequential on their own, but together painted a more disturbing picture. The tapping at the window at night, the feeling of being watched, the shadows that seemed to move on their own accord. Mia was the first to mention it. "There's someone in the backyard," she whispered one night as I tucked her into bed. "There's no one there, sweetheart," I assured her, casting a glance out the window. But even as I spoke, I felt it. A prickle at the back of my neck, as if unseen eyes were observing us from the cover of darkness. The following weekend, I decided to investigate. Sarah and Mia were out, and the house felt oppressively silent. I ventured into the backyard, the late afternoon sun casting long shadows across the grass. As I approached the edge of the property, where our neatly trimmed lawn gave way to the wild tangle of the woods, I noticed something strange. There, amidst the foliage, was an old abandoned cabin I had never seen before. The cabin was a ghost of its former self, weather-beaten and overgrown. Vines crept up its sides, and the windows were clouded with dust. A sense of foreboding washed over me as I approached, and yet I was drawn to it, compelled by an inexplicable urge to explore. Inside, the air was musty, the floorboards creaking underfoot. It was empty, save for a few broken pieces of furniture and a layer of thick dust that coated everything. But as I turned to leave, something caught my eye. An old camcorder, sitting incongruously in the corner. It was aimed at the door, as if waiting to capture anyone who dared enter. I took the camcorder home, driven by a mix of curiosity and apprehension. That evening, after Mia was asleep, Sarah and I watched the tape inside it. The footage was grainy, but it was unmistakably of our home, shot through various windows, capturing moments that were both intimate and invasive. There was a sickening realization that whoever had been watching us was not content with just observing, but was documenting our lives in meticulous detail. The situation escalated quickly from there. More tapes began to arrive, each depicting scenes from our life, interspersed with clips of the abandoned cabin. It became clear that someone was orchestrating a twisted narrative, manipulating our reality. Panic began to seep into the corners of our existence, coloring every interaction with suspicion and fear. I became obsessed with the tapes, scrutinizing every frame for clues. The footage seemed to be getting closer, more intrusive, as if the unseen voyeur was tightening their grip. Sarah, on the other hand, withdrew, her usual warmth replaced by a cold detachment. We found ourselves snapping at each other over trivial matters, the strain of our situation driving a wedge between us. One night, as I lay in bed, unable to sleep, the phone rang. It was an old rotary phone, one of the few analog relics we still possessed, and its shrill cry pierced the silence of our bedroom. I answered it with trepidation, my heart pounding in my chest. "Hello?" I said, my voice barely steady. There was a pause, followed by a low, distorted chuckle. "Are you enjoying the show?" a voice asked, its words dripping with malice. "Who is this?" I demanded, but the line went dead, leaving only the dial tone and the echo of that chilling laugh. The climax came when we found Mia's sketchbook, open to a page filled with drawings of the cabin. Her usually bright and colorful illustrations were replaced by dark, unsettling images. Twisted trees, shadowy figures lurking in the periphery, and the cabin, always the cabin, looming ominously. "Mia, where did you see this?" Sarah asked, her voice trembling. "In my dreams," Mia replied, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. It was then that I knew we had to confront whatever malevolent force had ensnared us. We returned to the cabin, armed with nothing but a flashlight and the desperate hope of reclaiming our lives. The night was oppressive, the air thick with anticipation. Inside the cabin, the atmosphere was charged, the shadows deeper, more menacing. We found a hidden room, concealed behind a false wall. Inside, there were more tapes, stacks of them, each meticulously labeled with dates and notes. It was a shrine to our life, curated by someone with an unsettling obsession. As we stood there, the flashlight flickering, we heard it, the sound of footsteps approaching. We turned, the beam of light catching a figure standing in the doorway, their face obscured by the shadows. Panic surged through me, but before I could react, they spoke. "You're ruining the script," the figure said, their voice calm, almost conversational. "Who are you?" Sarah demanded, her voice cracking with fear. "I am the director," the figure replied, stepping into the light. Their face was ordinary, unremarkable, but their eyes burned with a feverish intensity. "This is my masterpiece." We backed away slowly, our hearts racing. The figure made no move to stop us, simply watching with an unsettling calm as we fled into the night. The authorities dismissed our claims, attributing our experience to stress and paranoia. We moved away shortly thereafter, leaving behind the house and the cabin that had become a symbol of our nightmare. But the fear lingers. Every time I see a video camera, every time the phone rings unexpectedly, I am reminded of that voice, those eyes. The director's presence remains, an invisible specter haunting the edges of my consciousness. I find myself wondering if, even now, we are being watched, our lives played out for an unseen audience. That's the thing about fear. It plants seeds that take root in the fertile soil of the mind, growing into shadows that cannot be easily dispelled. Even in the light of day, the shadows remain, a testament to the darkness that once touched our lives and the eerie possibility that it might one day return. Growing up in a quiet suburban neighborhood, my world had always been a safe and predictable place. Rows of identical houses lined our street, each with well-manicured lawns and neatly trimmed hedges. It was the kind of place where nothing unexpected ever seemed to happen. where every day unfolded like the one before. My home, a modest two-story house nestled at the end of the cul-de-sac, was no different. Inside, the comforting hum of routine filled the air, and it was easy to believe that we were insulated from anything sinister or strange. It was during a lazy autumn afternoon when the first disturbance crept into my life. The leaves were beginning to turn, painting the neighborhood in shades of gold and crimson. I was rifling through the attic, searching for an old photo album, when I stumbled upon a cardboard box that I had never seen before. It was unremarkable, dusty and worn, but there was something about it that piqued my curiosity. On the side, scrawled in faded black marker, were the words, "Home Movies." I brought the box downstairs and opened it in the dimly lit living room. Inside were several VHS tapes, their labels yellowed and curling at the edges. Most were innocuous enough. Christmas '98, Summer Vacation 00, and so on. But one tape stood out. It was unlabeled, devoid of any indication of its contents. Intrigued, I decided to watch it, expecting perhaps an old birthday party or a forgotten family gathering. I dusted off the VCR that had been sitting unused for years and inserted the tape. At first, there was nothing but static, a grainy hiss that filled the room. But soon the screen flickered to life. The image was shaky, the colors muted and washed out. It appeared to be amateur footage of a house, not unlike my own, the camera panning slowly across rooms that felt eerily familiar, yet unsettlingly foreign. There was no audio, just the persistent hum of the tape itself. As the footage continued, I began to feel a strange sense of unease. The house in the video was empty, devoid of life, yet it felt as though someone or something was there, just out of sight. I watched as the camera lingered on a dimly lit hallway, the shadows stretching long and foreboding. Then, abruptly, the screen cut to black. Puzzled, I rewound the tape, thinking perhaps it was damaged or incomplete. But each time I played it, the same sequence unfolded. The empty house, the oppressive silence, the abrupt end. It was a mystery, one that I couldn't shake from my mind. Over the following days, the footage haunted me. I found myself returning to it, watching it over and over, searching for something I couldn't quite define. Each viewing left me more unsettled than before, as if the tape were drawing me into its world, blurring the lines between reality and the grainy images on the screen. Then, the escalation began. At first, it was subtle, little things, easily dismissed or explained away. I'd hear a creak in the hallway at night, a whisper of movement from an unseen source. Doors I was certain I'd closed would be ajar when I returned. Objects seemed to shift ever so slightly from where I'd left them. But as the days turned to weeks, these disturbances grew more pronounced. I'd wake in the middle of the night to the sound of footsteps echoing through the house. But whenever I investigated, I found nothing. My dreams became plagued by visions of the house from the tape, the shadows within it, twisting and turning in ways that defied explanation. It was during one of these restless nights that I decided to watch the tape again, hoping perhaps for some clarity or peace of mind. As I sat in the darkened room, the screen flickering with the familiar images, I noticed something I hadn't before. There, in the corner of one of the rooms, was a figure barely visible in the shadows. It was as if they had always been there, just out of reach of my perception. The realization was chilling. I watched, transfixed, as the figure seemed to move, almost imperceptibly, within the confines of the video's world. My heart pounded in my chest, my breath shallow and quick. I paused the tape, rewound, played it again, and there it was. The figure, always present, always watching. In the days that followed, my world unraveled. The presence I'd glimpsed on the tape seemed to spill over into reality. I felt it in every room, every shadow, a constant oppressive watchfulness that left me on edge. The air in the house grew thick, stifling, as if charged with an unseen energy. I began to doubt my own senses. Was it possible that the tape was a portal of sorts? A conduit for something beyond comprehension? The thought was absurd, yet I couldn't dismiss it. The more I fought against the reality of what I was experiencing, the more entrenched it became. The climax of this ordeal came on a night like any other. I had succumbed to the grip of the tape, watching it repeatedly in a vain attempt to understand. As I sat in the living room, bathed in the flickering glow of the television, the power went out. The house plunged into darkness, the silence absolute. Then, in the pitch black, I heard it, a soft, raspy whisper, so close it might have been in the room with me. I froze, my heart pounding in my ears, straining to hear. The whisper came again, clearer this time, a voice that was both familiar and utterly alien. "Join us," it said, the words wrapping around me like a cold embrace. "Find the truth." Panic surged through me, and I fumbled for the flashlight I kept on the side table. The beam cut through the darkness, illuminating the room. But there was nothing there. No figure, no presence, just the same empty space I'd always known. Yet the feeling lingered, a cloying sense of being watched, of not being alone. The tape had become more than just a mystery. It was a malevolent force that had seeped into my life, entwined with my very being. In the days that followed, I avoided the tape, hiding it away in the attic where I'd found it. But even with it out of sight, the fear remained. Small things continued to happen, a whisper here, a shadow there, enough to remind me that whatever I'd unleashed was still with me. Life returned to a semblance of normalcy, the days passing in a blur of routine. But the tape was never far from my thoughts. It was a secret, a dark undercurrent to the placid surface of my life, a reminder that the world was not as safe or predictable as I had once believed. And so, the fear lingers, a quiet, persistent dread that I carry with me each day. I never did discover the truth behind the tape, nor the identity of the figure within it. But I learned to live with the knowledge that some mysteries are best left unsolved, some doors better left unopened. In the end, I found a certain peace in the uncertainty, a strange comfort in the acceptance of the unknown. Yet, as I walk through the quiet rooms of my home, I can't help but feel the weight of unseen eyes, the faint echo of a whisper in the dark. a constant reminder that the tape still waits for me in the attic, waiting for the day I'll be compelled to watch it once more. There are many things that I remember about high school, and most of them, as is the case with many who have tread through those halls, are forgettable. The humdrum days of adolescence slipped by with a slow, methodical tempo. Each day was a mirror of the last. Classroom walls closing in with every lesson, the endless chatter of students brimming with the energy of youth. But one particular room within the labyrinthine corridors of Brickland High holds a memory so vivid, so deeply etched into the fibers of my being, that it refuses to fade. It was the detention room, a place where the echoes of a normal high school day could not intrude, where silence was both a rule and a companion. I found myself there one Friday afternoon, the result of a minor infraction that seemed monumental at the time. I had been caught passing a note in algebra class, a misstep that my teacher, Mrs. Callahan, took as a sign of disrespect. She was a woman of rigid principles, her stern gaze capable of withering even the most rebellious of students. So there I was, dragged before the judgment seat, handed a slip of paper with the dreaded words, "Detention." The room itself was unremarkable. Rows of desks lined up with military precision, an old chalkboard at the front, and a single window that allowed a sliver of light to filter through the heavy drapes. The air was thick with a musty, stale odor that seemed to cling to the walls, a scent that became an unwelcome participant in our silent penance. Here, time slowed to a crawl, each tick of the clock echoing like the drumbeat of a slow march. Detention was usually overseen by Mr. Hale, a man who seemed to fade into the background of the school like a forgotten relic. His presence was as unobtrusive as it was unremarkable. His role was simple: to sit, to read, and to occasionally glance up to ensure all was quiet. But on this day, an unusual figure presided over the room. Mr. Crow, a history teacher known for his unorthodox methods and enigmatic air, had replaced Mr. Hale. It was a rare occurrence, one that I dismissed as a simple matter of scheduling. How naive the young can be. As I settled into my seat, I noticed the other students around me, each absorbed in their own silent worlds. There was Jenny, a habitual visitor of detention for reasons she never shared, and Mike, a rather boisterous character whose enthusiasm often bordered on disruptive. There were two others whose names escape me now, faces blurred by the passage of time. We were a ragtag group, bonded only by our shared punishment. Mr. Crow was a tall, slender man, with sharp features and eyes that seemed to hold a flicker of something unsettling. He paced the front of the room with a calculated grace, the soles of his shoes whispering against the tiled floor. His presence was unlike Mr. Hale's. It demanded attention, even in silence. It was during the first hour that the disturbance began, subtle at first, shrouded in the veneer of normalcy. Mr. Crow paused his pacing and turned to face us, his hands clasped behind his back. He regarded us with a smile that failed to reach his eyes, a curious, knowing look that set my nerves on edge. "Today," he said, his voice soft yet clear, "we shall play a game." A chorus of confused glances passed among us. This was detention, not a playground. Games were not part of the unwritten code of this solemn space. Mr. Crow walked to his desk and retrieved something from the top drawer. As he returned to face us, I felt a prickle of apprehension run down my spine. In his hands was a small, unmarked wooden box. He placed it on the desk with an air of reverence, his fingers tracing its edges as if it were a cherished possession. "This," he continued, "is a game of chance. Each of you will take a turn, and we shall see what fate holds for you." There was no protest, no objection. The room was gripped by a palpable tension, curiosity mingling with the first threads of unease. Mr. Crow's gaze swept over us, and for a moment I could swear his eyes lingered a fraction too long on me. He opened the box to reveal a small cylindrical object, its metallic surface gleaming under the fluorescent lights. It was a revolver, an object that seemed so out of place in our mundane world that it took a moment for the reality to sink in. "We will play a version of Russian roulette," Mr. Crow announced, his tone devoid of the gravity the object warranted. A collective gasp filled the room, the very air vibrating with disbelief. Yet Mr. Crow remained calm, unmoved by our shock. He picked up the revolver, its weight seeming lighter in his practiced hands. "This is not loaded," he reassured us, though his words did little to quell the rising panic. "There is nothing to fear. It is merely a symbolic gesture, a test of courage." The room was silent, save for the anxious shuffling of feet and the hammering of hearts. Fear hung in the air, a specter that loomed over each of us. I wanted to speak, to question this madness, but my voice was locked somewhere deep within. Jenny was the first to be called upon. She approached with trepidation, her eyes darting nervously between Mr. Crow and the revolver. He handed it to her with a nod of encouragement, as if this were a simple task, no different from reciting history lessons. With shaking hands, she raised the barrel to her temple and pulled the trigger. There was a click, the sound echoing like a distant whisper. Relief washed over us, but it was short-lived. The game continued, each student stepping forward, each click of the trigger tightening the coil of fear around us. I watched as Mike, ever the joker, tried to mask his fear with bravado, his laughter hollow and strained. The revolver passed from hand to hand, its weight a constant reminder of the absurdity of our situation. When at last it was my turn, my legs felt like lead as I rose from my seat. The room seemed to close in around me, the walls pressing in with silent judgment. Mr. Crow handed me the revolver with an inscrutable smile, his eyes glinting with a predatory gleam. My hand trembled as I lifted the revolver, its cold metal biting into my skin. I could hear the blood rushing in my ears, a roaring tide that threatened to sweep me away. With a deep, shuddering breath, I placed the barrel against my temple and squeezed the trigger. Click, The sound was like a thunderclap, a release of tension that left me weak and breathless. I returned to my seat, the adrenaline still coursing through my veins, the surrealism of the event settling like a heavy fog. But Mr. Crow was not finished. He closed the box and addressed us once more, his voice carrying a note of satisfaction. "You have all passed a test of bravery," he declared. "Remember this moment, for it is rare to face one's fears so directly." His words were met with silence, the weight of what had transpired hanging over us like a shadow. As the final minutes of detention ticked by, I could not shake the feeling that we had been part of something far more sinister than a mere game. The bell rang, signaling our release, yet the normalcy of the world beyond the detention room felt foreign, as if we had crossed a threshold into an altered reality. We filed out in silence, each of us burdened with the knowledge of what we had experienced, a secret that bound us together in a pact of silence. In the days that followed, the world continued its relentless march forward, the school returning to its familiar rhythm. Yet I found myself haunted by the memory of that afternoon, the image of Mr. Crow and the revolver, a constant companion in my thoughts. I often wondered what his true intentions were, whether we had been mere pawns in a twisted game of his design. That sense of unease persisted, lingering like a specter that refused to be exorcised. I would catch glimpses of Mr. Crow in the hallways, his presence a reminder of the darkness that lurked just beneath the surface of our everyday lives. He would nod in passing, a silent acknowledgement of the bond we now shared. Years have passed since that day, yet the memory remains as vivid as ever. I am older now, the perspective of time revealing layers of understanding that were once obscured. But the lingering fear, the shadow that has followed me into adulthood, is a testament to the power of that moment, a reminder that beneath the veneer of normalcy lies a world fraught with unseen dangers. The high school has since closed, the building now standing abandoned, a relic of a past that refuses to fade. I sometimes find myself drawn to it, standing before its locked gates, the halls echoing with the ghosts of memories long past. And in those moments, I wonder if the game we played was truly a test of courage, or if it was something far more profound, a glimpse into the darkness that dwells within us all. As I stand there, the wind whispering through the cracked windows, I am reminded that there are some things that remain with us, unshakable and eternal. The game was but a moment, yet its impact lingers, a shadow that stretches across time. And as I turn away, I feel the weight of that knowledge settle within me, a quiet, persistent reminder of the fear that never truly fades. The walls of Claremont Academy High School were painted a dull beige, a color that seemed to suck the life out of the bustling energy usually found in a school of its size. Every day, students shuffled through the halls, their chatter echoing off the lockers and linoleum tiles. The school was old, its architecture a mix of Gothic and early 20th century design, a testament to its history and the generations that had passed through its halls. As a senior, I had grown accustomed to the daily routine: classes, lunch, more classes, and the occasional detainment in the classroom. when I was caught talking out of turn. Detention was held in room 112, a musty old classroom at the far end of the East Wing. It was an isolated part of the school, where the few scattered windows allowed for only the faintest hints of daylight. I had been there a handful of times, mostly for minor infractions like forgetting to turn in homework, or for the rare occasions when my sarcasm outpaced my discretion. The room was always cold, and the desks, lined in perfect rows, stood like sentinels in the dim light. I often wondered if the janitors ever ventured into this part of the school, as it always seemed to have a layer of dust that gave everything a ghostly appearance. On one particular Friday, after an unfortunate incident involving an impromptu mimicry of Mr. Hendrix's monotone teaching style, I found myself seated in room 112 once more. The bell had rung, signaling the end of the school day, and I slipped through the throng of students towards my inevitable penance. Mr. Carson, the history teacher who oversaw detention, sat at the front desk with the air of someone who would rather be anywhere else. His glasses perched precariously on the bridge of his nose as he leafed through a worn copy of some history tome, his face a mask of indifference. I settled into a desk near the back, prepared to spend the next hour pretending to do the homework I hadn't yet started. A few other students filed in, each with their own reasons for being there, some looking genuinely annoyed, others resigned to their fate. It was an eclectic mix, none of whom I knew particularly well, which suited me just fine. The less I had to interact, the quicker the time seemed to pass. As the minutes ticked by, the dull hum of the fluorescent lights overhead seemed to grow louder, filling the room with a monotony that matched the beige walls. I was just about to pull my notebook from my bag when a strange sensation washed over me, a prickling at the back of my neck that made the hair stand on end. I glanced around, half expecting to see someone playing a prank, but the rest of the students were engrossed in their own activities, oblivious to the change. Even Mr. Carson remained undisturbed, his attention fixed on his book. It was then that I noticed the air. It felt different, heavier, as if it carried with it an unseen weight. A peculiar chill settled over the room, though the windows were shut tight against the outside world. I shook off the feeling, attributing it to the stuffy confines of the classroom and the boredom of detention. But the sensation lingered, a whisper of unease that refused to be silenced. The first real disturbance occurred when the clock above the chalkboard began to behave erratically. The second hand jerked forward, then back, as though caught in a loop. I nudged the student beside me, a boy named Lucas, whose reputation for being a prankster often landed him in detention. "Hey, you seeing that?" I whispered, nodding towards the clock. He followed my gaze and frowned. Weird. Maybe it's broken. A broken clock was a plausible enough explanation, but something in Lucas's voice hinted at a similar discomfort. I returned my attention to my notebook, trying to focus on the math problems I had half-heartedly attempted. The numbers swam on the page, refusing to form cohesive equations. The room seemed to pulse with a strange energy, and I found my eyes drawn back to the clock repeatedly, each glance revealing more erratic movements. The other students began to notice too, muttering among themselves. their voices a low murmur that rose and fell like the tide. Suddenly the lights flickered, casting the room into momentary darkness before buzzing back to life. Mr. Carson looked up from his book, his expression one of mild irritation. "Settle down," he said, as if the lights were our doing, his tone dismissive. But the lights were the least of our concerns. A sound echoed through the room, a gentle creaking, followed by a soft thud. I turned towards the far corner, where an old wooden door, long since unused and bolted shut, stood partially ajar. It was the door that led to the basement, a place rumored to be haunted, though I had never given much credence to such stories. The door had always been locked, its surface covered in a layer of dust that suggested it hadn't been disturbed in years. "Did you see that?" a girl in front whispered, her voice tinged with apprehension. I nodded, more to myself than to her. My curiosity piqued, I watched as the door gently swung open a little further, a draft of cool air escaping from beyond its threshold. It was as if the building itself had taken a breath, exhaling secrets long kept. Mr. Carson stood, adjusting his glasses as he made his way towards the door. "Probably a draft," he muttered, though his voice lacked conviction. He pushed the door shut with a firm hand, the sound echoing through the silent room, but I noticed he did not attempt to lock it again. The hours dragged on, time stretching in the peculiar way it does when one is confined. I returned to my math, though I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched, that something unseen lingered in the corners of the room. The sensation was unsettling, and I couldn't help but glance over my shoulder now and then, half expecting to catch a glimpse of something lurking in the shadows. Then the scratching began. It was faint at first, like the sound of a pencil against paper, but it grew steadily louder, a persistent noise that clawed at the edges of my consciousness. It seemed to come from the walls, the floors, the very structure of the room itself, alive with a life of its own. The other students shifted uneasily, their discomfort mirroring my own. Lucas leaned closer, his voice a hushed whisper. "You hear that?" "Yeah," I replied, my voice equally low. "It's creepy." He nodded, his eyes scanning the room. "Think it's rats?" "Maybe." But something told me it wasn't rats, or at least not in the way we understood them. There was an intelligence behind the sound, a purpose that defied explanation. Without warning, the lights flickered once more, and the room was plunged into darkness. A collective gasp rose from the students, the air thick with tension. I heard Mr. Carson curse softly in the front of the room, his silhouette barely visible against the shadows. "Everyone stay calm," he called, though his voice carried an edge that suggested he was anything but. The power's probably just out. But his explanation did little to quell the unease that had settled over us like a shroud. The scratching continued, now accompanied by a soft whispering that seemed to float through the air, a chorus of voices, too faint to decipher, but undeniably present. The door to the basement swung open again, the hinges groaning in protest. This time, Mr. Carson did not move to close it. Instead, he stood frozen, his eyes fixed on the dark maw beyond. It was as though the door had become a portal, a gateway to something beyond our understanding. and none of us dared approach it. The whispers grew louder, and the air in the room felt charged, electric, as if the very atmosphere was alive with possibility. I could feel a change in the air, a shift that was both thrilling and terrifying. My heart pounded in my chest, each beat a reminder that we were on the precipice of something unknown. Then, as suddenly as it had begun, the lights flickered back to life. We blinked against the sudden brightness, the room returning to its mundane appearance. The whispers silenced, the scratching ceased. The door remained open, but the sense of foreboding had lessened, leaving in its wake a lingering unease. Mr. Carson cleared his throat, his face pale and drawn. "All right, enough," he said, his voice shaky. "Detention's over. Everyone, go home." We did not need to be told twice. In a flurry of movement, we gathered our things and left the room, each of us glancing over our shoulders, as if to confirm that the door remained as it was. As I stepped into the hallway, I felt the tension ease, but the memory of the experience clung to me like a phantom, refusing to be dispelled. That night, as I lay in bed, my thoughts returned to room 112 and the strange events that had unfolded there. I couldn't shake the feeling that we had glimpsed something otherworldly, a reality that existed parallel to our own. The sensation of being watched lingered, and I found myself dreading the return to school the following Monday. As the days passed, the event became fodder for rumors and speculation among the students. Some claimed it was a prank, others swore it was a genuine haunting. But for those of us who were there, the truth was far more complex. There was an understanding, unspoken yet shared, that we had been touched by something beyond comprehension, a presence that defied explanation. Though I tried to put the experience behind me, I found myself drawn back to room 112, a curiosity that refused to be quelled. I would linger outside its door between classes, peering through the small window, half expecting to see the door to the basement standing open, beckoning. It was during one of these moments that I noticed something peculiar. The clock in the room, which had functioned perfectly since that day, was now permanently frozen at the exact moment the lights had first gone out. Despite attempts to fix it, the hands refused to move, a silent testament to the disturbance. The school administration eventually replaced the clock, and life returned to a semblance of normalcy. But the memory of that day remained with me, a shadow that followed wherever I went. I began to see subtle changes in the school, a shift in the air, a fleeting shadow in the corner of my vision, the feeling of being watched when I was alone. I wasn't the only one. Lucas and the others who had been in detention that day would occasionally exchange glances, a silent acknowledgement that we shared a secret, a connection forged in the crucible of fear. As graduation approached, I found myself contemplating the future, the inevitability of leaving Claremont Academy behind. The prospect was both exhilarating and daunting, yet, despite the excitement of moving on, a part of me was reluctant to let go, tethered by the invisible threads of that shared experience. The last day of school arrived with the same sense of finality I had anticipated, and as I walked through the halls one final time, I found myself drawn back to room 112, compelled to take one last look before stepping into the future. To my surprise, I found the door ajar, the room empty and quiet, the dust motes dancing in the slanting light. As I stood there, a chill ran down my spine, and I realized that the transformation we had witnessed was not confined to the physical space of the room, but had touched each of us in ways we could not fully understand. We had been marked by the experience, our perceptions altered, our lives forever changed. I stepped back into the hallway, leaving the room and its secrets behind, but the feeling of unease remained, a constant companion that whispered of things unseen. As I walked away, the door to room 112 slowly swung shut, the soft click of the latch echoing down the empty corridor, a final punctuation to a chapter of my life that would haunt me long after I had left Claremont behind. In the dim light of early November, our classroom sat silent and cold, nestled on the second floor of the old brick school building, a place meant for learning, where the echo of youthful chatter and the scribble of pencils on paper usually filled the air, now stood eerily still. It was the kind of stillness that one might enjoy in rare moments of solitude, but in the company of peers, it felt unnaturally oppressive. The windows, large and somewhat antiquated, overlooked the leaf-strewn courtyard below. They were old enough that they rattled with the wind, a constant reminder of the world outside, yet incapable of letting us escape to it during our confinement. Our teacher, Mr. Hallstrom, was a man in his late 50s, with a face etched by the experiences of a life in academia. He had an air of authority that was seasoned with a visible fatigue, perhaps from years of dealing with restless students like us. On the morning of the first incident, he entered the room with his usual calm demeanor, though a subtle flicker of unease clouded his eyes. The day began like any other, with the morning announcements crackling over the intercom and the sound of backpacks dropping onto desks. We were accustomed to the humdrum routine of school life, the predictable rhythm of bells dictating our every move. However, the simplicity of our day was shattered when, without warning, the fire alarm blared with a shrillness that drove us all to our feet. Our practiced routine kicked in, lines formed, and we made our way to the exit. But as we reached the doorway, we found it inexplicably locked. Panic set in quickly, like a contagion spreading from one student to the next. Mr. Hallstrom, attempting to maintain order, assured us it was likely a malfunction, a mistake that would soon be rectified. Yet calls to the front office went unanswered, and the alarm continued its relentless wailing. When it finally ceased, the silence that followed was even more unsettling. The first day passed with mounting apprehension. Attempts to contact the outside world through our phones met only with static, as if we had been disconnected from reality itself. Mr. Hallstrom, doing his best to keep us calm, suggested that we treat the situation as an unexpected break, a pause in our normal routine that would soon be resolved. He organized activities, encouraged discussions, and even read to us from a book of short stories he kept on his desk. Yet as the hours turned into days, it became clear that we were not merely experiencing a brief interlude. The school, once a bustling ecosystem of students and teachers, seemed abandoned beyond the confines of our classroom. No one came to fetch us. No explanations were given. The food supplies from our lunchboxes dwindled quickly, and soon hunger became a constant companion, gnawing at our patience and civility. By the fourth day, tensions were running high. The lack of food, combined with the claustrophobic environment, began to fray the social fabric that had been woven over years of shared experiences. Cliques that once seemed benign now became factions, each vying for dominance over the dwindling resources. Arguments broke out over trifles, voices raising over the ownership of forgotten snacks found at the bottom of backpacks. It was on the sixth day that the true nature of our predicament began to reveal itself in the behavior of my classmates. The once polite and orderly group devolved into chaos, mimicry of society's basest instincts. Friendships dissolved over mere crumbs of sustenance, trust eroded by the persistent erosion of order. Mr. Hallstrom, who had been our anchor, seemed to struggle under the weight of maintaining composure and control. His eyes, once calm and reassuring, now flickered with doubt. On the eighth day, the air in the room felt thick with the tang of fear and desperation. I watched as classmates, driven by hunger and suspicion, began to hoard whatever they could. The classroom, with its worn wooden desks and chalkboard, became an arena where survival instincts overruled civilized behavior. The camaraderie that had once bound us was replaced by a primal urge to endure at any cost. It was on the 10th day that things took a darker turn. The absence of authority, of any reminder of the outside world, led to a strange sense of liberation in some, and a descent into madness for others. I overheard whispered conversations at the back of the room, plots and schemes that spoke of desperate measures. Acts of petty theft escalated as students snatched food and possessions from each other, the concept of ownership becoming as fragile as our psyches. Despite the growing chaos, some semblance of normalcy was maintained through the efforts of a few like-minded individuals. I found solace in the company of a small group who, like me, sought to maintain reason in the face of unfolding madness. Together, we shared what little we had, formed a pact of mutual support amidst the growing anarchy. On the 12th day, an eerie silence settled over us. Exhaustion, both physical and mental, had taken its toll. The once vibrant classroom was now a shadow of its former self, a stark reminder of the fragility of social order. Our teacher, Mr. Hallstrom, had withdrawn into himself, his presence now ghost-like, wandering between realities as if haunted by specters only he could see. It was on the 13th day that the climax of our ordeal presented itself. The morning began with an unusual stillness, a quiet that felt laden with anticipation. As we sat listlessly at our desks, the classroom door, which had remained a steadfast barrier, creaked open with an almost spectral slowness. The hallway beyond, bathed in a soft, unnatural light, beckoned us with an invitation that was as terrifying as it was alluring. Despite our fears, the pull of escape was too strong to resist. We left the confines of the room, moving as a hesitant group through the silent hallways, each step echoing with the weight of 13 days of isolation. The rest of the school lay abandoned, eerily preserved, as if waiting for us to return to a world that had moved on without us. When we finally stepped outside into the courtyard, the brisk autumn air was a balm to our senses, a tangible reminder of life beyond the confines of our imprisonment. Yet the joy of freedom was tempered by an intangible dread, a lingering fear that the world we returned to was not the same as the one we had left. Our ordeal had changed us, an unspoken bond forged in the crucible of shared terror. We were no longer just classmates, but survivors of a peculiar nightmare, forever marked by the experience. The school, once a symbol of learning and growth, now held an ominous significance in our minds. Rumors of our disappearance and eventual return would ripple through the community, stories spun from whispers and half-truths. As days turned to weeks, the memory of those 13 days began to fade, overshadowed by the return of routine and the demands of everyday life. Yet, deep within us, the specter of isolation lingered, a shadow that danced at the edges of our consciousness. The classroom where we had spent those weeks was cleaned, repainted, and eventually filled with new students, unaware of the spectral history that the walls held. And though normalcy returned to our lives, I found myself often drawn back to that room, standing quietly at its threshold, feeling the chill of memories long past. I would peer inside, half expecting to see the ghosts of our former selves, and wonder if, somewhere in the cracks of reality, a part of us remained forever locked in that room. The day began like any other. The routine was almost comforting in its predictability. I arrived early at Glenwood High, where the corridors echoed with the quiet anticipation of another school day. The morning air was crisp, the sun barely peeking over the horizon, promising a serene day ahead. I settled into my usual seat in the back corner of the classroom, a vantage point from which I could observe without being noticed. Our chemistry teacher, Mr. Langley, was characteristically punctual, entering the room with his usual flourish. He was an eccentric man, his love for the subject palpable and infectious. Today, he was particularly animated, diving into the nuances of chemical reactions with a fervor that seemed almost out of place in the mundane setting of a high school classroom. The gentle hum of his voice, mixed with the soft scratch of chalk on the blackboard, was soothing in its familiarity. Just as we were getting into the rhythm of the lesson, a shrill ring echoed through the halls. The fire alarm's clamor sent a wave of confusion rippling through the classroom. Mr. Langley paused, his hand suspended midair, the piece of chalk poised like a conductor's baton. A collective murmur rose among us, students exchanging bewildered glances. Fire drills were routine, yet this interruption felt strangely ominous, a discordant note in the symphony of our day. Heaving a sigh, Mr. Langley set the chalk down and motioned for us to line up. We shuffled out of the room, our movements sluggish with reluctance. As we trickled into the hallway, the air discernibly shifted. It was heavy, carrying a weight that wasn't there before. A faint, acrid smell tickled my nostrils, subtly out of place amidst the sterile smell of industrial cleaners that usually permeated the school. Once outside, the usual chatter of students during a drill was replaced by a nervous quiet. We gathered in the schoolyard, our eyes instinctively drawn to the sky. It was then that we saw it. A dense, unnatural fog was creeping toward us, rolling in like a slow tide, enveloping the world beyond the school grounds. Its color was a sickly greenish hue, swirling and undulating in an almost hypnotic dance. A voice crackled over the school's PA system, Mr. Langley's voice, sounding strained and unfamiliar. "Everyone, please return to your classrooms immediately. This is not a drill. Repeat, this is not a drill." Unease turned to anxiety as teachers and students alike hurried back inside, the doors shutting with a sense of finality. Back in the classroom, the atmosphere was tense, laden with an unspoken fear. Mr. Langley closed the blinds, the snap of the plastic slats a stark punctuation in the silence. He turned to us, his face a mask of calm that did little to hide the worry in his eyes. "We need to stay inside until further notice. It's a chemical fog, potentially hazardous." The weight of his words settled over us. The room seemed to shrink, the walls closing in ever so slightly. We were trapped, the outside world a forbidden zone shrouded in mystery and danger. We could hear the wind howling outside, a mournful lament that echoed through the classrooms and hallways. Time dragged, and the boundaries of the classroom became the limits of our world. The initial flurry of whispered conversations and speculative theories eventually gave way to a heavy silence, punctuated only by the occasional nervous shuffle or stifled cough. We were a collective of individuals, sharing the same space, but lost in our own thoughts, each grappling with the surreal nature of our predicament. As the hours slipped by, the air inside grew stuffy, a reminder of our confinement. We clung to our cell phones for updates, but the networks were jammed, a digital silence as oppressive as the physical one. Mr. Langley did his best to maintain a semblance of normalcy, attempting to resume our lesson, but the words felt hollow, their meaning lost amidst our mounting anxiety. The turning point came when one of the students, Leah, broke the uneasy silence. Her voice was shaky, laced with fear. "Mr. Langley, what if the fog gets inside?" The question, though whispered, reverberated through the room like a gunshot. Mr. Langley, caught off guard, hesitated before responding. "The school is sealed off. We should be safe in here," he reassured, but his eyes flicked toward the windows, betraying his uncertainty. The hours stretched on, each minute feeling like an eternity. The room was a pressure cooker, our anxiety simmering just below the surface. I found myself staring at the clock, willing it to move faster, each tick a reminder of our helplessness. Then, without warning, the lights flickered. A collective gasp echoed through the room, and I felt my heart skip a beat. The power struggled to hold, the fluorescent bulbs sputtering before plunging us into an uneasy half-light. Shadows lengthened, and the air seemed to thicken, charged with a static tension. Panic began to bubble beneath the surface, whispers growing urgent and fearful. Mr. Langley urged us to stay calm, his voice a soothing balm, but the fear in the room was palpable. The fog, ever present in our minds, was a silent adversary, its threat looming just beyond the walls. I glanced toward the window, drawn by a movement outside. Through a gap in the blinds, I saw it, the fog pressing against the glass, tendrils curling and unfurling like a living entity. It was mesmerizing in its malevolence, a stark reminder of the danger lurking beyond our fragile sanctuary. Time lost meaning. The boundaries between hours blurred as we waited, trapped in limbo. It was a waiting game, each of us hoping for a resolution, a return to normalcy that felt increasingly out of reach. The climax came with alarming suddenness. A loud bang reverberated from down the hall, followed by hurried footsteps and muffled voices. Fear spiked, our imaginations conjuring all manner of horrors. Mr. Langley moved to the door, opening it a fraction to peer outside. His face, usually animated and expressive, was a mask of neutrality, carefully controlled in the face of uncertainty. After what felt like an eternity, he turned back to us. That was maintenance. They're checking the ventilation. Apparently some rooms reported issues. His hesitation did little to quell our fears, but the knowledge that someone was actively trying to protect us was a small comfort. The hours continued to drag, our nerves stretched thin. The fog outside was an ever-present threat, its malevolent dance a backdrop to our uncertainty. The school, usually a place of learning and laughter, felt like a fortress under siege. As the day wore on, something shifted. The oppressive tension began to ebb, a subtle change in the air, offering a glimmer of hope. The PA crackled to life once more, a different voice this time, calm and authoritative. Attention all students and teachers. The fog is dispersing. Please remain in your classrooms until we receive an all clear from emergency services. Relief was a palpable thing, a collective exhale that swept through the room. We were still trapped, but the promise of freedom was a balm to our frayed nerves. Mr. Langley smiled, his relief evident. For the first time since the day began, the atmosphere lightened, the weight of fear lifting ever so slightly. Yet, as the minutes ticked by, a lingering unease persisted. The fog might have been receding, but its presence had left an indelible mark on us all. The world outside our classroom was no longer a place of certainty. It was a reminder of how quickly normalcy could be upended. Eventually, the all clear came, a cheer echoing through the school as we were finally allowed to leave. Stepping outside, the air was fresh and clear, the sun shining brightly, as if trying to erase the memory of the day's events. Yet, despite the return to normalcy, the memory of that eerie fog lingered, a shadow on the edge of our consciousness. As I walked home, the world was both familiar and alien, the events of the day casting a long shadow. The fog had dispersed, its threat seemingly gone, but the fear it instilled lingered. In the days that followed, life returned to its regular rhythm, yet a part of me remained watchful, wary of the unexpected. The fog was a specter, an unseen threat that had changed us, a reminder of the fragility of our world. It was a psychological scar, a lingering fear that would stay with us long after the fog had vanished, a silent ghost haunting the edges of our reality. We had faced the unknown and emerged unscathed, but the fear remained, an echo of what had been, a whisper of what could be again. The morning began like any other at Ridgeline High School. nestled at the edge of our small town surrounded by dense forests. The air was crisp, the sun a gentle guide as students trickled in through the front doors, their laughter echoing against the brick facade. I sat at my usual spot in the cafeteria, sipping a cup of lukewarm coffee and watching the familiar scene unfold before me. The rhythmic chatter was comforting, a gentle hum that filled the space like a well-loved song. I was used to this, the reliable routine of my life as a chemistry teacher here. It was my little world, predictable and secure. But that security was shattered when the first message came through on the school's emergency broadcast system. A calm, automated voice instructed us to stay inside and refrain from opening any windows or doors. A chemical fog had been detected outside, it said, and until further notice, no one was to leave the building. At first, the announcement was met with a mix of confusion and disbelief. Some students snickered, others exchanged nervous glances, but as the minutes ticked by and the realization of our predicament settled in, the atmosphere shifted to one of quiet, creeping unease. Curiosity got the better of me, and I made my way to one of the large windows that lined the hallway. Peering out, I saw it, a thick, swirling mist that curled around the trees and crawled towards the school like a living entity. It was an unnatural sight, the way it rolled and pulsed, opaque and menacing against the backdrop of a perfectly clear morning sky. The fog was close, almost too close, and though I couldn't smell it, a strange sensation crept over me, as if the very air itself had changed. The faculty gathered in the staff room to discuss the situation. There was a nervous energy among us, a fragile camaraderie that masked our growing concern. Our phones were useless, no service, no internet. We were cut off, isolated, with nothing but the fog pressing against the walls of our sanctuary. I looked around at my colleagues, their faces pale with worry, and felt an unfamiliar pang of fear myself. We were responsible for the students' safety, but how could we protect them from something we didn't understand? Time seemed to slow, each second stretching into eternity as we waited for more information. In my classroom, I tried to maintain some semblance of normalcy, distracting the students with a lesson on the properties of gases. But their attention was elsewhere, their eyes flicking nervously towards the windows. I couldn't blame them. My own thoughts were consumed with questions. What was in the fog? Where had it come from? And most pressing of all, how long would we be trapped here? The first disturbance came when a student named Kayla reported feeling dizzy. She was a bright girl, always attentive and full of questions. But now, she sat slumped over her desk, her face a ghostly white. I rushed to her side, and as I did, others began complaining of headaches and nausea. Panic flared briefly in the room, a spark igniting dry tinder, but I managed to calm them, convincing myself as much as them that it was likely stress and anxiety taking its toll. I sent Kayla to the nurse's office, though deep down I feared that whatever was happening outside had started to seep its way in. The hours dragged on, the tension mounting with each passing minute. The school's power flickered intermittently, plunging us into darkness for brief, terrifying moments. And always, the fog loomed outside, a silent, patient predator. I noticed subtle changes in the students, a restlessness that bordered on hysteria, It was as if the fog, though kept at bay, was exerting some unseen influence on us all. Even the faculty weren't immune. Tempers flared, patience wore thin, and a sense of paranoia crept in like a chill wind. It was during one of these blackouts that I heard it, a soft, rhythmic tapping. At first, I thought it was the sound of raindrops against the windows, but soon realized it was too methodical, too deliberate. The noise seemed to come from all around, an insistent knocking that wormed its way into my skull. Others heard it too, their eyes wide with an unspoken terror. No one dared vocalize what we all feared, that perhaps the fog was trying to communicate, to lure us outside. As the afternoon wore on, it became harder to keep the students calm. The nurse had her hands full with a growing number of students experiencing similar symptoms to Kayla's, and rumors flew like wildfire through the hallways. Some said the fog was toxic. Others believed it was some kind of military experiment gone wrong. In the absence of facts, speculation reigned supreme, feeding the monster of fear that lurked in every corner of the building. Desperate for answers, I decided to venture down to the principal's office, hoping she might have received some communication or could reach someone for help. The hallways were eerily deserted, the usual buzz of school life reduced to a tense silence. As I passed by the windows, I paused, drawn inexplicably to the roiling mist outside. It pressed against the glass like a living creature, its surface shifting and churning with a hypnotic rhythm. I felt a strange pull, as if it were beckoning me closer, whispering secrets only I could hear. Shaking off the unsettling sensation, I continued to the office, finding it locked and empty. A note on the door indicated that the principal had gone to check on the gymnasium, where some of the students had been gathered for safety. Frustrated, I turned to leave, but something caught my eye. The security monitor flickered to life, displaying a series of grainy images from cameras placed around the school grounds. The fog was everywhere, a solid wall of gray that obscured everything beyond the school's perimeter. But as I watched, I noticed something else. Shadows moving within the fog, indistinct figures that seemed to glide effortlessly through its depths. They were there, one moment, gone the next, like phantoms slipping between worlds. The sight sent a shiver down my spine, and I hurried back to my classroom, my heart pounding with a primal fear I couldn't quite rationalize. I arrived to find the students huddled together, their faces drawn and anxious. I'd been gone only a short while, but it felt as though an eternity had passed. The atmosphere in the room was thick with dread, an almost tangible presence that coiled around us like the fog itself. Then came the climax of our ordeal, a moment of pure, unadulterated terror that would haunt me for years to come. The fog, it seemed, had grown impatient. The knocking returned, this time accompanied by a low, resonant hum that vibrated through the floors and walls, setting every nerve on edge. The sound seemed to come from within the building, echoing down the hallways like the wail of some tormented spirit. It was enough to drive even the most stoic among us to the brink of madness. In the midst of the chaos, the fire alarm blared to life, its shrill cry cutting through the din like a knife. Panic erupted as students and teachers alike surged towards the exits, instinct overriding caution. But the doors remained firmly shut, locked against the threat outside. I tried to maintain order, to remind everyone of the danger, but my voice was lost in the cacophony. Suddenly, the windows blew open with a force that knocked me off my feet. The fog poured in, a living, breathing entity that swallowed the room whole. I struggled to my feet, the world a blur of grays and whites, and through the haze, I saw them. The figures from the security footage, now unmistakably real, moving with a fluid grace that defied logic. They approached with outstretched hands, their forms shifting and melding with the fog. I wanted to scream, to run, but my limbs refused to obey, rooted to the spot by a terror unlike any I'd ever known. The figures circled us, their intentions unclear, and as the fog thickened, I felt a pressure in my chest, a suffocating weight that pressed down with relentless force. My vision dimmed, the world fading to black around me, and in that moment, the certainty of our doom was all-consuming. When I regained consciousness, I found myself lying on the floor of my classroom, the fog receding like a tide drawn back into the sea. The windows were closed once more, the room silent save for the soft, frightened sobs of the students around me. The figures were gone, as if they had never been, and outside, the fog was lifting, dissipating under the warm touch of the afternoon sun. We were safe, or so it seemed, but the memory of that day lingered, a shadow that tainted the sunlight and haunted our dreams. In the days that followed, the authorities arrived, their presence a mix of reassurance and foreboding. They cordoned off the area, conducted tests, and assured us that whatever had happened would not happen again. But the fog had left its mark, an invisible scar that refused to heal. The students eventually returned to their routines, but something fundamental had changed. Fear had taken root, a lingering unease that colored every interaction, every glance out the window. We spoke little of that day, the details slipping away like a half-remembered nightmare. But its impact was undeniable. A silent bond forged in shared terror. As for myself, I've spent countless nights pondering the events, searching for answers that remain elusive. What was the fog? What had we seen within its depths? And most haunting of all, why had it come for us? The questions gnaw at the edges of my mind, a constant reminder of the fragility of our perceived safety. Even now, I find myself glancing toward the horizon, watching for any sign of the mist's return. It is a fear that may never be dispelled, an indelible mark on my soul. And as the seasons change, the forest whispers its secrets, a language I cannot understand, but am forever bound to listen for. In the quiet moments, when the world is still and the past slips into view, I wonder if the fog truly has left us, or if it merely waits, biding its time until we are once again lulled into a sense of security. Until then, I remain vigilant, my senses attuned to the familiar scent of the air, wary of what might be lurking just beyond the trees. When I first heard about the town of Yuletide, nestled amid snow-laden hills and evergreen forests. It was during one of those casual conversations that drift from inconsequential topics to the realm of whimsy. My friend Claire, who was always searching for unique travel destinations, had mentioned it with a twinkle in her eye, as if she were unveiling a hidden gem. She described it as a place where Christmas never ended, where the streets were perpetually adorned with twinkling lights and festive decorations, and where every day felt like Christmas Eve. At the time, I dismissed it as another tourist trap designed to capitalize on seasonal nostalgia. However, the idea of such a place lingered at the back of my mind, a flickering ember of curiosity. It was during a particularly bleak December, when the city seemed more gray than white, and the holiday cheer felt manufactured, that the thought of Yuletide began to beckon me with an inexplicable pull. Without much deliberation, I decided to spend the weekend there, hoping to find a little piece of genuine joy amidst the artificial sparkle of the season. The drive was uneventful, save for the gradual transformation of the landscape. The highway slowly retreated, replaced by winding roads that cut through dense forests, the trees heavy with snow, their branches forming a canopy overhead. There was something comforting about the solitude of the drive, the way the world seemed to narrow down to just me and the road ahead. As I approached Yuletide, the first sign of its enchantment appeared. The air seemed to shimmer with a faint golden hue, and the snowflakes that drifted down from the sky glistened like tiny diamonds. The town itself emerged from the mist like a scene from a storybook, its quaint houses adorned with wreaths, garlands, and strings of lights that twinkled merrily. At the center, a towering Christmas tree stood, its ornaments sparkling in the fading light of the afternoon. The entire place seemed to hum with an undercurrent of joy, a melody only the heart could hear. I checked into the Yuletide Inn, a charming establishment that looked as though it had been transported from another era. The lobby was warm and welcoming, with a crackling fireplace and the scent of cinnamon and pine mingling in the air. The innkeeper, a kindly woman with a round, cheerful face, greeted me with a smile that seemed almost too perfect. She handed me a brass key, the kind you rarely see anymore, and wished me a merry stay. Settling into my room, I felt an unusual sense of peace wash over me. From the window, I could see the town square, where clusters of people gathered, their laughter rising into the night like notes of a harmonious carol. Despite the cold, I decided to take a walk, eager to soak in the festive atmosphere. The streets were lined with quaint shops, each more charming than the last. The toy store brimmed with handcrafted wooden toys. The candy shop tempted with an array of sweets displayed like colorful jewels. And the bakery filled the air with the irresistible aroma of freshly baked pastries. As I wandered, I noticed the people of Yuletide seemed to know each other. They exchanged warm greetings, their voices carrying a familiar ease that spoke of long-standing friendships. But as I wandered deeper into the town, under the canopy of twinkling lights, I began to notice subtle peculiarities. The people were friendly, overwhelmingly so, their smiles a little too wide, their eyes a touch too bright. They moved with an unsettling synchronization, as though choreographed by some unseen hand. When I stopped at a cafe for a cup of hot cocoa, the barista greeted me by name, despite my never having met him before. I assumed Claire had mentioned me during her visit, yet a part of me felt a prickle of unease. As dusk descended, I found myself drawn to the town square, where a small crowd had gathered around the Christmas tree. A choir stood at its base, their voices rising in a sweet, haunting hymn. As I listened, I couldn't shake the feeling that the song was meant for me, its melody curling around my heart like tendrils of mist. Returning to the inn, I tried to rationalize my unease. Surely it was just my imagination, fueled by the town's almost surreal perfection. Yet, that night as I lay in bed, sleep eluded me. Outside, the wind whispered through the trees, carrying with it an eerie sense of foreboding. The next morning, I resolved to explore the town further, convinced that a deeper understanding of Yuletide would dispel my disquiet. As I stepped out into the crisp morning air, I was struck anew by the town's beauty. The snow glistened under the bright winter sun, and the air was filled with the sound of cheerful bells. Yet, as I walked, I noticed something troublingly familiar about the streets, the buildings, even the people. It was as though the town had shifted during the night, subtly rearranging itself. The toy store was now on the opposite side of the street, its windows displaying the same toys, but in a different order. The bakery had swapped places with the florist, and the people seemed to echo the same greetings they had the day before, their voices eerily the same. Disturbed, I tried to shake off the sensation, telling myself it was merely the product of a restless night. Still, I couldn't help but feel as though I were caught in a loop, replaying the same day, with only minor variations. Returning to the cafe, I found the same barista, his smile unwavering as he handed me my cocoa. Again, he called me by name, but this time, his gaze lingered too long, probing for something beyond mere recognition. As I left the cafe, a sense of urgency gripped me. I needed to leave, to escape the strange perfection of Yuletide. Yet, as I made my way towards my car, I found the streets shifting around me, leading me in circles, always back to the town square. The choir was there again, their haunting hymn resonating through the air, a siren's call that tugged at my soul. Desperate, I approached a man standing by the tree, his face familiar but unplaceable. I asked him how to leave the town, hoping for a direction, a way out. He smiled at me, his eyes glinting like polished glass, and said, "Why would you ever want to leave? Yuletide is home." The words echoed in my mind, unnerving in their simplicity. As I looked around, I realized with growing dread that the people of Yuletide watched me with an expectant air, as though waiting for me to accept their invitation, to become one of them. I retreated to the inn, my heart racing, unsure of what to do. I tried once more to rationalize the situation, to convince myself it was all a misunderstanding. Perhaps it was just the overwhelming atmosphere of the town, combined with my restless mind. Yet, deep down, a part of me understood that something was terribly wrong. That night, the wind howled like a living thing, carrying whispers that seemed to seep through the walls of my room. I tossed and turned, my mind a storm of confusion and fear. In the early hours of the morning, I finally succumbed to an uneasy sleep. When I awoke, the town was enveloped in fog, the familiar streets now shrouded in an ethereal mist. I dressed quickly, determined to find answers. As I stepped outside, I was struck by the silence that hung over Yuletide, a heavy, expectant hush. I made my way to the town hall, a stately building that seemed a likely source of authority. Inside, I found only a single person, the innkeeper who had greeted me upon my arrival. She stood behind a desk, her eyes fixed on me with an intensity that sent a shiver down my spine. "How can I leave?" I blurted, my voice echoing in the empty hall. For a moment she said nothing, her smile unwavering as she regarded me. Then she spoke, her voice calm and soothing. "Yuletide is where you belong. You are home here." Her words hung in the air, a chilling echo of what the man at the tree had said. I turned and fled, pushing through the door and out into the foggy street, my mind racing. I needed to escape, to break free from whatever strange hold this town had over me. As I ran, the fog thickened, obscuring everything around me, turning the world into a shadowy maze. I stumbled through the streets, my desperation mounting with each step. Every turn brought me back to the town square, where the choir still sang, their hymn weaving through the fog like a spell. Exhausted, I collapsed onto a bench, my breath coming in ragged gasps. The townsfolk gathered around me, their faces serene, their eyes filled with an unsettling warmth. I was trapped, caught in the perfect, uncanny embrace of Yuletide. In that moment, a realization washed over me. Yuletide was not just a town, but a living entity, a place that existed somewhere beyond the ordinary realm. It was a world unto itself, where time flowed differently, where reality bent to its own rules, and I was now a part of it, unable to escape its unending Christmas cheer. The townspeople approached, their smiles welcoming, their voices blending with the choir's song. As they surrounded me, I felt a strange peace settling over my heart, a surrender to the inevitable. In Yuletide, it was always Christmas, and I was home. Even as I write these words, I feel the lingering pull of Yuletide, the uncanny warmth that has seeped into my bones. The world outside the town grows distant, a fading memory, while the endless cheer of Yuletide becomes my new reality. And so, with each passing day, I find myself merging with the town, my past life fading like a dream. The streets no longer shift beneath my feet, the faces around me now familiar, comforting. I am becoming one with Yuletide, a part of its eternal celebration. The fear that once gnawed at my heart has softened into acceptance, my resistance replaced by a gentle resignation. I am home, and though the world outside may continue to turn, I remain here, forever caught in the perfect, unchanging embrace of Yuletide. The choir sings on, their hymn echoing through the town, a melody that binds us all together in unending harmony. And as the snow falls gently from the sky, covering the world in a blanket of pristine white, I find peace in the knowledge that in Yuletide, Christmas is forever. I first arrived in the town of Hungry Horse, nestled deep within the sprawling beauty of Glacier National Park on a crisp autumn afternoon. The air was tinged with the scent of pine, and the golden leaves crunched beneath my boots as I walked towards the cabin I had rented for a month-long retreat. I had come seeking solace and inspiration, far from the bustling chaos of city life. The townsfolk were few, their faces marked by the rugged serenity of those who lived in harmony with nature. They greeted me warmly, but with a hint of reticence, as if guarding some shared, unspoken understanding. The cabin stood at the edge of the forest, its wooden facade weathered by time and elements. Inside, it exuded a rustic charm, with its stone fireplace and simple wooden furnishings. After unpacking, I settled into a routine of writing during the day and taking long walks in the evening, losing myself in the tranquil beauty of the park. The silence was profound, interrupted only by the occasional whisper of the wind or the distant cry of a bird. For a few days, I reveled in this peaceful normalcy. The town, though small, had a timeless allure. The general store, the cafe with its perpetually steaming coffee pot, and the quaint post office seemed untouched by the passage of time. There was something comforting in their simplicity, in the routine nods and greetings shared with the few residents I encountered. It was during one of my evening strolls that I first noticed something peculiar. The sun had dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of orange and violet. As I ambled down the narrow path leading back to my cabin, I felt a subtle shift in the air, a whisper of something inexplicable that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. It was as if the town itself had exhaled, a gentle sigh that rustled the leaves and sent a shiver through the trees. I paused, straining to hear or see what had changed, yet everything appeared as it should be. The path was empty, the trees standing silent sentinels in the dimming light. Dismissing it as a trick of the mind, I returned to my cabin, convincing myself that the isolation and solitude were playing tricks on me. However, the feeling of unease lingered, growing with each passing day. The townspeople, though polite, seemed increasingly distant. Their conversations, once warm and inviting, became clipped and guarded. I noticed how their eyes flickered with an emotion I couldn't quite place whenever I mentioned my walks or the beauty of the surrounding woods. It was as if a shadow hung over their words, a shared secret that pressed heavily on their shoulders. The true escalation of my apprehension began on the night of the full moon. I had been restless, unable to focus on writing, so I decided to take a late-night stroll, hoping the cool air would soothe my racing thoughts. The town was eerily quiet, the moon casting an ethereal glow over the landscape. As I wandered through the empty streets, I felt increasingly aware of the weight of the town around me, as if its very essence was watching, waiting. I found myself drawn to the town center where the church stood, a modest, whitewashed building with a steeple that reached towards the heavens. It seemed to pulse with an energy that was both inviting and foreboding. I stood before it, and as I did, a chill ran through me, a sense of recognition that transcended logic and reason. It was as if the town was alive, sentient, and I was an intruder in its midst. The following days passed in a haze of confusion and dread. My dreams were plagued by vivid imagery of the town, the forest, and the people, all merging into a distorted tapestry of shadows and whispers. I would wake in the middle of the night, heart pounding, convinced that something was moving outside my window, only to find nothing but the stillness of the night. The townspeople continued their daily routines, yet I couldn't shake the feeling that they were watching me, their eyes following my every move. The cabin, once a haven, now felt claustrophobic, its walls closing in with each passing hour. I tried to leave, to pack my belongings and escape this inexplicable unease. But each attempt was thwarted by some unforeseen circumstance. A flat tire, a sudden storm, a tree fallen across the path. The climax of my ordeal began one stormy evening. The wind howled through the trees, and rain lashed against the cabin windows. As I sat by the fire, trying to drown out the sound by focusing on my writing, I heard a soft tapping at the door. Hesitant, I opened it to find no one there. The night was inky black, the rain a relentless curtain obscuring any view beyond the porch. I closed the door, only to hear the tapping resume, more insistent this time. With a sense of foreboding, I stepped outside, the rain soaking through my clothes. The town lay shrouded in darkness, and yet I felt its presence all around me, a tangible force that pressed against my skin. The tapping continued, guiding me towards the church, its silhouette stark against the stormy sky. Drawn by a compulsion I couldn't resist, I followed the sound through the rain to the church doors, which swung open with a creak as I approached. Inside, the air was still, the shadows deep and consuming. At the altar stood the townspeople, gathered in solemn silence, their faces obscured by shadow. They turned as one to face me, their eyes reflecting the flickering candlelight in a way that seemed almost unnatural. I realized with dawning horror that the town itself was alive, a sentient entity that had ensnared the people within its grasp. They were not mere residents, but extensions of its will, bound to its ancient, unfathomable consciousness. The church was its heart, the pulsing center of its awareness, and I was the latest victim to be drawn into its web. As I stood frozen at the threshold, one of the townsfolk, an elderly woman with eyes that gleamed with unsettling clarity, stepped forward. "You feel it too, don't you?" she whispered, her voice a mixture of resignation and acceptance. "The town has chosen you." Panic surged through me, but as I turned to flee, I found myself unable to move, rooted to the spot by an invisible force. The room seemed to pulse with energy, and I felt a presence within my mind, probing, exploring, understanding. It was as if the town was absorbing my very essence, weaving me into its tapestry of existence. The storm raged outside, but within the church, an eerie calm settled. The townspeople watched, their expressions serene, as if resigned to the fate that awaited me. I felt myself slipping away, my consciousness merging with the town's, becoming a part of something ancient and eternal. I don't know how long I stood there, suspended between terror and acceptance. When the storm finally abated, I found myself outside the church, the first light of dawn breaking through the clouds. The townspeople were gone, the church once more a silent sentinel in the heart of the town. I returned to my cabin, my mind a tumult of confusion and fear. The sense of connection to the town had not dissipated. Instead, it lingered, a constant presence in the background of my thoughts. I felt its awareness, its sentience intertwined with my own. It was no longer just a location, but a living entity, one that had claimed me as its own. In the days that followed, I attempted to leave once more, yet the pull of the town was insurmountable. Each time I tried, something would draw me back, a relentless compulsion that defied logic and reason. I was caught in its web, bound by an unseen force that ensured I could never truly escape. The townspeople resumed their daily lives, their interactions with me marked by a newfound understanding. They too were bound, yet they accepted their fate with a calm resignation that I struggled to comprehend. The town had chosen them, as it had chosen me, and together we were part of something vast and unknowable. I still walk the paths through the forest, though now I do so with a sense of belonging, of being part of the intricate tapestry woven by the sentient entity that is Hungry Horse. I feel its presence in every rustle of the leaves, every whisper of the wind, and though I am no longer free, I am at peace with my fate. The town watches over me, its awareness a constant companion in the solitude of the park. It is a guardian and a jailer, an ancient consciousness that exists beyond the comprehension of those who dwell within its boundaries. And though the fear still lingers, a shadow on the edge of my mind, I have accepted my place within its embrace, knowing that I am now a part of the town of Hungry Horse, forever entwined with its mysterious, sentient spirit. The town of Willow Creek was the kind of place where time seemed to stop. Nestled between rolling hills and dense forests, it was a picture of suburban tranquility. The houses were meticulously kept with neat gardens and white picket fences, a place where everyone knew everyone else, and life moved at a gentle pace. My family had moved here when I was just a child, and now, as an adult, I found myself drawn back to its quiet charm, to its promise of peace and simplicity. It was early autumn when I arrived, the air crisp and tinged with the smell of fallen leaves. The trees were ablaze with color, their fiery hues reflected in the calm waters of the town's central lake. I rented a small, cozy cottage on the edge of the woods, seeking solace and inspiration for my writing. The days passed uneventfully at first, each one blending seamlessly into the next. I took long walks through the woods, letting the rustle of leaves and the chirping of birds soothe my mind. Life in Willow Creek was serene, almost idyllic, until one evening when the first shadow of disquiet fell over my peace. I was walking home from the local market, the sun dipping below the horizon, when I noticed an odd silence. It wasn't just the absence of sound. It was a palpable stillness that hung in the air, as if the world were holding its breath. The usual sounds of twilight, crickets chirping, owls hooting, were conspicuously absent. My footsteps seemed unnaturally loud on the gravel path, echoing in the heavy quiet. As I neared my cottage, I saw something out of place. A small gathering of the town's older residents, standing in a semicircle in the clearing at the edge of the woods. They were speaking in hushed tones, their faces stern and focused. Curiosity piqued, I paused in the shadows to observe. They were performing what appeared to be a ritual, their movements deliberate and synchronized, as if following an unseen conductor. A chill ran through me, and I hurried home, pushing the unsettling scene from my mind. The following days were marked by an increasing sense of unease. I couldn't shake the feeling that the town was hiding something beneath its calm veneer. My dreams became restless, filled with whispers and shadows, fragments of memories and fears I couldn't quite grasp. Each morning, I awoke with a jolt, my heart racing, but the details of the dreams slipped away like smoke. I began to notice subtle changes in the people around me. Their smiles seemed strained, conversations stilted. The once warm and friendly townsfolk now seemed distant, their eyes avoiding mine. I wasn't sure if it was my imagination or if something truly sinister was at play. I tried to dismiss these thoughts, attributing them to the influence of the isolation and my overactive writer's mind. One rainy afternoon, I decided to visit the town library, hoping to find distraction in its musty shelves. The librarian, Mrs. Hendricks, greeted me with a thin smile, her eyes flickering with an unspoken apprehension. I wandered the aisles aimlessly, my fingers trailing along the spines of books until a particular volume caught my eye. It was an old, leather-bound tome, its cover embossed with strange symbols. Intrigued, I opened it to find it filled with detailed accounts of local folklore and rituals, many of which I had never heard of, despite growing up here. Among the tales was a section on the silence, a forbidden ritual said to be performed to appease the spirits of the forest. According to the book, the ritual demanded absolute silence, and any disturbance could awaken a dark presence, one that would bring misfortune and madness. The description was unsettling, stirring something deep within me. I looked up to find Mrs. Hendricks watching me closely, her expression unreadable. "Be careful with that one," she said softly. "Some things are better left undisturbed." I left the library with the book tucked under my arm, my curiosity outweighing my apprehension. That night, as rain pattered softly against the windows, I read through its pages, losing myself in the eerie stories and ominous warnings. The account of the silence lingered in my mind, its details vivid and haunting. As days turned into weeks, the town's unease seemed to grow. The air was thick with tension, an invisible weight pressing down on us all. My dreams grew darker, filled with twisted echoes of the ritual, the silence spreading like a creeping fog, smothering all sound. It was on a particularly stormy night that the tension finally snapped. I was awoken by a loud crash, as if something had struck the side of the house. Heart pounding, I stumbled out of bed and peered outside. The storm raged, wind howling through the trees. In the distance, I saw a flicker of movement, a group of figures emerging from the woods, their forms barely visible in the darkness. They moved with purpose, heading towards the town square. Drawn by a compulsion I could not resist, I dressed quickly and followed the path into town. The streets were deserted, the storm having driven everyone indoors. I reached the square to find the same group of townsfolk I had seen weeks ago, gathered in the pouring rain. They were chanting softly, their words drowned out by the storm, their faces illuminated by the sporadic flashes of lightning. I watched from the shadows, my curiosity warring with a growing sense of dread. The ritual seemed to reach a crescendo, their voices rising despite the gale. And then, just as suddenly as it had begun, they fell silent. An eerie stillness descended, as if the storm itself held its breath. In that silence, I felt it, a presence, vast and ancient, watching from the shadows. It was as if the world around me had shifted, revealing another layer of reality, one filled with unspeakable dread. My heart raced, and I took an involuntary step back, the sense of being an intruder overwhelming. The silence broke with a scream, a piercing, soul-chilling sound that cut through the night. It was followed by a cacophony of whispers, a chorus of disembodied voices echoing through the square. The townsfolk stood frozen, their faces masks of horror. The presence pressed closer, a suffocating weight that threatened to engulf us all. Panicking, I turned and ran, driven by an instinctive need to escape. The world around me seemed to blur, time stretching and twisting as I fled. I stumbled through the woods, branches clawing at my clothes, until I reached my cottage. Safe inside, I bolted the door and collapsed against it, my breath coming in ragged gasps. The storm raged on outside, but inside my cottage, the silence was absolute. It was as if the ritual had torn a hole in the fabric of reality, letting something through that should never have been disturbed. I tried to calm myself, to rationalize the night's events, but the fear was too deep, too visceral to dismiss. In the days that followed, the town seemed to return to normal, the townsfolk moving about as if nothing had happened. Yet, a shadow lingered, an unspoken understanding that something had changed. The dreams persisted, filled with darkness and whispers, the sense of an unseen threat lurking just beyond the edge of perception. I tried to reach out to others, to find someone who shared my experience, but each attempt was met with polite dismissal, their eyes sliding away from mine as if acknowledging the truth would make it real. I was left with a lingering fear, an understanding that the world was not as simple as it seemed. And so, I remain in Willow Creek, my days passing in a blur of normalcy, undercut by an undercurrent of dread. The woods still call to me, their shadows deeper and more inviting than ever before. I resist the urge to return to that clearing, to confront the silence that looms over us all. The presence is still there, watching, waiting, biding its time. In the quiet moments, when the world holds its breath, I hear the echoes of that night, a reminder that some things are best left undisturbed. In the small southern town of Pine Hollow, nestled between rolling hills and dense woods, life moved at a leisurely pace. The townsfolk were friendly, if a tad reserved, and the streets were lined with charming old-world shops that seemed untouched by time. I moved to Pine Hollow 12 years ago, seeking solace after the chaos of city life had taken its toll. Here, I found peace in its simplicity, and the gentle rhythm of the seasons passing by. My small cottage, covered in creeping ivy and surrounded by towering pines, became my sanctuary. The woods nearby were a constant allure, a vast, untamed wilderness where I often wandered, losing myself among the towering trees and the soft rustle of leaves. There was a certain magic in the air, an ancient whisper that seemed to weave through the branches and settle in the soil. Most evenings I would sit on my porch, sipping tea and watching as the shadows grew long and the sky turned a deep indigo. Life in Pine Hollow was as normal as one might expect in such a quaint locale. The townsfolk gathered at the general store to exchange gossip. Children played in the fields, and the local diner, with its checkered floors and faded booths, served as the heart of the community. It was a simple life, one that I cherished deeply. This tranquility was first disturbed one crisp autumn morning. I remember it vividly, the way the air felt electric, charged with something I couldn't quite place. As I made my way to the woods, intending to gather some wild herbs for tea, I noticed an unusual quiet. The birds, typically a chorus of songs, were silent, and even the wind seemed to hold its breath. As I ventured deeper into the woods, I stumbled upon a peculiar sight. Deep gouges marred the trees, as if a colossal creature had raked its claws along their trunks. The earth was disturbed, torn and churned, as though something had been dragging itself through the forest. My heart quickened, a sense of unease settling over me. Perhaps it was a bear, I thought, seeking refuge and food as the weather turned colder. Yet, the marks didn't match any animal I knew, and there was an unsettling aura about them. I shrugged it off, convincing myself it was simply my imagination running away with me, and continued my gathering. As the days passed, the disturbances became more frequent. Strange noises echoed through the woods at night, a low, rumbling growl that seemed to vibrate through the ground. On more than one occasion, I awoke to find strange footprints in the soft earth outside my cottage, large and clawed, unlike anything I had seen before. Each morning, I would wipe them away, hoping to erase the fear that gnawed at the edges of my mind. It was during one of these uneasy nights that I first saw it. Peering out my window, I noticed a shadow moving amongst the trees, a hulking figure that slinked between the trunks with an unnatural grace. My heart pounded in my chest as I strained to see, knowing instinctively that whatever it wasn't of this world. The shadow paused, turning its head towards me, and though I could not see its eyes, I felt its gaze pierce through the darkness, locking onto mine. The days that followed were fraught with tension. The townsfolk began to speak in hushed tones, sharing stories of missing livestock and glimpses of something monstrous lurking in the night. Fear hung over Pine Hollow like a shroud, unseen but palpable. Children were kept inside after dark, and for the first time, the woods felt less like a haven and more like a threat. Driven by a need to understand, I began to explore deeper into the forest, my curiosity outweighing my fear. I discovered a series of caves nestled at the base of a steep hill, their yawning mouths hidden beneath a canopy of tangled vines. Intrigued, I ventured in, the air cool and damp against my skin. The deeper I went, the more I felt that I was not alone. The sense of an unseen presence lurking just beyond the edges of my perception. It was in these caves that I stumbled upon a revelation. The walls were lined with crude drawings, ancient depictions of creatures that bore a striking resemblance to the shadow I had seen. But more than that, there were symbols, markings that seemed to pulse with a dark energy. Among the drawings, I found a depiction of a man, a figure standing amidst the creatures, his arms raised as if commanding them. The realization struck me with the force of a physical blow. Someone, some entity within Pine Hollow, was controlling these creatures, manipulating them for some unknown purpose. The thought was both terrifying and exhilarating, a mystery unfolding before me that I was determined to solve. As I delved deeper into the mystery, the incidents in town escalated. People began to disappear, vanishing without a trace. The town was gripped by panic, the air thick with fear and suspicion. The once vibrant streets were now shadowed by anxiety, whispers of something dark lurking just out of sight. One night, as I returned from the caves, I heard it again, the low growl that had haunted my dreams. But this time it was closer, much closer. My pulse quickened as I turned, my flashlight casting a shaky beam into the darkness. There, emerging from the shadows, was the creature. It was massive, its body covered in matted fur, eyes glowing with an unnatural light. It loomed over me, its presence radiating an aura of malevolence that sent a shiver down my spine. I stumbled back, my breath hitching in my throat, and as I did, a figure stepped from the shadows beside it. A man, tall and gaunt, his eyes dark and hollow. He stood calmly, his gaze unwavering as he regarded me. "You shouldn't have come here," he said, his voice a soft, eerie echo. The creatures, I realized, were not just beasts, but extensions of his will, manifestations of his dark intent. He moved with a purpose, a quiet menace that belied the chaos he commanded. I knew then that the peace of Pine Hollow, the life I cherished, was under threat from something far beyond my comprehension. The climax of this revelation came one storm-laden night. The sky was a tumultuous sea of clouds, lightning illuminating the town in stark, erratic bursts. I had gathered the townsfolk, sharing what I had discovered, urging them to stand together against the unseen terror. It was a desperate bid, a last effort to protect our home. As we stood, united in our fear and determination, the storm reached its zenith. The creatures emerged from the woods, eyes glowing, their forms silhouetted against the flashes of light. And there, at their helm, stood the man, his presence commanding and terrible. The air was charged with a palpable tension, an unspoken acknowledgement of the battle to come. We fought not with weapons, but with resolve. The community, once fragmented by fear, stood as one, a wall of defiance against the encroaching darkness. The creatures hesitated, their advance faltering under the weight of our unity. In that moment, I saw a flicker of doubt in the man's eyes, a crack in the facade of control he wielded. The storm raged on, a cacophony of sound and fury, obscuring the line between reality and nightmare. As lightning split the sky, I caught a final glimpse of the man, his expression twisted in anger and frustration as he realized his grip was slipping. And then, as quickly as it had begun, the storm began to recede, the creatures retreating into the woods, their forms swallowed by the darkness. In the aftermath, a fragile peace settled over Pine Hollow. The town, though shaken, remained whole, bound by the shared experience of confronting the unknown. But the fear did not leave us entirely. It lingered, a shadow at the edges of our vision, a reminder of the darkness that lurked just beyond the light. I returned to my cottage, my heart heavy with the knowledge of what lay beneath the veneer of normalcy. The woods, once my refuge, now stood as a testament to the darker depths of the human soul. Yet, there was a strange comfort in knowing that we had faced the darkness and emerged into the light, even if only for a time. As the days turned to weeks and the weeks to months, life resumed its gentle pace. But at night, as I sat on my porch and watched the stars blink into existence, I could not shake the feeling that the darkness was still out there, waiting. The thing in the dark, though driven back, was not gone. It lingered, a silent presence in the heart of the night, a reminder of the fragile barrier between the known and the unknown. And so, I remained vigilant, ever watchful for the day when the shadows would rise again. The sun had barely risen, casting a soft, golden hue over the small town that lay nestled between the hills and the expansive forest. It was a place that seemed to have been forgotten by time, where life moved at a pace that suited the gentle, winding roads and the whispers of the wind through the trees. The townsfolk went about their daily routines with a shared sense of normalcy, a quiet understanding that nothing much ever changed here. I had moved to this town a few months back, seeking refuge from the frenetic chaos of city life. The town offered a simple peace, a chance to reconnect with the world around me, and perhaps, more importantly, with myself. Each day, I would walk the length of the main street, exchanging nods and mild pleasantries with the locals. It became a ritual, an affirmation that I was a part of this serene little community. One particular morning, as I prepared my coffee and listened to the soft patter of rain against the windows, an odd announcement crackled over the radio. It was an eerie disruption of the usual broadcast, a calm voice stating that emergency services would not be covering our area today. I paused, the steaming mug halfway to my lips, caught off guard by this uncharacteristic message. There were no explanations, no hurried attempts to reassure the populace, just a simple, unnerving declaration. The day continued, albeit with a peculiar undercurrent of unease. In a town where the most significant event might be a church bake sale or the occasional high school soccer game, this announcement felt like a dark cloud casting a shadow over our sheltered existence. Conversations in the local cafe, usually lively with the day's gossip, were muted, as though everyone was reluctant to give voice to their fears. As the hours passed, I noticed a subtle change in the atmosphere. The usual rhythm of the town seemed disrupted. When I ventured into the main square later that afternoon, I found clusters of people huddled together, their eyes darting with suspicion and worry. The sense of community that had drawn me here seemed to fray at the edges, unraveling with quiet tension. By evening, the skies had darkened, and the rain turned into a relentless downpour. I found myself drawn towards the town hall, where a gathering had been hastily organized. The room was filled with murmurs and shuffling feet. The air was thick with an ill-defined anxiety. The mayor, a stocky man with a perpetual frown etched into his weathered face, stood at the front, attempting to project calm and control. He cleared his throat and began to speak, his voice carrying over the restless crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, as you are aware, emergency services have been temporarily suspended. We have been assured that this is a precautionary measure and will be resolved shortly. There is no immediate danger, but we urge you all to stay vigilant and take care of each other. His words were meant to reassure, but they fell flat, leaving behind an echo of unease. Whispers of concern rippled through the crowd, and I felt an inexplicable chill run down my spine. In the depths of my mind, a voice whispered that something was amiss, that the very fabric of our reality was beginning to warp. The first disturbance came that night as the wind howled with an intensity that seemed almost alive. I lay in bed, staring at the shadows cast by the flickering street lamps outside. A sense of foreboding gripped me, an unshakable feeling that we were standing on the precipice of something terrible. The next morning, I awoke to find the town in a state of disarray. Overnight, it seemed, an invisible line had been crossed. People were missing, their absence like gaping holes in the fabric of our community. Doors were left ajar, cars abandoned in the streets, and the usual hum of daily life was replaced by an oppressive silence. The radio, usually a source of quaint music and local news, now spewed a continuous static, refusing to acknowledge our pleas for answers. The streets, once a place of comfort and familiarity, had become a landscape of unease. I wandered through the town, a silent observer to the unraveling of order. Rumors began to spread, like wildfire through dry brush, of strange occurrences and shadowy figures lurking at the edges of the town. People whispered of a curse, an ancient malediction that had finally resurfaced to claim its due. The rational part of my mind dismissed these tales as mere superstition, yet a part of me, a deeper, more instinctual part, could not entirely shake the feeling that there was more truth to them than I cared to admit. Days melded into each other, a blur of anxiety and uncertainty. The rain continued to fall, relentless and unyielding, transforming the roads into rivers of mud and debris. The town, once so alive with the laughter of children and the chatter of adults, now lay dormant, a husk of its former self. Food supplies began to dwindle, and the realization that we were entirely cut off started to sink in. The absence of emergency services meant that even the smallest mishap could turn catastrophic. People turned inwards, barricading themselves in their homes, their once open doors now slammed shut against the unknown. One evening, as the sky bled into an inky blackness, I noticed a flicker of movement from the corner of my eye. At first, I dismissed it as a trick of the light, a shadow cast by the dying sun. But as the moments passed, the flicker became more pronounced, taking the shape of a figure standing at the edge of the forest. My heart pounded in my chest as I squinted into the encroaching dark, trying to discern its features. It stood there, silent and unmoving, as though waiting for something or someone. A primal part of me screamed to flee, to lock my doors and hide from the entity that watched with an unnerving patience. But curiosity, coupled with a foolish bravery, compelled me to step closer. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and an indefinable malice. As I approached, the figure seemed to draw back, retreating into the shadows of the trees. I stopped, a stone's throw away from where it had stood, my breath escaping in ragged gasps. The forest loomed, dark and foreboding, its haunting presence a constant reminder of the mysteries that lay concealed within. I could feel eyes upon me, an unyielding gaze that seemed to penetrate my very soul. With a final reluctant glance towards the depths of the trees, I turned back, my mind a jumble of fear and confusion. The town continued its descent into chaos. Neighbors, once friendly and open, now regarded each other with suspicion, as though any one of us might be the cause of this nightmare. The social fabric, so carefully woven over generations, began to unravel, leaving behind a tapestry of distrust and paranoia. The climax came on a night when the rain ceded to a suffocating fog. It rolled in thick waves, swallowing the town in its cold embrace. I watched from my window as the mist crept along the streets, obscuring everything in its path. The world beyond my door vanished, leaving me in an all-encompassing silence. Then came the screams, haunting, echoing through the fog with a chilling clarity. They rose and fell, a symphony of terror that pierced the quiet night. I found myself frozen, my feet rooted to the spot as the cries of the townsfolk filled the air. It was as though the town itself was begging for salvation, pleading for a reprieve from the crushing darkness that enveloped it. I forced myself to move, stumbling through the door and into the dense fog. The world was a ghostly white, the normally familiar streets now twisted and foreign. Shadows danced at the periphery of my vision, teasing glimpses of the horrors that lurked just out of sight. The screams grew louder, more desperate, as I followed their grisly chorus through the fog-choked streets. It was a cacophony of fear and despair, mingling with my own ragged breaths. I felt the oppressive weight of the mist pressing down on my shoulders, as though it were a living entity intent on consuming us all. And then, as abruptly as they had begun, the screams ceased. An eerie silence fell upon the town, a silence so profound that it seemed to absorb all sound, leaving only the distant rumble of thunder in its wake. I stood there, alone and trembling, at the heart of an empty street, surrounded by the ghosts of a town that had once been my refuge. The fog began to lift, dissipating with the first light of dawn, revealing a landscape irrevocably altered. The town square lay deserted, the echoes of screams still lingering in the air like a mournful dirge. In the aftermath, we emerged from our homes, drawn together by the shared horror we had endured. Faces haggard and eyes hollow, we gathered in the square, seeking solace in each other's presence. The mayor, his usual composure shattered, stood before us, his voice a mere whisper as he addressed the broken remnants of our community. "We will rebuild," he said, his words a fragile promise in the face of the overwhelming loss. "Together, we will find a way through this." But as I looked around at the weary faces and the empty streets, I could not shake the feeling that something had shifted, that the town we had once known and loved was now gone, replaced by an ever-present shadow that would haunt us for years to come. The lingering fear settled deep within my bones as I returned to my home, a constant reminder of the fragility of our existence. The town was no longer the sanctuary it had once been, its peaceful veneer stripped away to reveal the darkness lurking beneath. I often found myself drawn to the edge of the forest, staring into its depths with a mixture of dread and curiosity. The figure I had seen that night remained absent, yet its presence lingered, a specter in the back of my mind. Days turned to weeks, and slowly, life began to return to a semblance of normalcy. But the shadows remained, lurking at the edges of our vision, a constant reminder of the horrors we had faced. The town's wounds were slow to heal, and I often wondered if we would ever truly be free of the curse that had claimed us. As the sun set each evening, painting the sky in hues of orange and crimson, I would sit by my window, watching the shadows lengthen and the winds whisper through the trees. The town lay quiet, but I knew that beneath its surface, the darkness still stirred, waiting for the day when it would rise once more to claim its due. The fear never left, a silent companion in the quiet moments of the night. And though the emergency services had long since resumed their duties, the memory of their absence haunted us, a chilling reminder that sometimes, in the darkest hours, we are truly alone. They say the mind has a peculiar way of weaving mundane reality with threads of imagination, creating a tapestry of experiences that are as vivid as they are unsettling. I had come to believe this notion wholeheartedly, though not through mere abstraction, but through an encounter that left a scar deeper than any physical wound could etch. It all began in our suburban neighborhood, where the streets were lined with neat rows of houses, each identical in their modest charm, yet distinct in their essence. Our home was nestled at the end of a cul-de-sac, a place that offered both the comfort of seclusion and the eerie silence that came with it. Beyond our backyard lay the expanse of dense woods, a dark, tangled realm that was rarely ventured into, save for the occasional adventurous child or the errant hiker. Life in the neighborhood followed its own rhythm, a series of predictable beats that composed a soothing melody of existence. The sun rose, casting golden light over the dew-kissed lawns, and the children would make their way to school, their laughter echoing down the streets like a forgotten song. The evenings were a tapestry of quiet conversations and the occasional bark of a dog. This was the melody of normalcy, one that lulled us into the comfort of routine. One evening, as twilight cast its indigo cloak over the suburb, the phone rang. It was an old rotary phone that sat in the hallway, a relic of a bygone era that refused to surrender to modernity's siren call. The shrill ring was jarring, an unwelcome intrusion into our serene abode. I picked up the receiver, expecting the familiar voice of a neighbor or a distant relative. Instead, what I heard was the unsettling echo of silence, a void that seemed to reach out from the other end of the line. "Hello?" I repeated, my voice mingling with the static hum that filled my ear. There was no response, only the faint sound of breathing, as if someone were drawing long, deliberate breaths into the receiver. "Is anyone there?" I asked again, my voice now tinged with irritation, but the line went dead, leaving only the echo of my question hanging in the air. I dismissed the call as a prank, the work of some bored teenager testing the boundaries of rebellion. Yet, as I returned the receiver to its cradle, a shiver traced up my spine, leaving behind a lingering sense of unease that I could not quite shake off. As days turned into nights, the calls persisted. Each time, there was nothing but the same heavy breathing, a rhythmic cadence that seemed to mock my growing apprehension. I tried blocking the number, but it was always untraceable, a ghost in the network that refused to be pinned down. The woods behind our home, which once seemed a benign barrier, now loomed like a dark sentinel, whispering secrets in a language only it could understand. At night, when the world was draped in shadows, I would stand by the window, staring into the depths of the forest. I imagined eyes staring back, watching, waiting. The feeling of being observed seeped into the corners of my mind, an insidious presence that turned my sanctuary into something sinister. It wasn't long before the boundaries of my world began to blur. Shadows played tricks on my eyes, and the innocuous sounds of the house settling took on a menacing timbre. The phone calls, once a nuisance, became a harbinger, a reminder that I was no longer alone in my solitude. There was someone out there, a specter that had crossed over from the realm of anonymity to haunt my waking hours. One evening, as I sat alone in the living room, the phone rang again. This time, however, there was a voice, distorted and distant, as if carried over a vast chasm. It was low and gravelly, a chilling whisper that felt like nails raking across my skin. "Do you know what's in the woods?" the voice asked, each word a deliberate provocation. "What do you want?" I demanded, my facade of calm cracking under the weight of fear. "Be careful," the voice replied, ignoring my question. "You never know what's watching." The line went dead, leaving me with the echo of those parting words. For the first time, I felt truly isolated, as if an invisible barrier had been erected between me and the world outside. The familiar sounds of the neighborhood, the rustle of leaves, the distant wail of a siren, now seemed foreign, tainted by the knowledge that someone, or something, was out there. As the days wore on, the woods became the focal point of my dread. I avoided looking at them, yet I could feel their presence pressing against my consciousness, a dark entity that had taken root in my mind. I began to see figures in the shadows, glimpses of movement that vanished as soon as I turned my gaze. The line between reality and imagination blurred further with each passing day, until even my own reflection seemed alien. My sleep was fractured, haunted by dreams of a faceless figure lurking in the forest, its eyes glowing with a malevolent intelligence. I would wake, drenched in sweat, the echoes of my own screams bouncing off the walls. The exhaustion seeped into my bones, leaving me fragile, a shell of my former self. One night, as I lay in bed, I heard it. A sound that was not of the house, but of the woods. It was a crackling, roaring noise, a chorus of despair that shattered the silence. I rushed to the window, my heart pounding in my chest. The forest was ablaze, a wall of flames consuming the trees, painting the sky with a hellish glow. Instinct propelled me outside, where other neighbors had gathered, drawn by the inferno's siren call. We watched in horror as the fire devoured the woods, its tendrils reaching towards the heavens. The air was thick with the smell of smoke and the distant cries of animals fleeing for their lives. As I stood there, captivated by the destructive beauty, I felt a tap on my shoulder. I turned, expecting to see a neighbor, but there was no one there. The touch was cold, yet it left a burning imprint on my skin, a reminder of the unseen presence that had haunted me for weeks. The fire seemed to burn for an eternity, but eventually it was subdued, leaving behind a charred wasteland where the forest once stood. The neighborhood returned to its uneasy silence, but the damage was irrevocable. The woods, once a formidable barrier, were now a barren expanse of ash, a reminder of the night terror had visited our quiet enclave. Yet, even as the physical danger receded, the psychological scars remained. The phone calls ceased, but the feeling of being watched persisted. I would catch glimpses of movement in my peripheral vision, and the sound of breathing haunted me still. I began to doubt my own sanity, questioning whether the events had been real or a manifestation of my mind unraveling under the strain of fear. The boundaries of reality had been pushed to their limits, leaving me adrift in a sea of uncertainty. In the weeks that followed, I tried to reclaim the fragments of my life, to patch together the semblance of normalcy that had been torn asunder. But the lingering fear remained, an ever-present shadow that stalked the edges of my consciousness. Even in the light of day, I could feel its weight, a reminder that in the depths of the woods and the recesses of the mind, darkness could and did dwell. The neighborhood, once a haven, now seemed a gauntlet to navigate. Each creak of the floorboards, every flicker of light, was imbued with menace. I found myself walking through life on tiptoe, wary of disturbing the fragile peace that had settled like dust on a forgotten shelf. As summer turned to autumn, the charred landscape began to heal. New growth pushed through the blackened earth, a testament to nature's resilience. But within me, the aftermath of that fire burned on. I knew I would never again look at the woods or the world in quite the same way. Perhaps it was the isolation, the silence that amplified every sound, that nurtured the seeds of my fear. Or perhaps it was something more insidious, a force that dwelled within the woods, now unleashed by its fiery baptism. Whatever the truth, it had left an indelible mark on my soul. In the quiet moments, when the world seemed at rest, I would sometimes hear the phone ring, but I no longer had the courage to answer. Instead, I would sit in silence, listening to the echoes of my fear, knowing that some doors, once opened, could never be truly closed. The first time I noticed something was off, it was on the morning of December 1st, a day like any other, or so it seemed. Winter had arrived as it always did, blanketing the world in a sheet of white that seemed to muffle the sounds of life itself. The streets were quiet, save for the occasional car slicing through the snow, and the air was crisp, biting at any exposed skin with a sharpness that was almost exhilarating. My routine was simple, predictable even. Every day, I would rise just before dawn, pull on my heavy coat, and make the short trek to the small cafe at the corner of Maple and Fifth. There, amidst the chatter of early risers and the rhythmic grinding of coffee beans, I'd sit by the window, a steaming mug warming my hands, watching the world wake up around me. It was on such a morning that I first saw him, the man with glassy eyes. He stood across the street, partially obscured by swirling flurries, motionless as a statue. His presence was unsettling in its stillness, as if he were carved from the very ice that coated the world around us. Something in his stance, the way he seemed detached from the bustling life around him, sent a ripple of unease through me. But life, with all its demands and distractions, quickly drew my attention away, and by the time I glanced back, he was gone. The days slipped by, each one mirroring the last, as December unfolded with its usual mix of festive cheer and the frenetic rush that preceded the holidays. I found myself caught up in the familiar whirlwind of obligations and traditions, the office party with its obligatory small talk, the gift shopping that escalated into a scavenger hunt through crowded stores, and the annual family gathering that always seemed to end in a tangle of frayed nerves and unspoken grievances. The glassy-eyed man appeared sporadically, a spectral figure in the periphery of my vision. Sometimes, I'd catch a glimpse of him reflected in a shop window as I hurried past. Other times, he'd be standing just outside the cafe as I left, his gaze fixed somewhere beyond me, into a distance only he could see. It became a game of sorts, spotting him amidst the crowd, a peculiar constant in the ever-shifting panorama of city life. It wasn't until mid-December that the first disturbance occurred. I awoke one morning, the chill of the room seeping into my bones, to find that I had no memory of the previous day. It was as if someone had taken an eraser to my life, leaving only smudged traces where a full picture should have been. Panic clawed at my insides as I rushed through my morning routine, hoping that familiarity would anchor me. At the cafe, the barista greeted me with the same cheerful nod. The regulars occupied their usual spots, and the world carried on as if nothing had changed. Yet something had shifted. The glassy-eyed man was there again, standing by the lamppost across the street. This time, when our eyes met, a shiver ran through me. His gaze was penetrating, as though he could see beyond the layers of reality itself, into the cracks where time might slip through. I blinked and he was gone, leaving behind a lingering sense of disquiet. As the days continued to pass, this sensation of dislocation only grew stronger. I began to notice subtle discrepancies in my surroundings, details that felt both familiar and foreign. A shop that seemed out of place, a face in the crowd that was both known and unknown, and the ever-present glassy-eyed man who now seemed to follow me everywhere, his presence a silent specter at the edge of my awareness. I confided in no one, fearing their dismissal or worse, their concern. Instead, I sought solace in the mundane, throwing myself into work and social obligations with a fervor born of desperation. But the facade of normalcy was fragile, and beneath it lay a world slowly unraveling. I was trapped in a loop, a cycle of days that refused to progress, and each morning brought with it a chilling sameness that set my nerves on edge. Christmas Eve arrived as a crescendo of tension and artificial cheer. The city was alight with decorations, windows framed in twinkling lights, and the streets bustling with last-minute shoppers. That evening, I joined my family for our traditional dinner, the house filled with the comforting aroma of roast and the soft strains of holiday music. Yet beneath the veneer of celebration, an undercurrent of unease lingered. As I stood by the window, watching the snow fall softly against the glow of street lamps, I felt a presence beside me. I turned, half expecting to see the glassy-eyed man standing there, but found only my reflection, eyes wide with dread. It was then that I realized the truth. I was caught in an eternal December, a month repeating itself in an unending loop, each day a pale imitation of the last, its edges fraying and distorting with each iteration. The glassy-eyed man was no mere figment, but an entity of this endless cycle, a guardian, or perhaps a warden, of this twisted reality. I understood now that his gaze held no malice, only melancholy, as if he too were trapped in this liminal space between moments, bound to watch as the world turned in on itself. Desperation clawed at my sanity, driving me to seek a way out of this temporal prison. I spent countless nights poring over books of lore and theory, searching for some explanation, some key to unlock the door of time. But the answers eluded me, like whispers on the wind, and each morning I awoke to find myself back at the start, the calendar forever paused on December 1st. As the days blurred into one another, my grip on reality began to slip. I found myself losing track of time, unable to distinguish between what was real and what was illusion. I wandered the city in a daze, a ghost among the living, my senses heightened to the point of distortion. The faces around me grew indistinct, their features melting into one another like wet paint. The glassy-eyed man was always there, a silent sentinel amidst the chaos, his presence both a comfort and a curse. I felt him watching, waiting for something I could not fathom. His eyes, once unnerving, now seemed to hold a quiet understanding, a shared suffering in our perpetual December. In a moment of clarity, I approached him, my breath frosting in the cold air as I crossed the street to where he stood. Up close, he seemed less otherworldly, more human, and I saw in his eyes a reflection of my own despair. "Why?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper, carried away by the wind. He did not answer, not with words at least. Instead, he gestured to the city around us, to the people moving through their scripted lives, oblivious to the loop that ensnared them. In that gesture, I understood the futility of my struggle, the inescapable nature of the cycle. Acceptance was the only escape, the only way to find peace within the confines of this repeating month. I stood there, the snow falling gently around us, and for the first time, I felt a sense of calm wash over me. The glassy-eyed man nodded, a silent acknowledgement, and as I turned to walk away, I felt his presence recede, leaving behind a quiet void. The days continued to turn, each one a repetition, but now I moved through them with a new awareness. I found beauty in the small moments, the gentle rise of the sun, the laughter of children playing in the snow, the warmth of a stranger's smile. The world, though unchanged, seemed brighter, more vivid, and I realized that while the loop remained unbroken, my perception of it had shifted. Each morning, I would rise with the dawn, savoring the stillness before the city awakened. I would take my usual place by the window at the cafe, cradling a mug of coffee as I watched the world unfold. The glassy-eyed man was still there, a part of the scenery, a reminder of the mystery that lay beyond the surface of my life. Yet the fear lingered, a shadow at the edge of my consciousness, whispering of the unknown, of the eternity that stretched before me. It was a fear tempered by acceptance, by the knowledge that though I walked this path alone, I was not truly alone. In the glassy-eyed man, I had found a companion, a witness to my journey through the endless December, and so I continue, caught in this cycle of time, each day a reflection of the last, each moment an echo of eternity. The glassy-eyed man remains, a constant presence in the ever-repeating dance of reality, his eyes a window into the depths of time itself, where the past and future swirl together in an unending waltz. December 13th, 2022, dawned with the same pale, reluctant light it always did, the kind that barely crested the horizon before being swallowed by the dense, unyielding clouds above. I awoke, as I had done each day for what felt like eternity, in the narrow confines of my small bedroom, where the persistent chill clung stubbornly to the air, never fully dissipated by the meager warmth of the ancient radiator. I lay there for a while, watching the breath escape my lips in faint wisps, contemplating the futility of my existence. For 1,506 days, each identical to the last, I had relived December 13th, 2022. The same cold, the same muted light filtering through the curtains, and the same mechanical beep of the alarm that always seemed to mock my inability to change the course of this seemingly endless loop. My routine was a ritual of normalcy. Shower, breakfast, a glance at the newspaper headline that never changed. Winter storm approaches as year nears end. Each day began with a reluctant acceptance of this monotonous reality. I would dress in the same clothes, a cozy sweater with jeans, and head out into the biting air. my breath trailing behind me like a ghost, disintegrating almost as soon as it appeared. The town was always the same, each face I passed wearing the same expressions, locked in a moment that never moved forward. People were cordial, even friendly, but their conversations were echoes of a day long settled into the past. The first disturbance came unbidden, slipping into the cracks of my consciousness like an unwelcome draft. It was subtle at first, the nagging sensation that something was slightly off, like a painting hung just a fraction askew. I felt it as I walked to the cafe where I spent my mornings, a comforting ritual that had become a lifeline amidst the repetition. The barista, a cheerful young woman named Clara, always placed my coffee on the counter with a smile and a nod. But today was different. Her smile wavered, her eyes lingered on mine a beat too long, as if searching for something hidden beneath the surface. I dismissed it as an aberration, a momentary lapse in the script that governed our shared existence. But the feeling persisted, growing like a shadow that lengthens with the setting sun. As the day unfolded, small inconsistencies began to surface, tiny fractures in the facade of normalcy. The newspaper headline remained unchanged, but the paper itself felt heavier in my hands, the ink darker, more pronounced. People on the street seemed more hurried, their movements brisk, as if they sensed the encroaching storm beyond the weather forecast. Escalation crept in incrementally, a soft crescendo that built upon itself with each passing hour. By afternoon, I found myself standing at the intersection of Main and Fifth, watching as the same red sedan drove past for the third time in as many minutes. Its driver, a man with a perpetually furrowed brow, glanced my way, his eyes meeting mine with a fleeting recognition that sent a shiver coursing down my spine. The air seemed to hum with an energy I couldn't name, vibrating with the tension of an unseen storm. The unease gnawed at my consciousness, a relentless tide that refused to ebb. I returned home that evening, the familiar creak of the floorboards beneath my feet, a small comfort in the growing uncertainty. As I prepared dinner, the knife slipped, nicking my finger, a minor injury, unremarkable in its occurrence. Yet the sight of the blood, vivid and startling against the stark white of the bandage, left me with a profound sense of foreboding. The climax arrived not with a bang, but with the quiet insistence of a whisper, barely discernible above the din of my racing thoughts. I awoke the following morning, the 1507th day, to find the world outside my window transformed. The storm that had loomed in the forecast had arrived overnight, blanketing the town in a thick, suffocating silence. The snow lay heavy and unbroken, a pristine sheet unmarred by footprints or tire tracks. The streetlights, usually flickering, were now ominously dark, casting long shadows that seemed to stretch beyond their natural length, as if reaching for something just out of sight. There was a stillness, a profound hush that settled over everything, as if the world itself had paused, holding its breath in anticipation. Stepping outside, I was struck by the absence of sound, the snow absorbing every noise until only the soft crunch of my footsteps remained. I wandered aimlessly, a solitary figure wrapped in layers against the cold, my breath a steady rhythm in the frozen air. It was then that I heard it, a faint echo, a melody that drifted on the wind, haunting and achingly familiar. I followed the sound, drawn by an invisible thread that led me through the empty streets, past the darkened windows of the town. My heart pounded in my chest, driven by a compulsion I couldn't resist, until I stood before the source, a small, unassuming house at the edge of town, its windows aglow with the warm light of a fire within. The door creaked open with a reluctance that mirrored my own hesitation. Inside, the warmth enveloped me, a stark contrast to the chill outside. The room was filled with the soft notes of a piano, each keystroke resonating with a melancholy I felt deep within my bones. At the center of the room sat a figure, their back turned to me, fingers dancing across the keys with a grace that spoke of years of practice. I watched, transfixed, as the music swelled, filling the space with an emotion that was at once familiar and foreign. The figure turned slowly, their face obscured by shadow. But I knew, somehow I knew, that they shared my plight, trapped in this endless loop, reliving the same day over and over. Our eyes met, and in that moment, a silent understanding passed between us, a connection that transcended the constraints of time. The lingering fear settled in as the music faded, leaving only the echo of its memory in the stillness. I returned home, my mind a whirlwind of questions without answers, my thoughts a tangled web of uncertainty. The day ended as it always did, with the soft embrace of sleep drawing me into its depths, promising a respite from the weight of my existence. And yet, as consciousness slipped away, I felt the familiar pull of the cycle beginning anew. December 13th dawned once more, the pale light breaking over the horizon with a reluctant inevitability. The world remained unchanged, a reflection of what it had always been, yet the seeds of doubt had been sown, their roots inexorably entwined with my own. I rose from bed, the chill of the room a reminder of the reality I could not escape. The loop continued, unbroken, but within me lay the knowledge that something had shifted, a crack in the facade that hinted at the possibility of change. The haunting melody of the piano lingered at the edges of my mind, a testament to the truth hidden beneath the surface of this perpetual day. As I stepped into the world once more, I carried with me the weight of that understanding, the knowledge that I was not alone. The fear remained, a constant companion, but it was tempered by the hope that perhaps one day I might find a way to break free from the confines of this December 13th, to step beyond the shadow of this endless loop and into the light of a new beginning. The day began like any other, ordinary and unassuming. The sun fought its way up through a blanket of thick gray clouds, painting the suburban neighborhood in a dull, muted light. My alarm clock buzzed monotonously at 7:00 a.m., pulling me from a sleep littered with fragmented dreams that evaporated as I opened my eyes. The house smelled of coffee, and the distant hum of life outside seeped through the walls. I rolled out of bed, the cool floorboard sending a shiver up my spine, and padded softly to the kitchen. My wife, Sarah stood by the counter, her back to me as she prepared breakfast. She hummed a tune I couldn't quite place, her movements rhythmic and precise. The air was rich with the aroma of fried eggs and toast. Our son, Ethan, sat at the table, swinging his legs absent-mindedly as he spooned cereal into his mouth, with the enthusiasm only children possess in the early hours. As I settled into my usual chair, I couldn't shake off a peculiar feeling of déjà vu. Every click of the spoon, every note of Sarah's hum felt like echoes from a past I couldn't fully grasp. Brushing it aside as remnants of sleep, I reached for the morning paper, the crinkling of pages a comforting sound, grounding me in the present. The day flowed as expected. I left for work, the office a monotonous gray expanse filled with the hum of computers and the distant chatter of colleagues. I was trapped in a cycle of meetings and reports, the hands of the clock dragging lazily through the hours. By the time I returned home, the sky had darkened, the day slipping into the folds of evening. Dinner was a quiet affair, punctuated by Ethan's stories from school and the gentle clinking of cutlery against plates. Exhausted, I fell into bed, sleep claiming me almost immediately. But when I awoke the next morning, the world seemed slightly off kilter. My alarm rang again at precisely 7:00 a.m., a jarring reminder of the day's routine. Yet, as I moved through the motions of morning, a chilling sense of repetition settled in. The same song hummed by Sarah, the identical sway of Ethan's legs. Even the news on the radio was eerily familiar. This time, there was no dismissing the sensation as mere imagination. The world around me had taken on a surreal quality, a loop of events playing repeatedly. The day unfolded in an uncanny mirror of the one before. I was a character trapped in a story written by an unseen hand, the script unchanging. With each dawn, the cycle persisted, my days sliding seamlessly into one another. The realization sank in with quiet horror. I was ensnared in a ceaseless loop, an endless Groundhog Day of despair. I grappled with the unsettling truth, each repeat more confounding than the last, eroding the boundaries of sanity. I attempted to break the cycle with desperate measures. Routes were altered, conversations forced into new directions, yet the outcome remained stubbornly unchanged. It was as if I was bound by invisible chains, every effort to escape leading me back to the starting point. The days turned darker with my growing awareness of the situation's permanence. A week passed, then another, but the loop remained unbroken. My once familiar neighborhood became a stage for torment, the repetition transforming mundane events into a tapestry of psychological duress. One evening, as rain tapped softly against the windows, Sarah caught my gaze, her eyes mirroring my own frustration. "Are you all right?" she asked, her voice a thread of concern knitting the silence between us. "I'm fine," I replied, though my voice betrayed me, cracking under the weight of my hidden turmoil. Her hand reached for mine, a lifeline amidst the chaos. "We'll figure it out," she assured, her words a fragile promise. But how could one unravel the threads of an enigma woven so intricately into the fabric of reality? Time in its relentless cycle, marched on. I became obsessed, poring over every detail of our lives in search of a clue, a hint of the anomaly. Every morning I meticulously noted the patterns, the subtle nuances that repeated with unwavering loyalty. I turned our home into a shrine of notes and diagrams, desperately trying to decode the sequence of events that bound me. As the days looped, they began to diverge in subtle, unnerving ways. Ethan's laughter seemed hollow, and Sarah's humming took on an eerie, unfamiliar tune. Shadows in the house grew longer, creeping into corners they never reached before. The once comforting familiarity of our lives twisted into a landscape of dread. I was haunted by the feeling that I was not alone in my awareness. More than once, I caught Sarah's expression shifting, a fleeting glimpse of recognition crossing her features before she masked it with a smile. It was as if she too walked the tightrope of this endless cycle, yet her silence clung to resolve, perhaps a denial of our shared reality. One evening, I stumbled upon something both terrifying and oddly comforting. In the attic, amidst a sea of forgotten boxes, I found an old, dust-laden journal. The pages crinkled under my touch, the ink faded yet legible. It was filled with entries, dated and detailed, chronicling days much like my own. Someone before me had lived through this same loop, their words echoing my thoughts, an account of hope, despair, and resignation. The discovery was a revelation. I wasn't alone in this temporal prison. Others had walked this path, each leaving behind their mark, their silent cries for release. The entries hinted at an origin, a moment where time splintered into this repetitive nightmare, yet the specifics remained tantalizingly out of reach. Empowered by the knowledge left behind, I dived deeper into the past, determined to unearth the seed of our entrapment. Each clue, however small, became a beacon guiding me closer to the truth. The journal's author spoke of a decision, a crossroads where choices had ripple effects beyond comprehension. The climax of my journey came on a storm-laden night, the sky crackling with electricity as nature mirrored the turmoil within. I sat in the dining room, the journal open before me, piecing together the fragments of time. The air crackled with anticipation, the house a silent witness to what was about to unfold. I realized that the loop was a manifestation of regret, a cosmic consequence of a choice left unmade, a decision that altered the fabric of our lives. Time demanded reconciliation, a resolution to the unresolved. The journal hinted at forgiveness, at a confrontation with the self, where the past met the present in a dance of closure. I closed my eyes, and for the first time, instead of resisting, I surrendered. I let the loop wash over me, embracing the familiar rhythm. I turned to Sarah, who watched me with an understanding that transcended words. We held each other, a silent pact of unity against the temporal tide. Morning came, yet something felt inexplicably different. The air was lighter, the world around me pregnant with possibilities. The loop had shifted, the cycle broken by the simple act of acceptance. The sun rose, casting golden light across the neighborhood, and for the first time in weeks, I felt the pull of a new day, untouched by the shadow of repetition. But the fear lingered, a specter on the edge of consciousness. The knowledge that time could bend and trap, that reality was fragile and easily shattered into disarray, stayed with me. The loop, though broken, left an indelible mark, a reminder that the world was a tapestry woven with both light and shadows, and that sometimes the darkest paths lead to the brightest dawns. The day began as any other, and the gentle hum of normalcy enveloped the house on Maple Street. The sun filtered in through the lace curtains, casting dappled patterns on the wooden floor. I was sitting at the small kitchen table, sipping a cup of freshly brewed coffee, relishing the quietude that came with the dawn. The neighborhood was just stirring, a few cars pulling out of driveways, and the distant chatter of children walking to school drifted through the open window. It was a peaceful, predictable morning, the kind I had come to cherish. The house itself was an unassuming two-story building, painted in soft pastels that seemed to meld with the sky. I had lived here for nearly a decade, finding comfort in the routine it offered. Each room held memories, layers upon layers of moments that defined my life in the suburbs. Yet, there was always a part of me that marveled at the tranquility, as if it were too perfect, too serene to be entirely real. As I finished my coffee, I heard the faint chime of the doorbell. Odd, I thought. It was too early for visitors. Leaving my cup behind, I made my way to the door, each step echoing slightly in the silent hallway. When I opened it, I was greeted not by a person, but by a small, unmarked package resting on the doorstep. Curiosity piqued, I glanced up and down the street, but found no sign of who might have left it. Bringing the package inside, I set it on the kitchen table and hesitated. It was wrapped in plain brown paper, no address or indication of its origin. Unease crept in, a whisper of something not quite right. But dismissing the feeling as irrational, I unwrapped the package to reveal a small, intricately carved wooden box. The craftsmanship was exquisite, yet there was something unsettling about it. I gingerly opened the box and found a letter, written in an elegant flowing script. The message was brief, but its content sent a chill down my spine. Every choice you make brings you closer to the inevitable. Choose wisely, for each day may be your last. A sense of dread settled over me, heavy and suffocating. I couldn't shake off the feeling that the words held a truth far beyond their cryptic nature. I spent the day trying to ignore the ominous warning, engaging in the mundane tasks of daily life. But the thought lingered at the back of my mind, like a shadow that refused to dissipate. As the day unfolded, the normal rhythm of life seemed to fray at the edges. My phone rang, and when I answered, there was only static on the other end. The television flickered, images blurring and distorting momentarily, though I quickly attributed it to a faulty connection. Yet each small anomaly seemed to weave into a larger pattern, a tapestry of unease that wrapped itself around me. By evening, the feeling of being watched, of something looming just out of sight, had grown too strong to ignore. I found myself checking the locks on doors and windows repeatedly, as if to barricade against an invisible threat. That night, As I lay in bed, sleep eluded me. My mind was a cacophony of thoughts, each more irrational than the last. Eventually, exhaustion claimed me, and I drifted into an uneasy slumber. When I awoke, the world was as it had been the previous day, the sun casting its gentle light over the room. Relief washed over me, and I almost laughed at my foolishness. The letter was surely some prank, a misguided attempt to instill fear. Reassured, I went about my morning routine, pushing the strangeness of the previous day to the recesses of my mind. But the illusion of normalcy shattered when I stepped outside. The same package, identical in every detail, lay on the doorstep. My heart pounded in my chest as I picked it up, the sense of déjà vu overwhelming. Inside, the same carved box, the same letter, the same warning. Panic gripped me as I frantically searched for answers. I retraced my steps, trying to break free from the cycle that seemed to ensnare me. Each day unfolded just as the last, a loop that closed tightly around my reality. The package would appear every morning, the letter a constant reminder of the strange, inexorable force that controlled my fate. As the days turned into weeks, my attempts to escape the loop grew increasingly desperate. I sought help, tried to explain my predicament to friends and neighbors, but was met with skepticism and concern for my well-being. No one believed me, and gradually, they distanced themselves, leaving me isolated in my torment. The house that had once been a haven now felt like a cage, each room a reminder of my entrapment. I tried leaving, packing a bag and driving aimlessly, but something always drew me back. It was as if the world beyond the house ceased to exist, the boundaries of my reality constrained to the confines of Maple Street. In the solitude of those endless days, I began to notice subtle changes in the environment, shifts in the fabric of my perceived normalcy. The shadows in the corners of the rooms seemed to deepen, flickering with a life of their own. Mirrors reflected not just my image, but a fractured, distorted version of myself, as though mocking my plight. It was during one such day, when despair and confusion threatened to overwhelm me, that I saw it. A figure, indistinct and ethereal, hovering just beyond the periphery of my vision. It was as if the air itself had taken form, a wraith-like presence that exuded a palpable aura of malevolence. It was there, watching, waiting, a silent specter that seemed to revel in my helplessness. The entity never spoke, never moved beyond its shadowy confines, yet its presence filled the house, an omniscient sentinel overseeing the unraveling of my sanity. I realized then that it was the source of the loop, the force that held me captive in this relentless cycle of repetition. The choices I made were mere illusions, each path leading inexorably back to the beginning, a perpetual spiral of futility. As days merged into an indistinct blur, a grim resignation settled over me. I understood that the entity sought something beyond my comprehension, a decision or action that eluded me. The letter's warning, veiled in ambiguity, hinted at a choice that held the power to break the cycle. But what choice, and how to make it? In the depths of my despair, I contemplated surrendering to the inevitable, to embrace the end that seemed destined for me. Yet, a flicker of defiance burned within, a refusal to succumb to the whims of the specter that haunted my existence. I resolved to confront it, to challenge the force that manipulated my fate. Summoning every ounce of courage, I stood before the mirror one morning, the carved box clasped tightly in my hands. The entity materialized, a shifting silhouette that loomed behind me in the glass. Its presence was suffused with an ancient power, a silent authority that defied comprehension. "I know you're watching," I whispered, my voice steady despite the fear that clutched at my heart. "What do you want from me?" The reflection twisted, and for the first time, I saw something akin to recognition in its depths. The entity seemed to ripple, as if acknowledging my question, though it remained silent. Yet, I sensed a subtle shift, a change in the air, as though the balance had tipped ever so slightly. Emboldened, I pressed on, speaking not just to the entity, but to the universe itself, appealing to whatever force governed the strange loop of my life. "I refuse to be your pawn," I declared, my voice rising with conviction. "I will find a way to end this." The entity recoiled, its form dissipating into nothingness, leaving me alone with my resolve. Though the loop persisted, though the days continued to repeat with unyielding regularity, I felt a newfound strength within me, a determination to unravel the mystery of my predicament. As another cycle began, I approached the package with renewed purpose. This time, as I opened the box, I noticed something different. A faint carving on the inside lid, symbols that seemed to pulse with an energy of their own. I studied them intently, feeling a strange connection to the markings, a sense of familiarity that eluded explanation. The symbols, I realized, were a key, a map of sorts that hinted at a path through the labyrinth of time. They spoke of choices, of decisions made and unmade, a dance of fate and free will intertwined. It was a puzzle, a riddle that demanded to be solved. And so, armed with this newfound knowledge, I set about deciphering the enigma that had ensnared me. Each day became a step in a journey of discovery, a quest to understand the nature of my captivity. The entity watched, a silent observer to my progress, its presence a constant reminder of the stakes at hand. As days turned to nights, the symbols began to reveal their secrets, guiding me toward a truth that lay hidden beneath the surface of my reality. I realized that the loop was not merely a prison, but a test, a crucible through which I was forged anew. Each repetition was an opportunity, a chance to alter the course of events, to find the elusive answer that would set me free. In the stillness of a midnight hour, as the shadows deepened and the house held its breath, I pieced together the final threads of the puzzle. The decision, the choice that the letter had alluded to, was clear. A leap of faith, a step into the unknown that defied logic and reason. Standing before the mirror, the carved box open in my hands, I prepared to make my choice. The entity appeared once more, its form shifting and unfocused, as if awaiting the outcome with bated breath. With a steady hand, I reached inside the box, feeling the cool surface of a hidden compartment. Within lay a small, ancient key, its metal worn and tarnished with age. I took a deep breath, knowing that this was it, the moment that would determine my fate. With a swift motion, I turned the key in an imagined lock, a symbolic gesture that resonated through the air, a fracture in the continuum of time. The room seemed to ripple, the walls bending and warping around me, as if reality itself acknowledged my defiance. In that moment, I felt a profound sense of release, of liberation from the cycle that had bound me for so long. The entity faded, its presence dissolving into the ether, leaving me alone with the silence of the house. As the dawn broke, the sun casting its golden light over the world, I realized that the loop had ended. The cycle was broken, the choice made, and I was free. Yet, the memory of the ordeal lingered, a shadow etched into my soul, a reminder of the fragility of time and existence. Though I had escaped the loop, the fear remained, a lingering dread that whispered of the unknown, of the forces that lay beyond the veil of reality. I knew that the specter of the supernatural entity would forever haunt the edges of my perception, a silent watcher in the shadows of my mind. But I had learned to live with the fear, to embrace it as a part of me. For in the end, it was my choices, my defiance, that had shaped my destiny. And as I stepped into the new day, I carried with me the knowledge that even in the face of the inexplicable, there is always a choice, a path to be forged, a story to be written anew. It's strange how the scent of nostalgia can sometimes mask the stench of decay. I stood before the crumbling edifice of the Hawthorne House, a testament to bygone grandeur, now withering beneath the weight of time and neglect. The once proud manor exuded an eerie charm, its sagging roof and boarded windows whispering stories of opulence and ruin. The surrounding garden, choked with tangled weeds and wild growth, encroached on the stone pathway like insistent memories that refused to be forgotten. This place, this forsaken shell of a home, was my refuge and my prison. I grew up in its shadow, a child of the neighborhood, drawn to its mysteries like a moth to a flame. The local lore painted it as haunted, a narrative I embraced with the fervor of youth. My friends and I would dare each other to sneak in, to tempt fate and the supposed spirits that roamed its halls. As I stood there now, years later, a familiar chill crept up my spine. A chill not from fear, but from the weight of knowledge of the past and what it would soon demand of me. It was a letter, of all things, that began the unraveling of my reality. An ink-stained envelope slipped under my door one rainy morning, addressed in a script that seemed ancient yet familiar. It bore no return address, just a single, ominous sentence. In 8 days, you will awaken in 1999. I dismissed it as a prank, some misguided attempt to unsettle me as Halloween approached. But the words lingered, gnawing at the edges of my mind. Days passed, each one bringing with it a mounting sense of disquiet. My dreams were plagued by visions of the past, scenes I had long buried. I saw myself younger, recklessly wandering the corridors of the Hawthorne house, my laughter echoing through its empty rooms. Yet these dreams always ended the same way. The sound of shattering glass, a scream, and a descent into darkness. Upon waking, the sensation of being watched, of being tethered to something beyond comprehension, was palpable. As the 8th day loomed, I was drawn to the Hawthorne house once more. Its oppressive silence was a stark contrast to the turmoil within me. I wandered through its neglected rooms, each step accompanied by the creaks and groans of protest from the aged floorboards. It was then that I encountered the stranger, a man standing amidst the decay, seemingly out of place, yet undeniably part of the fabric of this haunted abode. His face was obscured by shadow, but his presence was as solid as the walls surrounding us. He spoke with a voice that resonated through the air, a voice both comforting and alien. "You have seen this before," he said, gesturing to the house around us. "You will see it again." Confusion and fear battled within me. "Who are you?" I demanded, my voice a mere whisper against the vast emptiness. "An echo," he replied enigmatically, "a guide through what was and what will be. You are caught in a loop, tethered to a moment you must relive." His words were as cryptic as the letter, yet they stirred something deep within, a recognition, an acceptance of the impossible. As I tried to grasp his meaning, the world around me seemed to shift, the air vibrating with a strange energy. The sensation was dizzying, like standing on the precipice of a forgotten memory, poised to fall backwards into its depths. Then, without warning, the ground gave way. I was plunged into a void, a swirling maelstrom of light and sound that seemed to stretch on for eternity. Through the chaos, fragments of my past flashed before me, familiar faces, long-forgotten moments, the sound of my own laughter blending with the distant echoes of the Hawthorne house. I was suspended between time, a solitary traveler on a road without end. When the world finally solidified around me, I found myself standing in a room I hadn't seen in years. The wallpaper, faded but still discernible, bore the floral patterns of a different era. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting gentle beams on the dust-laden floor. It was 1999, and I was once again in the Hawthorne house on the cusp of that fateful day. Panic surged through me, a visceral reaction to the impossibility of my situation. But beneath the fear, a sense of resolve began to form. I was here for a reason, to understand, to alter the course of a day that had haunted me for so long. The stranger's words echoed in my mind, a reminder of the loop I was destined to experience. I retraced my steps, moving through the house with the familiarity of a ghost retracing its haunt. Each room was a tableau of memories, each corridor a path I had walked before. My younger self, oblivious to the gravity of the moment, was somewhere in these halls, a specter of innocence about to collide with the harsh reality of consequence. As the day unfolded, I watched with a mix of dread and anticipation. My younger self, unaware of the impending tragedy, played with the reckless abandon of youth. But now I saw things differently. The subtle shifts in light, the creaks of the house, the shadows that seemed to pulse with life. They were all pieces of a puzzle, I had never fully comprehended. The climax came as it always did. The sound of breaking glass, a scream, and the sickening realization of what was to come. But this time, I was ready. I reached out through the layers of time, an observer no longer content to be passive. I couldn't change the past, not entirely, but I could guide it, nudge it away from the brink of disaster. I found him, the younger me, teetering on the edge of a decision that would shape the years to come. The air was charged with the inevitability of choice. In that moment, I became the stranger, the guide, the echo. I whispered words of caution, urging him to listen, to heed the warnings he could not yet understand. The impact of my intervention was subtle, a ripple through the fabric of time. But it was enough. The path diverted, veered away from the precipice I had feared. As the day waned, the oppressive weight of the house seemed to lift, its shadows less menacing, its silence less foreboding. When I awoke, it was with the sensation of having emerged from a deep sleep. The Hawthorne house stood before me, unchanged, yet somehow different. The past had not been rewritten, but its burden was lighter, its repercussions not as severe. The loop had been broken, or at least altered, and the ghost of that day no longer held sway over my present. Yet, as I departed from the house, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. The stranger's presence lingered, a reminder of the unseen forces that guide us, of the threads that bind us to our past. I knew now that time was not a linear path, but a tapestry woven with moments of choice and consequence. And so, the fear remained, a quiet echo in the recesses of my mind. Not the fear of what had been, but the fear of what lay ahead. For if time could be altered, if the past could reach out and touch the present, then what of the future? I carried this with me, a constant companion, a ghost of uncertainty that would haunt me in the days to come. With each step away from the Hawthorne house, the world seemed less solid, less sure. I was free from the loop, yet tethered to the haunting knowledge that the boundaries of reality were not as rigid as I once believed. The past, I learned, was a living thing, a shadow that followed, always whispering, always watching. The house stood at the edge of the small town, its paint weathered and the shutters creaking with the slightest breeze. It was the kind of place people drove past, without a second glance, its history buried under layers of neglect and forgetfulness. To me, though, it was home, a cocoon of familiarity in a world I had come to find increasingly alien. I had moved here years ago, seeking solitude after a life of restless wandering and half-remembered dreams. The townspeople were kind enough, nodding in acknowledgement when I passed them in the street, but mostly leaving me to my own devices, respecting my need for isolation. Life settled into a routine. I would rise early, make myself a simple breakfast of toast and tea, then spend the day reading or tending to the small garden in the back. The house was quiet, save for the gentle ticking of the grandfather clock in the hallway and the occasional groan of the old wooden floorboards. I took comfort in these sounds, reminders that despite its aging structure, The house was very much alive. It was during one of these mundane mornings that the first disturbance occurred. I had been working in the garden, my hands stained with soil, when I heard a soft whisper, barely audible over the rustling leaves. I paused, straining to hear more clearly, but the whispering ceased, leaving me to wonder if it had been the wind or some trick of my mind. I dismissed it as nothing and continued with my gardening, though a nagging unease lingered. The whisper followed me into the house later that day, a faint murmur that seemed to drift in and out of hearing. I found myself standing in the middle of the living room, turning slowly on my heel, trying to pinpoint the source, but the house remained silent as ever, its secrets tightly held. The nights were the worst. Lying in bed, the darkness would press in from all sides, and I would feel an inexplicable urge to look under the bed. It was a compulsion I fought with every fiber of my being, holding my breath until it passed. I told myself it was childish, ridiculous even, to fear what lay beneath, but the urge persisted, growing stronger each night until sleep became a battle I was losing. Days turned into weeks, and the whispers grew bolder. They were no longer confined to certain corners of the house, but followed me everywhere, a constant, unnerving presence. I began to lose time, entire hours slipping away without notice. I would find myself standing in unfamiliar rooms, not remembering how I had gotten there, my mind blank and buzzing with static. I sought solace in the garden, hoping the open air would clear my thoughts, but the whispers found me there too, coiling around my mind like smoke. The townspeople noticed my change in demeanor, their polite nods becoming wary glances, though none dared to ask what troubled me. I was grateful for their silence, unable to articulate the fear gnawing at my sanity. One evening, as dusk settled in, I found myself standing in the hallway, staring at the grandfather clock. Its rhythmic ticking had become a metronome to my madness, each second marked with a dread I could not shake. The whispers were louder now, filling the air with a cacophony of incomprehensible voices. I covered my ears, but the sound was inside me, vibrating against my skull like 1,000 wasps. I moved through the house in a trance, each room a blur until I reached my bedroom. The compulsion to look under the bed was overwhelming, a physical force pulling me down. I hesitated, my heart thundering in my chest, and then slowly, deliberately, I lowered myself to the floor. The space beneath the bed was dark, a void that seemed to swallow the light. I held my breath, inching closer until I could make out the vague outline of something hidden in the shadows. It was a box, old and covered in a thick layer of dust. My hand trembled as I reached for it, fingers brushing against its rough surface. As I pulled it into the light, a sense of déjà vu washed over me, as though I had done this before, countless times, in some half-forgotten past. The box was locked, but the key was on the nightstand, a key I had never noticed until now. It fit perfectly, the lock clicking open with a soft, final note. Inside, I found papers and photographs, yellowed with age, the images faded but still recognizable. They were pictures of me, or at least someone who looked like me, standing in front of this very house. but the dates were all wrong. The clothes too old-fashioned. Among the papers was a letter. The ink smudged, but legible. It was addressed to me, or rather, to the person I once was, before the amnesia, before the whispers. The letter spoke of secrets buried deep within the house, of memories locked away for my own protection. It warned of the dangers of looking too closely, of remembering what was meant to be forgotten. The realization hit me like a tidal wave, crashing over every barrier I had erected in my mind. I had lived this life before, countless times, with each cycle ending in the same madness, the same fear. The house was a prison, a perpetual loop of confusion and dread. The whispers were not external, but echoes of my own lost memories, fragments of a past I had chosen to erase. The truth was unbearable, and yet I could not look away. I had to know what lay beneath the surface, what I had hidden so carefully from myself. I reached further into the box, pulling out more photographs, each one a piece of the puzzle that was my life. Faces and places blurred together, forming a mosaic of forgotten experiences and emotions. All at once, the whispers coalesced into a single voice, clear and resonant, speaking the words I had feared most. Remember. The room spun, and I staggered back, clutching the box to my chest as the memories surged forward. A torrent of images and sensations that threatened to drown me. I saw myself as a child, exploring the hidden corners of the house, my curiosity insatiable and dangerous. I saw the faces of the people who had come before, each one a victim of the house's insidious charm, their lives consumed by its secrets. The climax came with a clarity so profound, it bordered on revelation. The house was more than wood and stone. It was a living entity, feeding on the fears and forgotten dreams of those who dwelled within its walls. It had claimed me as its own, weaving my life into its tapestry of despair. I wanted to escape, to flee from the house and its relentless grasp, but I knew in my heart that it was too late. The cycle would continue, my memories reset, and I would awaken once more without knowledge of what had come before. The house would see to that, its hunger insatiable, its power absolute. With the last vestiges of my will, I returned the box to its place beneath the bed, knowing that it would remain there, waiting for the next iteration, the next me, who would stumble upon its secrets and begin the cycle anew. I lay down on the bed, exhaustion pulling me into a restless sleep, the whispers now silent, their purpose fulfilled. The lingering fear was the worst part, a shadow that clung to the edges of my consciousness even as I drifted into slumber. I knew I would forget, that the house would devour my memories and leave me empty, but the fear would remain, a seed planted deep within my soul, ready to sprout when the time was right. And so I slept, knowing that the house would watch over me, its presence a constant reminder of the unknown lurking beneath the surface of my mind. I had looked under the bed, and in doing so, had glimpsed a fraction of the truth, but it was a truth I could never fully embrace. The cycle would begin again, and I would awaken to a world both familiar and strange, haunted by whispers of a past I could not remember. The city, with its endless hum and never-ceasing pulse, had always been both a comfort and a cacophony for me. My apartment, perched several stories above the bustling streets, served as a sanctuary from the noise below. It was a typical urban dwelling, small but cozy, filled with the faint smell of old wood and coffee, with sunlight streaming in through the large bay windows to create patterns on the wooden floors. The walls bore an eclectic mix of art, souvenirs from my travels, and photographs capturing moments of laughter and companionship. It was home, in every sense of the word. But as life in a city goes, I often found myself isolated, despite the swirling mass of people just beyond my doors. The apartment was my fortress of solitude, a place where I could peel away the layers of the day and relax into the quietness I craved. I lived alone, and I valued my privacy, finding peace in the rhythm of my solitary routines. Each evening, after long hours at work, I would return to this haven, prepare a simple meal, and unwind to the melodies of some jazz vinyl spinning languidly on the turntable. It was during one of these evenings, as I was sorting through the mundane tasks of my return home, that I first noticed something odd with the refrigerator. It was an old model, a relic from the previous tenant, with its rounded edges and chrome handles. It hummed consistently, a background noise that I'd grown accustomed to over the years. However, that night, the hum was different, an almost imperceptible rhythm that seemed to mimic a heartbeat. I brushed it off as nothing more than imagination, a trick of my tired mind. Yet, as the days turned into weeks, the refrigerator's presence in my apartment seemed to grow more pronounced. Occasionally, I would hear clinks and clatters from within, like the sound of spoons shifting in a drawer. At first, I dismissed these as simple explanations, a shifting of ice trays, the settling of items, but the sounds persisted, leaving a tingling discomfort in their wake. One Saturday evening, when the city was shrouded in a rare stillness, I decided to appease my growing curiosity. I stood before the fridge, its door cool against my hand, and opened it slowly. Light poured out, casting a glow across the kitchen. Everything inside was in its place. Jars of condiments, leftover containers, a half-empty carton of milk. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary. Yet, the feeling of something being amiss lingered, a whisper of a thought I couldn't quite grasp. More curious incidents followed. Food would spoil inexplicably quickly, despite the fridge being at the correct temperature. A wave of cold air would occasionally spill from beneath the door, chilling the floor tiles. One night, I awoke from a restless sleep to the sound of the fridge door opening and closing repeatedly, a soft thud echoing through the apartment. I sat up in bed, heart pounding, but found nothing amiss when I investigated. The fridge was closed, silent, and the apartment was still. I began to keep a journal, noting each occurrence, trying to find some pattern or explanation. My rational mind sought answers in the mundane. Faulty mechanics, drafts in the building, but deep inside I sensed there was something more, something that defied logic. The disturbances seemed to align with particular moments, times when I felt most alone or vulnerable, as if the fridge was responding to my emotional state. As weeks passed, My sleep became more fitful, haunted by dreams, filled with whispers and shadows. The air around the fridge felt different, charged with an unfamiliar energy. I found myself avoiding the kitchen when I could, opting for takeouts and meals with friends, as if the simple act of avoiding the fridge could stave off whatever was happening. Yet, avoidance did nothing to quell the unease that hung over my apartment like an unseen weight. It was a chilly November night when things escalated. The city was enveloped in a misty drizzle, its streets slick and reflective under the yellow glow of streetlights. I had returned late from a work function, tired and drained, craving only the comfort of my bed. Entering the apartment, I was greeted by an unusual chill in the air, a stark contrast to the warmth I should have felt. The fridge, its hum louder than ever, stood like a sentinel in the dimly lit kitchen. As I moved to turn off the lights, the hum shifted again, morphing into a low, unsettling drone. And then, without warning, the door swung open with a soft squeak, revealing nothing but darkness inside. My heart skipped a beat as I watched, frozen in place, my breath caught in my throat. The light inside the fridge had gone out, plunging its interior into shadow. And then I saw it. A thin mist, swirling slowly outwards from the fridge, curling along the floor. It was cold, colder than any air I'd felt before, and it brought with it an indescribable sense of foreboding. The temperature in the room seemed to plummet, my breath visible in the dim light. I wanted to move, to close the door, to step away, but something held me in place, a force unseen but palpable. In that moment, the room began to change. Shadows danced along the walls, taking on forms that whispered of forgotten memories and fears. Voices, soft and indistinct, murmured from the darkness, growing louder, more insistent. They spoke in a language I couldn't comprehend, yet every word seemed to sear itself into my mind, a haunting melody of loss and longing. I don't know how long I stood there, caught between waking and dreaming, when the door finally creaked shut on its own, the mist dissipating into the ether. The room warmed slowly, the shadows retreating to their corners, the whispers fading into silence. The fridge, now closed and quiet, seemed innocuous once more, its mechanical hum returning to its usual cadence. Exhausted and shaken, I stumbled to bed, my mind a whirl of confusion and fear. Sleep, when it finally came, was fitful, punctuated by dreams of icy landscapes and echoing cries. Morning arrived with the sun casting weak light over the city, its attempted warmth doing little to dispel the chill that still clung to my bones. In the days that followed, I found myself obsessed with the fridge. I scoured the internet for stories, myths, anything that might explain what I had experienced. Tales of haunted objects, of spirits trapped in the mundane and the everyday, filled page after page, yet none seemed to fit my situation. I contacted the building's previous tenants, hoping for some insight, but most were unreachable, their lives having moved on from this place long ago. One evening, as I was sorting through old documents left behind in the apartment, previous leases, maintenance records, I stumbled upon a letter wedged between two sheets of paper. It was handwritten, the ink faded, dated several years back. It spoke of an old family heirloom, a fridge brought over from another land, passed down through generations. The letter's author warned of its peculiarities, its growing restlessness in the face of neglect. The words resonated with everything I had been experiencing, yet they offered no solution. How does one appease an object, a relic of another time? How do you reconcile with something that harbors a history you cannot see, a presence you cannot fully understand? I decided to confront the situation head on. One night, armed with nothing but my resolve, I approached the fridge and spoke aloud into the quiet apartment. I acknowledged whatever presence was there, expressed my respect for its history and my desire for peace. I left offerings of salt and olive oil, ancient symbols of preservation and life, hoping to honor whatever lay within the cold confines of the fridge. The disturbances lessened after that night. The fridge's hum returned to its familiar rhythm, and the ominous chill in the air faded. Yet the experience had marked me, leaving an indelible impression on my consciousness. The apartment no longer felt as it once did, a sanctuary untouched by the world outside. It had become a place of lingering shadows, of memories and histories intertwined with my own. Though I eventually grew accustomed to the quiet once more, the memory of the fridge remained. Occasionally, I'd catch a glimpse of mist curling from beneath its door, a soft whisper echoing faintly through the kitchen. Those moments were reminders of what had transpired, of the unseen world that occasionally brushed against our own. Life continued in its relentless flow, the city beyond my windows alive and unyielding. But the fridge, with its silent stories and whispers from another time, had become a part of my narrative. A quiet guardian of secrets, both known and unknowable. It was a testament to the eerie connection between the past and the present, a haunting reminder of the delicate balance between normalcy and the extraordinary. And so, I lived on, surrounded by the bustling vibrancy of city life, yet ever aware of the mysteries that lay just beyond the veil of the ordinary. In that small apartment, in the company of a humming fridge, I had touched upon the edges of something vast and timeless, a brush with the unknown that left me forever changed. I had never thought much about the apartment when I first moved in. It was just a shared space, a place to rest my head after long days spent at the university. The building was an old Victorian, with creaky floorboards and high ceilings that seemed to echo with the whispers of its past. My flatmate, Daniel, had lived there for years before I joined, and he was a quiet, unassuming presence. Daniel was a medical student, and his long hours and intense study habits meant we rarely saw each other, except in passing. The apartment had a peculiar charm to it. The parquet floors, though worn, gleamed in the morning light, and the windows, large and framed with heavy drapes, offered a view of the city's skyline. Our shared spaces, the kitchen and living room, were neat, almost impersonal, as if neither of us had dared to imprint our own personalities on them. It was the pantry, however, that intrigued me the most. Tucked away at the far end of the kitchen, its door was painted the same color as the walls, making it almost invisible unless you knew where to look. During my first weeks there, I spent most of my time getting used to the apartment's quirks, the way the faucet in the bathroom dripped at a steady rhythm, or how the pipes groaned late at night. It was comforting in a way, these predictable oddities. Life carried on in a gentle, undisturbed rhythm. It was a late autumn evening when I first noticed something odd about the pantry. I had been searching for the spice rack, rummaging through the shelves, when I heard a low, almost imperceptible hum. Pausing, I listened closely, but the sound disappeared as quickly as it had come. Dismissing it as the wind, or perhaps the refrigerator, I returned to my routine. Days passed with little incident. The semester was in full swing, and I found myself buried under books and assignments. The apartment remained my sanctuary, a quiet place amidst the chaos of collegiate life. Yet, the pantry continued to draw my attention, its presence increasingly unsettling. It was as if the very air around it was charged with an energy that made the hairs on my neck stand on end. One evening, as I sat at the kitchen table, sipping on a cup of chamomile tea, I caught a glimpse of movement from the corner of my eye. The pantry door, which had been firmly shut, was now slightly ajar. I felt an inexplicable chill as I rose to close it, the creaking hinge resonating in the stillness. I mentioned it to Daniel the next morning over breakfast, casually, as if it were nothing more than a curious observation. He looked up from his toast, his expression unreadable. "Old building," he replied with a shrug. "These things happen." His words were reasonable, yet I couldn't shake the feeling that there was something more. The first real disturbance occurred late one night. I had been working on a paper, the glow of the laptop screen casting long shadows in my room. The apartment was silent, except for the ticking of the wall clock and the distant hum of the city outside. It was then I heard it, soft, rhythmic thuds emanating from the pantry. It was a deliberate sound, neither random nor easily explained away. Heart pounding, I crept into the kitchen, the wooden floor cold beneath my feet. The pantry door was ajar again, the darkness within impenetrable. I hesitated, every instinct urging me to retreat, yet curiosity propelled me forward. As I reached for the light switch, the thuds ceased, leaving an oppressive silence in their wake. The next morning, I found myself unable to concentrate on anything other than the pantry. Daniel, seemingly oblivious, went about his routine with the same unflappable demeanor. Over time, I noticed other peculiarities. Small items from the kitchen would go missing, only to reappear days later in peculiar places. The salt shaker, for instance, turned up on top of the refrigerator, and a spoon I distinctly remembered washing was found in my bedroom. I became increasingly obsessed with the pantry, convinced there was something beyond the realm of natural explanation. I began to experiment, leaving small objects on the pantry shelf, marking their positions with chalk. But each time I returned, they were undisturbed, as if mocking my efforts to uncover the truth. My dreams, once a reflection of mundane concerns, transformed into vivid, unsettling visions. Shadowy figures moved within the pantry, their outlines blurred, yet unmistakable. In these dreams, I stood at the threshold, unable to move or speak, a silent witness to their haunting dance. The tension between Daniel and me grew, unspoken yet palpable. I found myself watching him closely, searching for any indication that he too was aware of the strangeness. But his demeanor remained unchanged, his actions mundane and predictable. One night, unable to sleep, I decided to confront the pantry once and for all. Armed with a flashlight and a newfound resolve, I approached the door. The apartment was eerily quiet, the usual nocturnal noises conspicuously absent. As I reached for the handle, a strange calm washed over me, a sense of inevitability. The pantry was as I had last seen it, the shelves lined with cans and jars, their labels obscured by shadow. But as I stepped inside, I felt an inexplicable heaviness, as if the very air was pressing down upon me. The flashlight flickered, casting erratic beams that danced across the walls. And then I heard it, a whisper, soft and insistent, weaving its way through the silence. It was a language I couldn't comprehend, yet its meaning was unmistakable. I was not welcome. Fear gripped me, and I stumbled back, the flashlight clattering to the floor, its beam extinguished. In the darkness, I heard a gentle rustling, a sound like fabric brushing against the wall. My breath hitched, and I blinked rapidly, trying to adjust my eyes to the absence of light. The whispering had stopped, but the feeling of being watched lingered, a tangible presence. I retreated to my room, heart racing, and spent the night wide awake, my mind a whirlwind of thoughts. The next morning, Daniel was gone, his room as neat as ever. I found a note on the kitchen table, written in his precise handwriting. Had to leave for a few days. Take care. Without Daniel's calming presence, the apartment felt different, more oppressive, as if the walls themselves were closing in. The pantry, with its secrets and shadows, loomed larger in my mind, an enigma I could neither solve nor ignore. I avoided it as much as possible, focusing on my studies. Yet the dreams continued, each more vivid than the last. The shadowy figures were joined by a voice, soft yet commanding, urging me to listen, to understand. But the words eluded me, slipping away each time I reached for them. In my waking hours, I began to notice a change in myself. I was more withdrawn, my thoughts scattered, my emotions volatile. I found myself snapping at friends, my patience wearing thin. The world outside the apartment seemed distant, its colors muted and dull. The climax came on a stormy night, the wind howling outside, rain lashing against the windows. The power flickered, plunging the apartment into darkness, save for the occasional flash of lightning. I sat at the kitchen table, the pantry door a shadowed silhouette in the corner of my vision. A sense of determination filled me, and I rose, the storm's fury echoing my own turbulent emotions. The pantry awaited, its door ajar, inviting yet foreboding. As I stepped forward, the room seemed to shift, the walls bending, the floor slipping beneath my feet. I reached for the handle, and the door swung open with a loud creak. The darkness inside was absolute, a void that seemed to stretch on forever. But I felt a pull, a compulsion to step inside. to embrace the unknown. As I did, the whispers returned, louder now, a cacophony of voices blending into one. I stood at the threshold, caught between fear and curiosity, my heart a drum in my chest. And then, just as suddenly as they had started, the whispers ceased, leaving a profound silence. I was alone, yet surrounded by an unseen presence, tangible in its absence. The storm outside abated, and as the first light of dawn seeped through the windows, I stepped back, the pantry door closing with a finality that sent a shiver down my spine. The apartment was unchanged, yet I felt different, as if some secret had been revealed and then forgotten. Daniel returned the following day, his demeanor as calm and composed as ever. We exchanged pleasantries, but I could sense an unspoken understanding between us. He knew of the pantry's secrets, yet he said nothing, and neither did I. The days turned into weeks, and life resumed its familiar rhythm. The pantry remained a source of mystery, its presence a constant yet silent companion. I no longer attempted to understand it, content to coexist with its enigma. The dreams faded, replaced by mundane worries and everyday concerns. Yet sometimes, in the quiet moments of night, when the apartment is silent, I hear the faintest whisper, a reminder of the unseen world that lies just beyond the threshold. It is a sound that both comforts and unsettles, a lingering echo of a secret I will never fully comprehend. As I write this, I sit near the pantry door, its presence a testament to the unknown. The apartment, with its quirks and creaks, has become a part of me, its mysteries woven into the fabric of my everyday life. I have come to accept that some things are beyond understanding, their truths hidden in the shadows, waiting to be discovered by those who dare to listen. The edifice stood as a relic of a past era, a monument to the ambitions of an ideology that had long since crumbled. In the heart of Prague, nestled amid the bustling echoes of modernization, my apartment was a residual whisper of the communist era, a stark concrete block with weary walls teeming with silent stories. Moving in, I was motivated by practicality. It was affordable. The rent was within my meager budget, and the location was conveniently central. Yet, there was something else, an unspoken allure that drew me to this place, as though the faded wallpaper and creaking floors held secrets waiting to be unfurled. At first, life in the apartment seemed unremarkably mundane. My days were filled with routine, work at the library, quiet dinners, evenings spent reading by the solitary lamp that cast elongated shadows across the room. The building's exterior was nondescript, surrounded by the lingering austerity of its history. Inside, the apartment was sparsely furnished, echoing with the loneliness of its past inhabitants. Yet, in these early days, the apartment was simply a space, a shelter, neither welcoming nor foreboding. The first disturbance was subtle, almost imperceptible, like the softest whisper in a hushed silence. It began with the walls. Standing in the kitchen one evening, I felt it, a gentle caress, as if the walls themselves were breathing, their surface rippling with the faintest vibration. I dismissed it as nothing more than the building settling, a natural occurrence in old structures. Yet, there was a strange intimacy to it, a sensation that was eerily comforting, as if the apartment was acknowledging my presence. In the following weeks, the disturbances grew more pronounced. I would often catch glimpses of movement out of the corner of my eye, shadows slipping silently along the walls, always just beyond the edge of my vision. At night, when the city hushed into stillness, I heard whispers, faint but distinct, like the voices of forgotten souls, murmuring through the cracks and crevices. The rational part of me attributed this to the wind, the creaks and groans of an aging building. But deep down, a nagging doubt began to take root, a suspicion that there was more to these occurrences than mere coincidence. Escalation came subtly, like a creeping fog. The apartment, once merely a place to reside, began to feel alive, as if it had intentions of its own. The gentle caress of the walls became more insistent, a tangible presence that seemed to follow me from room to room. One night, as I lay in bed, a weight pressed down on my chest, not oppressive, but possessive, as if the very air was imbued with a longing to be felt, to be acknowledged. My sleep became fitful, fractured by the sensation that I was not alone, that the apartment watched over me with a possessive gaze. I began to delve into the history of the building, driven by an insatiable need to understand the origin of these disturbances. The apartment's past was a tapestry woven with stories of lives deeply entwined with the tides of history. Built during the communist era, it had housed countless families, each leaving behind fragments of their existence, a forgotten photograph, a child's toy, a book with pages crumbling into dust. Yet, there was one story that stood out, a whisper among the whispers, of a woman who had once lived in my apartment, who had vanished under mysterious circumstances, her fate becoming just another secret nestled within the walls. The climax of this unfolding drama was both surreal and profound. It was a stormy night, the kind of night where the air hums with electricity and the world seems suspended between reality and imagination. As the rain lashed against the windows, I felt drawn to the living room, compelled by a force I could not resist. There, in the half-light, I saw her, a spectral presence, the woman who had once called this place home. She stood by the window, her form ethereal, her eyes filled with a longing so intense it pierced through the veil of time. She spoke without words, her presence a communication of emotion and memory. In that moment, the apartment's secret was laid bare. It was not merely haunted, it was alive, a vessel for the spirits of those who had once sought refuge within its walls. The woman's essence, her attachment to the physical space, was a testament to lives lived in hope, despair, love, and loss. Her caress, the gentle touch of the walls, was an attempt to connect, to bridge the chasm between the living and the departed. The storm raged on, yet amid the chaos, there was a sense of peace, an understanding that transcended the boundaries of life and death. The apartment, with its haunted whispers and spectral embraces, was a sanctuary for lost souls, a place where the past and present intertwined in a dance of shadows and light. As the woman's presence faded, I was left with a profound awareness of the apartment's true nature: a guardian, a keeper of secrets, a dwelling that cradled the echoes of history within its embrace. The lingering fear did not dissipate with the dawn. Instead, it settled into a quiet acceptance, a recognition of the apartment's duality. During the day, the apartment remained a space of normalcy, its walls still, its whispers muted. But as night descended, the familiar caress would return, a reminder of the spirits that roamed within. The woman's presence, though no longer visible, was a constant companion, her essence woven into the fabric of the building. I found solace in this haunting, an understanding that I was not alone, that the apartment, with its supernatural attachment, offered a connection to the past, a reminder of the transient nature of existence. The walls, once mere partitions of concrete and plaster, became companions, their touch a gentle lullaby that soothed me into sleep, their whispers a chorus of forgotten stories longing to be heard. In time, I learned to coexist with the apartment's haunting, embracing the eerie familiarity of its embrace. The fear, once sharp and unsettling, dulled into a quiet respect, a reverence for the spirits that lingered within. The apartment, with its caress of walls and spectral whispers, became more than a dwelling. It was a living tapestry, a testament to the enduring connection between the past and the present, a reminder that even in the depths of solitude we are never truly alone. The road to the farmstead was lined with tall, skeletal trees that seemed to bow under the weight of their own age. Their barren branches reached toward the sky like the bony fingers of an ancient giant. The gravel crunched beneath the tires of my car as I drove, each pebble a tiny reminder of my solitude in this vast rural landscape. I had come to this place seeking solace, a retreat from the relentless hum of the city and its ceaseless demands. The duplex stood at the far end of the property, its two halves joined together like a solemn handshake across time. It was an old structure, with a facade that bore the marks of many seasons past. The paint was peeling, exposing the faded wood beneath, and the windows were clouded with age, like eyes clouded by too many memories. Still, there was a charm to it, a whispered promise of peace and quiet that beckoned to my weary soul. I had rented one half of the duplex from an elderly villager named Mr. Harlan, who spoke with a slow drawl that seemed to echo the languid flow of time itself. He had assured me that the place was comfortable, though I could detect a hint of something unspoken in his eyes, a shadow that flickered briefly and then vanished. I dismissed it as nothing more than the quirks of small-town folk, always full of their old wives' tales and superstitions. As I unpacked my belongings and settled in, the tranquility of the farmstead wrapped around me like a soft, comforting blanket. The air was fresh and cool, carrying with it the scent of earth and the distant murmur of a creek. I spent my days exploring the surrounding fields and woods, allowing the peace of nature to seep into my bones. At night, I would sit on the porch, sipping tea as the stars blossomed in the velvet sky. For the first week, life in the duplex was blissfully uneventful. The silence was profound, broken only by the occasional rustle of leaves or the far-off call of an owl. It was just what I needed, a respite from the cacophony of life. But then, one night, the first disturbance occurred. I had retired early, feeling the pleasant weight of sleep pulling me under. Just as I was about to slip into slumber, a sound echoed through the house, a faint, rhythmic tapping, like the drumming of fingers on a wooden table. It was so soft at first that I thought I had imagined it. But then it grew louder, more insistent, as if demanding to be acknowledged. I sat up in bed, my heart suddenly alert. The sound seemed to emanate from the adjacent half of the duplex, separated from mine by a single wall. Remembering Mr. Harlan's assurance that no one else would be occupying the other side, I felt a chill creep up my spine. I got up and pressed my ear against the wall, but the tapping had ceased. In the morning, I dismissed the incident as a product of my imagination, perhaps the result of the house settling, or some nocturnal creature making its presence known. But the following night, the tapping returned, accompanied by a low murmur, like the hushed voices of a conversation held just out of earshot. This time, the sound did not stop when I got out of bed to investigate. It continued, an eerie counterpoint to my growing unease. The days passed, each night bringing with it the now familiar sounds. I found myself growing more and more restless, the peace I had sought dissolving into a mist of anxiety. During the day, the duplex was as serene as ever, but as soon as the sun dipped below the horizon, the sounds would begin, tapping, murmuring, and occasionally the creak of floorboards, as if someone was walking through the other side of the house. I began to avoid the evenings, spending more time outside, reluctant to return to the thickening atmosphere of the duplex. When I did venture back inside, I would lie in bed, my ears straining, waiting for the nightly performance to begin. It was as though the house was alive, breathing softly through the walls, whispering secrets in the dark. One evening, in a moment of desperation, I decided to confront whatever it was that haunted the other side of the duplex. I armed myself with a flashlight and the courage that only comes from sleepless nights and frayed nerves. I crossed the porch and stood before the door that led to the other half, my hand trembling as I reached for the doorknob. The door opened with a creak that seemed to shatter the night, and I stepped inside. My flashlight beam cut through the darkness, revealing dust-covered furniture and cobwebs hanging like drapes. The room was empty, void of any sign of life or disturbance. Yet, as I stood there, I could feel a presence, a weight pressing down on the air itself. I turned to leave, but a sound stopped me, a faint melodic tune, like an old lullaby carried on the wind. It enveloped me, threading through my consciousness with a gentle insistence. I felt as though I had heard it before in some forgotten dream. I backed out of the room, shutting the door firmly behind me, my heart pounding in my chest. In the days that followed, the disturbances escalated. Now, it was not only at night that the sounds occurred. Even during the day, I would catch snippets of that haunting melody, weaving through the walls like an invisible thread. My sense of time began to blur, the boundaries between day and night dissolving under the weight of my anxiety. I spoke to Mr. Harlan about it, hoping for some logical explanation, some reassurance that would ease my troubled mind. He listened quietly, his eyes fixed on a point beyond the horizon, as if he were seeing something I could not. When I finished, he sighed deeply and told me that there were stories about the duplex, tales of a tragedy that had unfolded there many years ago. He did not elaborate, but I could see the sadness etched into his features, the way his hands trembled slightly as he spoke. Armed with this new knowledge, I began to explore the history of the duplex, delving into old newspaper archives and speaking with the villagers. I learned of a family that had once lived there, a mother and her young daughter. The details were murky, but it was said that the child had disappeared one stormy night, never to be seen again. Some claimed that the mother had gone mad with grief, her sanity unraveling like a frayed tapestry, until she too vanished from the village. The echoes of their story seemed to linger in the very walls of the duplex, a haunting refrain that repeated itself night after night. The tapping, I realized, was the child's playful drumming, the murmurs her mother's soft, soothing voice. The lullaby, a remnant of their shared past, a memory etched into the fabric of the house itself. The knowledge did little to quell my fear. If anything, it intensified it. For now I understood that the duplex was not just a house, but a repository of sorrow and loss, a monument to lives unfinished and stories untold. The sounds were not just sounds, they were cries for remembrance, echoes of a past that refused to be forgotten. One night, as I lay in bed, the tapping more insistent than ever, I made a decision. I would leave the duplex, return to the city and its comforting noise, its anonymity. But as I began to pack my things, the lullaby began again, wrapping around me like a tender embrace. It was then that I knew I could not leave, not without acknowledging the spirits that dwelled within the walls, without offering them the closure they so desperately sought. I spent the next day preparing a small ritual, a gesture of farewell and peace. I gathered wildflowers from the fields and placed them in a vase in the center of the shared living room. I lit candles, their flames flickering gently in the dim light. As night fell, I sat on the floor, my hands resting in my lap, and spoke softly into the silence. "I hear you," I said, my voice barely more than a whisper. "I acknowledge your presence. May you find peace wherever you are." For a moment, there was nothing but the sound of my own breathing, the steady beating of my heart. And then, from the other side of the duplex, a soft, melodic sigh, like the exhalation of a soul finally at rest. The tapping stopped, the murmurs faded, and the air grew still, as if the house itself had released a long-held breath. I stayed a few more days, the atmosphere lighter, the oppressive weight lifted. When I finally left the duplex, I felt a strange sense of gratitude, as though I had been granted a glimpse into a world beyond, a place where past and present intertwined in a delicate dance. As I drove away, the gravel crunching beneath the tires, I glanced back at the duplex one last time. It stood there, silent and serene, a sentinel in the fields, holding its secrets close. I knew that the echoes would remain, a part of the landscape, a gentle reminder that even in solitude, we are never truly alone. There was something peculiarly comforting about the old farmhouse, sitting quietly at the edge of a forgotten road. Its weathered boards whispered tales of countless seasons endured, while its windows, though dust-coated, hinted at a warmth that promised refuge from the chill of the outside world. I first stumbled upon it during a drive to nowhere in particular, my mind seeking solace from the chaotic buzz of city life. The history of the place was as fragmented as the fence posts that lined the property. Rumors of its abandonment trickled through local taverns and late-night campfire stories, each account varying slightly, but all agreeing on a single point. It had been deserted for decades. Yet standing there before its creaking porch, I could feel the pulse of life, a stubborn resilience against time. I resolved to restore it, to breathe life back into the farmhouse. At first, my work was met with silence, the kind that accompanies solitude in vast, open spaces. I was alone, but I was not lonely. There was a sort of companionship in the quiet creaks and groans of the wooden beams, as if the house welcomed my presence, grateful for the attention it had long been denied. But soon, the silence began speaking in another language. The first disturbance was subtle, almost dismissible. A cold draft that wound its way through the hallways, despite the summer's heat outside. It was as though the farmhouse exhaled with a chill that the sun could not banish. I attributed it to gaps and grates, nothing a little sealant couldn't fix. Then there were the voices. They were faint at first, whispers that brushed past my ears, like the rustle of leaves. Often I found myself pausing mid-task, hammer in hand, straining to catch the elusive words. They lingered at the edge of understanding, spoken just outside the grasp of clarity. I spent nights lying awake, convincing myself it was merely the wind, mischievously playful amongst the eaves. Days passed, and the whispers grew bolder, morphing into a spectral conversation that filled the air, carrying with them the melancholy of unfinished stories. The farmhouse, it seemed, was not as empty as it appeared. I told myself it was my imagination, a mind too steeped in the lore of its own creation. Yet, denial only held strong until the day I saw them. It was late afternoon when I noticed movement in the reflection of a window pane. A figure, ghostly pale, stood in the shadows of the upper hallway. My heart thudded against my ribs as I turned, expecting to confront an intruder. But the hallway was empty, save for dust particles dancing in a shaft of light. Shaken, I pressed on, rationalizing the sight as a trick of the light, an overactive imagination fueled by isolation. But they were relentless. Night after night I glimpsed them, translucent forms drifting through rooms, their eyes hollow wells of despair. There was no malice in their presence, only an overwhelming aura of sorrow. Each spirit seemed trapped in a loop, bound to the farmhouse by a tether of unfulfilled yearning. As weeks passed, the hauntings escalated. The farmhouse became a theater of eerie displays, doors creaking open of their own volition, candles flickering to life in rooms I had left dark. I could feel their stories pressing upon me, a silent plea for acknowledgement. They were souls unresting, their lives cut short by untold tragedies, their voices silenced, yet desperate to be heard. The climax came on a night when the air was thick with anticipation. I had taken to sitting in the great room, a journal in hand, hoping to capture the essence of their stories, to offer them a voice in this world. As the clock ticked towards midnight, a sudden stillness enveloped the farmhouse, an oppressive quiet that heralded their arrival. They gathered around me, dozens of ethereal figures, their presence a tapestry of sorrow, woven with threads of despair and longing. The room chilled, a coldness that seeped into my bones. I could see their faces clearly now, etched with an anguish that transcended words. It was as if they were trying to speak, yet their voices were swallowed by the void that separated our worlds. In that moment, I understood. The farmhouse was a sanctuary, a vessel for their stories, and I, unwittingly, had become their chronicler. My presence had stirred them from slumber, their unrest awakened by my intrusion. They needed to be heard, their tales to be remembered, their existence validated. With trembling hands, I began to write, coaxing their stories from the shadows. Each word felt like a key, unlocking the chains that bound them to this realm. I wrote of heartbreaks and hopes, dreams that had crumbled under the weight of time, loves lost and found too late. The room pulsed with their energy, a crescendo of emotions that swept through me with each stroke of the pen. As the last word left the page, a hush descended. The spirits stood in silence, their forms fading into the obscurity of night. A sense of peace settled over the farmhouse, a gentle sigh of gratitude that echoed in the rafters. They had been heard, their stories finally given voice. With their departure, the oppressive air lifted, leaving behind an emptiness that was both solemn and serene. Yet, the fear lingered, a thread woven into the fabric of my days. The farmhouse, though now still, bore the heavy imprint of their existence. I could not shake the feeling of being watched, of eyes unseen, observing my every move. The stories I had captured became a part of me, their weight a constant companion, reminding me of the fragile boundary between the living and the dead. I continued to live there, my life intertwined with theirs, bound by the tales that had unfolded within those walls. The farmhouse remained, a monument to the lives of those who had come before, their voices forever echoing in the quiet spaces of my mind. There is a chill that accompanies the dusk now, a whispering breeze that curls around the porch as daylight fades. I often sit there, listening to the symphony of silence, feeling the presence of those who once were. Though the spirits have found their peace, the memory of their unrest lingers, a gentle reminder of the stories yet untold in the quiet places of the world. There's a certain stillness that accompanies abandoned places, an echo of life that once thrived, now reduced to silence and dust. The farmhouse stood at the end of a narrow, winding path, its windows staring like vacant eyes upon the world. I had come here in search of solitude, a place to contemplate the chaos of my life, a place where the past and present might find a home within my troubled mind. The farmhouse seemed perfect, too perfect perhaps, with its peeling paint and sagging timbers that whispered secrets of years gone by. As I crossed the threshold of the dilapidated old building, the air was thick with dust and the faint smell of decay. The floorboards creaked underfoot, each step a hollow sound, in the otherwise oppressive silence. It was a large house, larger than it appeared from the outside, with rooms that seemed to unfold endlessly. I wandered through it, feeling an odd sense of belonging, as if the house was welcoming me into its forgotten folds. The rooms were bare, stripped of any furnishings, save for the occasional relic. A broken chair here, a cracked mirror there. Yet, they felt alive in a way I couldn't quite comprehend, as though they were waiting for something, someone, to breathe life back into them. It was a comforting feeling, an invitation to make the farmhouse my own little sanctuary, away from the world. But my peace was short-lived. On the second night, I awoke to a chill that seemed to emanate from within the bones of the house itself. It seeped into my skin, a creeping cold that left me shivering beneath my thin blanket. I tried to dismiss it as just the night air, seeping through the broken windows, but a part of me, the part that wanted to believe in the rational, sensed there was more to it. I heard it then, a faint sound, distant yet distinct. It was a soft whisper, a murmuring that skittered along the periphery of my consciousness. I strained to catch the words, but they remained elusive, a gentle rustle that could have been the wind through the trees. But I knew better. The sound was coming from within the house. I lay there, still and tense, listening to the soft symphony of whispers that seemed to rise and fall with the rhythm of the night. The next day, I decided to explore the farmhouse further. There was an attic, accessible by a rickety old ladder that groaned ominously as I climbed it. The attic was dimly lit, a single narrow window casting a pale, ghostly light. It was cluttered with forgotten belongings, old trunks, dusty books, and yellowed papers strewn about like the remnants of someone's life, abruptly abandoned. As I sifted through the detritus, I stumbled upon a leather-bound journal, its cover cracked with age. It belonged to a woman named Eleanor, who had once lived in the farmhouse. Her entries were mundane at first, detailing the daily toil of farm life. But as I read on, a darker narrative began to unfold. Eleanor wrote of strange occurrences, of shadows that danced just out of sight, of whispers that filled the night air. She spoke of an unease that settled over the household, a presence that could neither be seen nor explained. Her last entries were frantic, scribbled hastily across the pages. "They are here," she wrote. "They will not leave. Their whispers grow louder. They want something from me, but I do not know what it is." The final entry was smeared and almost illegible, as if she had been interrupted abruptly. I closed the journal, a sense of foreboding settling over me. It seemed I was not alone in my experiences. Whatever haunted Eleanor all those years ago had lingered, waiting patiently through the years. I tried to push the thought away, rationalize it as nothing more than the power of suggestion. But deep down, I knew I had awakened something within the farmhouse. The whispers grew more pronounced with each passing night, no longer a distant murmur, but a chorus that filled the rooms. I would lie awake, heart pounding, as they swirled around me, taunting, teasing. They spoke of things I could not comprehend, of sorrow and longing, of things lost and never found. It was as though the spirits themselves were reaching out, desperate for a voice, for acknowledgement. I began to feel their presence more acutely. Shadows that shouldn't have been there would flicker at the edge of my vision, only to vanish when I turned to look. Cold spots would appear randomly, pockets of icy air that sank into my bones. I felt eyes upon me, watching, waiting. It was on one such night, when the whispers were at their loudest, that I saw her. A figure, pale and translucent, stood at the foot of my bed. She was beautiful and yet terrible, her eyes filled with a sorrow that transcended time. She opened her mouth, and though no words came, I understood her plea. She wanted freedom, release from this earthly prison. I was frozen, unable to move or speak, as she reached out a hand, her touch like ice against my skin. It was a gesture of desperation, of pleading. She needed something from me, something I wasn't sure I could give. The days that followed were a blur of fear and uncertainty. I wandered the farmhouse, trying to piece together the stories of those who had come before me. There were more journals, more tales of haunting and despair, of families driven away by the relentless spirits that refused to rest. I realized then that the farmhouse was a vessel, a place where the dead lingered, unable to move on. They were trapped, bound by unfinished business, their voices echoing through the ages. And now, I was part of their story, their latest chapter. The climax came on a stormy night. Thunder rattled the windows, lightning illuminating the old house in brief, blinding flashes. The whispers became a cacophony, a deafening roar that filled the air, drowning out the storm. I was drawn to the attic once more, compelled by a force I couldn't resist. The spirits were there, a congregation of lost souls, their outlines shimmering in the darkness. They surrounded me, their faces twisted in anguish, their eyes begging for release. I could feel their despair, their longing, and in that moment, I understood what needed to be done. With trembling hands, I took Eleanor's journal and began to read aloud, my voice echoing through the attic. I spoke her words, her fears, her pain. As I did, the spirits grew calmer, their forms flickering like candle flames in the wind. They listened, and I felt a shift, as if a great weight were being lifted. The storm outside raged on, but within the attic, a peace settled. The spirits began to fade, their whispers growing softer until at last, there was only silence. I stood there, alone once more, the journal clutched to my chest, tears streaming down my face. I left the farmhouse the next day, my heart heavy yet lightened by the knowledge that I had helped those who had come before me. But the experience left a mark, a lingering fear that haunted my dreams. I would wake in the night, expecting to hear the whispers, to see the shadows, to feel the cold touch of a ghostly hand. Though I had left the farmhouse behind, a part of it remained with me, a reminder of the spirit's relentless search for peace. Perhaps one day they would find it, or perhaps the farmhouse would continue to stand, a beacon for restless souls, waiting for someone else to hear their whispers. The first time I saw the farmhouse, it was bathed in the golden light of a late summer afternoon. It stood at the end of a long gravel road, framed by fields that stretched out like a worn quilt toward a distant tree line. To the untrained eye, it was just another abandoned structure forgotten by time. But to me, it was an opportunity. I had been searching for solitude, a retreat from the cacophony of city life, and this place promised the silence I craved. Tall grass swayed gently in the breeze, whispering secrets as I approached. The house itself was old, its wood weathered and gray, yet it retained an air of dignity. The porch sagged slightly under its own weight, and the windows were clouded with dust. But the structure stood firm, like a guardian keeping watch over its land. As I pushed open the front door, it creaked in protest, a sound that echoed through the empty rooms, disturbing the stillness that had settled there. Inside, the farmhouse was as one might expect, sparsely furnished, with evidence of past lives scattered about. An old rocking chair sat by the fireplace, its wood polished smooth by years of use. A faded rug lay crumpled by the foot of a staircase that led to the second floor. I wandered through the rooms, breathing in the scent of age and decay, imagining how it must have been when life thrummed through its walls. My first night there was uneventful. I set up camp in the living room, unfurling my sleeping bag and arranging my few belongings around me. The night was quiet, save for the occasional owl hooting in the distance. I drifted off to sleep easily, feeling a sense of contentment that I hadn't felt in years. It was the second night that the disturbances began. I awoke to the sound of footsteps overhead, slow and deliberate. At first, I thought it might be an animal, raccoons or maybe a stray cat, but the pacing seemed too methodical. It occurred to me that perhaps someone else had made this place their refuge. Gathering my courage, I climbed the creaky stairs, my flashlight casting long, eerie shadows on the walls. The upper floor was as deserted as the first. Dust motes floated in the air, suspended in the beam of my light. The footsteps had stopped as soon as I reached the top of the stairs, leaving nothing but the sound of my own breathing. A chill crept down my spine as I stood there, listening, waiting for something to reveal itself. But there was nothing, just silence. I returned to my makeshift bed, dismissing the experience as a trick of the mind, perhaps the remnants of a dream that had followed me into wakefulness. Yet, as I lay there in the dark, the feeling of being watched settled heavily upon me. I closed my eyes, willing myself to ignore it, to sleep. The next few days passed with a growing sense of unease. It seemed that the more I explored, the more the house revealed its disquiet. Objects shifted positions of their own accord. My flashlight would be moved to the opposite side of the room, or the door to the pantry would swing open without a breeze to fill its sails. More than once, I caught a glimpse of movement in the corner of my eye, only to find nothing there when I turned. During the day, the farmhouse was nothing more than an old relic of a bygone era, but at night, it transformed into something almost sentient. The footsteps returned, sometimes accompanied by soft whispers that floated through the air like tendrils of smoke. I could never catch the words, but the tone was unmistakable. Mournful, pleading. My dreams became haunted by images of faces I didn't recognize, their eyes wide with fear or sorrow, mouths moving in silent cries. I awoke each morning with a sense of urgency, as though I had unfinished business I couldn't remember. It gnawed at me, this feeling as if the house itself were trying to communicate, to reach out from beyond the veil of the living. The disturbances culminated one stormy night. Rain lashed against the windows, and wind howled through the cracks in the walls. I lay in my sleeping bag, listening to the symphony of the storm, when the footsteps began again. This time, they were accompanied by a low, rhythmic thumping, a knock, 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 that echoed through the halls. I sat up, heart pounding, straining to hear over the din of the storm. The knocking seemed to be coming from the far end of the house, where I had yet to explore. Driven by a mix of fear and curiosity, I grabbed my flashlight and headed toward the sound. The knocking grew louder as I approached a door I hadn't noticed before, at the end of a narrow hallway. It was old and unpainted, blending seamlessly into the shadows. My hand trembled as I reached for the handle, feeling the chill of the metal seep into my skin. With a deep breath, I turned the knob and pushed the door open. Beyond lay a small room, empty except for a single piece of furniture, a large, ornate mirror, its surface clouded with age. The knocking had ceased the moment I opened the door, leaving only the sound of my own breath in the confined space. I stepped inside, drawn to the mirror as though by an invisible force. My reflection stared back at me, distorted by the tarnished glass. But something was off. My image seemed to waver, like a reflection in disturbed water. I blinked, and for a fleeting moment, the face staring back at me wasn't my own. It was a woman, her features ghostly pale, her eyes full of anguish. She mouthed words I couldn't hear, pressing her hands against the glass as if trying to break through. I stumbled back, heart racing, the flashlight slipping from my grasp and clattering to the floor. The image vanished, leaving only my own wide-eyed reflection. I backed out of the room, pulling the door shut with a trembling hand, and fled down the hallway. Back in the living room, I tried to calm myself, to rationalize what I had seen. But deep down, I knew that the farmhouse held more than just memories of those who had once lived there. It held the very essence of their unresting souls. I began to research the history of the place, hoping to find some explanation for the phenomena. The local library held old records and newspapers, and I spent hours poring over them. It was there that I uncovered the tragic history of the farmhouse. Decades ago, it had been home to a family, parents and their young daughter. A fire had swept through the house one night, trapping them inside. The townspeople spoke of hearing screams, but by the time help arrived, it was too late. The family perished, leaving behind only ashes and whispers. I realized that the spirits were bound to the house, unable to move on. Their sorrow and anger had seeped into the very foundation, manifesting in the disturbances I had experienced. They were trapped, just as they had been in life, and they were reaching out for help. With this revelation, the activity in the house grew more intense. The footsteps followed me now, no matter where I went. Cold spots appeared in rooms, and the whispers grew louder, more insistent. The mirror became the focal point of their energy, drawing me back to it night after night, as if demanding recognition. I could no longer ignore their presence, nor could I flee. The farmhouse had become a part of me, its history entwined with my own. I set about trying to communicate with the spirits, to offer some semblance of peace. I spoke aloud to the empty rooms, hoping my words would reach them, offering apologies for the pain they had endured. One night, as I stood before the mirror, I felt a change in the air, a softening, as if the house were listening. The woman's face appeared again, her expression less tormented, and for the first time, I heard her voice, faint but unmistakable. "Help us," she whispered, a plea that resonated deep within me. Determined to help them find release, I sought the guidance of a local historian who specialized in such matters. We conducted a small ceremony, acknowledging the spirits and honoring their memory. Candles flickered in the darkened room, and the air seemed to hum with energy as we spoke words of comfort and farewell. As the ceremony concluded, a profound silence enveloped the house. The oppressive weight that had lingered in the air lifted, replaced by a sense of calm I had not felt since arriving. I knew then that the spirits had finally found peace, their souls free to move on. I remained at the farmhouse for a while longer, embracing the tranquility that had settled there. The disturbances ceased, and the house became a true sanctuary, a place where I could reflect and find solace. Yet, even now, as I recount this tale, a lingering fear remains, a soft whisper in the back of my mind. It is the knowledge that the restless dead are never far from the world of the living, and that the veil between our realms is thinner than we care to admit. The farmhouse stands as a reminder of that truth, an eternal guardian of the secrets it holds. The first time I arrived at St. Daniel's Mental Hospital, the sun was casting a gentle, warm glow over the red brick facade of Century Manor. The building stood ceremoniously, as if no time had passed since its closure decades ago. The windows, though dusty and some shattered, still seemed to gaze out thoughtfully at the world beyond. I had always been drawn to places like this, relics of the past that whispered stories of what used to be. That day, I was not just a visitor. I was an investigator, tasked with documenting the history and the mystery surrounding this infamous asylum. I entered through the main doors, which creaked with a sound that echoed through the empty halls, like a whisper. The air was cold, despite the warmth of the autumn afternoon outside, and as I walked through the foyer, I could almost sense the presence of those who had once inhabited this place. But it was just a building, I told myself, a relic of a time when mental health was misunderstood, and treatments were as much about confinement as they were about care. The first few days at Century Manor were spent cataloging the artifacts left behind, patient records, medical equipment, and personal belongings, all scattered as if everyone had left in a hurry. It was fascinating to piece together the lives that had once revolved around these rooms. Each object held a story, and each story was a step deeper into the heart of the manor. Yet, despite the eerie tingle in the air, everything felt normal enough. until the disturbances began. It started subtly, a misplaced object or a flickering bulb, things I attributed to the decrepit state of the building. One evening, as I was packing up to leave, I noticed a chair that had been moved across the room. At first, I brushed it off as a trick of the mind. Surely I hadn't noticed it earlier. But then there were the sounds. In the dead silence of night, I began to hear whispers, faint and unintelligible, as if a conversation was happening just out of earshot. I assured myself it was the wind playing tricks in the old ducts, or perhaps the settling of the building's foundation. However, when the whispers turned into clear voices, my rational explanations began to falter. I was working late in the office one night when I heard a gentle humming resonate through the hallway. It was a mournful melody, one that seemed to rise and fall with a sorrowful cadence. I stepped out to investigate, my footsteps merging with the sound, creating an eerie duet. Yet, as I reached the corridor, the humming ceased, leaving only the silence to fill the void, a silence that seemed more unnerving than the sound itself. Determined to get to the bottom of these occurrences, I set up recording equipment throughout the manor. I wanted to capture whatever was happening, to prove to myself that there was a logical explanation. For several nights, the equipment recorded nothing unusual, but the air felt thicker, as if the building held its breath, waiting. And then, one morning, as I reviewed the footage, I saw it. A shadow, moving with purpose across the room, devoid of any source or bearer. It was a figure, and it seemed to pause, watching the camera, before dissolving into the darkness. The escalation continued, with doors slamming shut on their own, and once clear mirrors fogging over with messages that vanished as soon as I tried to decipher them. The most chilling was a simple, haunting phrase: "Help us." It was then I felt the true weight of the manor's history press down upon me. The ghosts of St. Daniel's were not just figments of a troubled mind. They were real, and they were reaching out. My nights became sleepless, filled with the constant anticipation of more messages, more signs. I roamed the halls with a flashlight, seeking out the voices that called to me. I began to understand their stories, fragments of pain and longing trapped within the walls. There was the nurse, whose regret over a patient's death kept her tethered to this world, and the patient who never stopped searching for a freedom they never knew. The climax of these encounters came on a stormy night, when the manor seemed to come alive with an energy it had never shown before. The wind howled through the broken windows, and the rain pounded against the walls like a heart-seeking entry. It was then that I saw her, a woman in a white gown, standing at the end of the hallway. Her face was a blur, her features washed away by the rain and shadows, yet her presence was unmistakable. "Please," she whispered, her voice carried by the wind, "help us find peace." I reached out to her, but as I took a step forward, she vanished, leaving me alone with my outstretched hand. The energy in the room dissipated, leaving a palpable silence, as if the building itself had paused to mourn her loss. In the days that followed, I continued my work with a renewed sense of purpose. I began to document not just the physical artifacts, but the tales of those who lingered, hoping that by telling their stories, I could offer them the peace they sought. Yet, even as I prepared to leave Century Manor, I knew the echoes of its past would never fully fade. The whispers and shadows had become a part of me, a lingering fear that the world beyond the visible was more complex than I had ever imagined. Century Manor taught me that the history we see is only a fraction of what truly exists. The ghosts of St. Daniel's remained, not as malevolent spirits, but as remnants of lives interrupted. They were the echoes of emotions too strong to be quelled by time, calling out to anyone who would listen and understand. As I closed the doors to the manor for the last time, I felt their presence like a gentle breeze, a reminder that some stories never end. They simply await the next teller. And so, the haunting of Century Manor continued, a tale etched into the very fabric of its being, as eternal as the bricks and mortar that housed it. The old farmhouse stood alone in a sea of windswept fields, a solitary structure where nature seemed to reclaim its place, slowly but surely. Its weather-beaten wood creaked with every gust, and the once vibrant paint had peeled away, leaving the bare bones of the place exposed to the elements. Despite its dilapidated state, there was a strange allure to it, an invitation whispered on the wind, drawing me in. I had purchased the property on a whim, enamored by its isolation and the quiet it promised. I'd grown weary of the city's relentless noise, the clamor of people and machines that never ceased. Here, amidst the rustling cornstalks and the occasional call of a distant bird, I found the peace I craved. The farmhouse, despite its appearance, offered a refuge, an escape from the ceaseless demands of modern life. The first few weeks were uneventful. I busied myself with minor repairs, brushing off the cobwebs and musty smells that clung to every corner. The silence was profound, almost tangible. It wrapped around me like a heavy quilt, each room filled with echoes of a time long past. I often found myself standing by the window, gazing out at the horizon where the fields met the sky, feeling an inexplicable sense of contentment. But then, the first disturbance came. It was subtle at first, a shadow glimpsed from the corner of my eye, the kind that flits away the moment you turn to face it. It happened only occasionally, and I dismissed it as a trick of the light, the way shadows dance under the waning twilight. Yet, as days turned to weeks, these occurrences grew more frequent. The shadows took on forms, fleeting, indistinct, but undeniably there. One evening, as I sat reading in the small parlor, I heard it, a soft, mournful sigh. It was the sound of despair, a whisper that sent a chill racing down my spine. I looked up, heart pounding, eyes scanning the room for the source. Nothing, only the gentle creaking of the floorboards in response to the evening breeze. I shook it off, convincing myself it was just the house settling, that old structures had their own language, their own stories to tell. Yet, the disturbances continued. Objects would move from their places. A book, a cup, my reading glasses. Things I was certain I left in one spot would appear elsewhere, as if nudged by unseen hands. I tried to rationalize it, blaming my own forgetfulness. but a seed of doubt took root in my mind. I found myself on edge, every creak and groan of the house feeding into a growing unease. The escalation was gradual, but undeniable. The sighs turned to whispers, unintelligible yet laden with emotion. I would awaken in the middle of the night, my room filled with a suffocating presence, as if the air itself was watching, waiting. I began to see them, the shades. They would appear in moments of solitude, hovering on the periphery of my vision. Translucent figures, their features blurred, obscured by time and sorrow. They never approached, but their presence was inescapable, an oppressive weight that grew heavier with each passing day. It was during one such night, a storm raging outside, that the climax of this haunting unfolded. Lightning cast stark, fleeting illuminations through the windows, and the rain battered against the walls with a fury that seemed almost sentient. I was in the kitchen, preparing a late supper, when I felt it. A cold breath against the back of my neck. I turned sharply, heart hammering in my chest, and there they were. Not shadows, not fleeting glimpses, but fully formed apparitions standing in the doorway. There were 3 of them, a man, a woman, and a child. Their eyes held a depth of sorrow and longing that transfixed me, rendering me immobile. The room seemed to fall away, the only thing anchoring me to reality, the intensity of their gaze. They said nothing, yet their story unfolded in my mind, a family torn apart by tragedy, their lives snuffed out long before their time. The farmhouse had been their home, and now it was their prison. As suddenly as they appeared, they were gone, leaving me alone in the oppressive silence. But something lingered, a sense of understanding, of connection. The storm outside had abated, leaving a calm in its wake, but the whispers remained, softer now, almost a lullaby. I realized then that the house was never truly mine. It belonged to them, these unresting souls, bound to the land by a past I could never fully comprehend. In the days that followed, the fear subsided, replaced by a solemn acceptance. The disturbances continued, but they no longer filled me with dread. Instead, they felt like a communion, a bridge between the living and the dead. I came to cherish the whispers, the touches, and the shadows as part of the house's identity. My presence there was a part of that story, a witness to the eternal dance between the past and the present. Yet, a lingering fear remained, an understanding that one day I too might become part of this haunting tableau. The house, with its secrets and its stories, would continue to stand long after I was gone, a testament to the inexorable passage of time and the restless nature of lost souls. In this place, solitude was not an absence, but a presence, a reminder that we are never truly alone. And so I remain, the caretaker of a legacy that is not mine, watching over the fields and the spirits they harbor. I listen to their whispers in the night, and I find a strange comfort in their company, knowing that in this quiet corner of the world, the past is never truly past, and the souls that wander here will forever be unresting. The farmhouse stood silent and forgotten on the crest of a hill, surrounded by tangled weeds and gnarled trees that clawed at the sky. It had once been a place of life and laughter, a refuge from the world. But now it was a relic, its glory days buried beneath dust and neglect. The paint on its wooden boards had peeled away, revealing the gray beneath, and its windows were like eyes that watched without seeing. I had always been drawn to places like this, places where the past lingered like a whisper on the wind. Maybe it was the quiet, or the stories such places seemed to hold, tales woven into the very fabric of their walls. I first came upon the old farmhouse while wandering the fields one autumn afternoon, the air crisp and the sky a deep, endless blue. There was a certain magnetism to it, an allure that beckoned me closer. I paused at the edge of the overgrown drive. My curiosity piqued and felt a strange sense of homecoming. I imagined the lives that had once unfolded here, the births, the celebrations, the quiet evenings by a crackling fire. It was easy to envision, and even easier to entertain, the thought of stepping through its creaking doors, to explore what memories might still linger. As I approached, the wind picked up, rustling the dry leaves and sending a shiver down my spine. The air seemed to thicken, the atmosphere charged with something I couldn't quite put my finger on. I brushed it off as the chill of the season, an overactive imagination, fueled by too many late-night ghost stories. But even as I told myself this, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was not alone, that the house itself was watching my every move. The first disturbance came as I crossed the threshold. The door, heavy and weather-beaten, groaned open on its hinges, a sound that echoed in the empty hollows of my mind. The interior was as expected, dark, musty, the stale air thick with the scent of decay. Dust motes danced in the shafts of light that pierced through gaps in the boarded windows, and the silence was profound, almost sacred. I wandered through the rooms, each one telling its own story. The parlor, with its faded floral wallpaper peeling like the skin from a forgotten fruit, spoke of genteel gatherings long past. The kitchen, with its iron stove and empty cupboards, whispered of meals prepared and shared, the clatter of dishes, and the warmth of a family. It was in the upstairs bedroom where I first felt it, the palpable coldness that wrapped around my shoulders like a shawl. At first, it was subtle, a barely there chill that could have been a draft. But as I stood there, looking at the bed, its frame still intact beneath a thick layer of dust, the cold intensified, sinking into my bones. I felt an urge to leave, an instinctual warning, but stubborn curiosity anchored me in place. As the days turned to weeks, I found myself returning to the farmhouse, unable to resist its silent pull. Each visit revealed more of its secrets, subtle clues left behind by those who had once called it home. A child's toy, forgotten and faded beneath a bed. A photograph, its edges curled with age, depicting a family frozen in time, their expressions solemn yet kind. I was piecing together a history, a narrative of love and loss, and it fascinated me. But with each visit, the disturbances grew more frequent, more intrusive. It began with the sounds, footsteps overhead, the creaking of the old wooden floorboards under a weight I couldn't see. Then came the whispers, soft and indistinct, like the murmur of a distant conversation I was not part of. I would stand in the parlor, heart pounding, straining to make out the words, but they always eluded me, slipping away like smoke through fingers. One evening, as twilight descended and shadows lengthened, I saw her. A figure standing by the window, backlit by the waning light, her form blurred and insubstantial. She was there for just a moment, a heartbeat, and then she was gone, leaving only the faintest impression in my mind. I felt no fear, only an overwhelming sadness, as if I had glimpsed something tragic and irrevocable. The escalation was gradual, but undeniable. What began as curious visits turned into a compulsion. I spent hours in that house, drawn to its secrets like a moth to flame. The sounds grew louder, more persistent, and I began to sense not just one presence, but many. It was as if the house was filled with the spirits of those who had lived and died within its walls, each one clamoring for attention, for acknowledgement. I started to lose track of time, the boundary between the living and the dead blurring in the dim light of the farmhouse. Sleep eluded me, my dreams haunted by faces I did not know, voices calling out in anguish. I learned to navigate the house by instinct, moving through its rooms with a familiarity that was not entirely my own. The ghosts had become part of my world, or perhaps I had become part of theirs. The climax came on a stormy night. The wind howled outside, rain lashed against the windows, and the old house groaned and shifted like a ship in a storm. I was in the parlor when it happened, a presence descending upon me with the force of a tidal wave. It was her again, the woman by the window, only now she was close, her face pale and drawn, eyes wide with sorrow. She reached out, a silent plea in her gaze, and I felt her anguish wash over me like ice. I could sense the others too, shadows gathering in the corners, their whispers rising to a crescendo. They had a story to tell, a story of betrayal and loss, of a family torn apart by greed and tragedy. The woman had been the matriarch, beloved and respected, her life cut short by a deceitful act that had doomed them all to this restless existence. As her presence enveloped me, I understood what they wanted: to be heard, to be remembered, to find peace in the acknowledgement of their suffering. It was a burden I felt unworthy of bearing, yet in that moment, I could not turn away. I spoke their story aloud, my voice trembling with the weight of their pain, and as I did, the house fell silent, the oppressive atmosphere lifting like a shroud. But the fear did not leave with them. It lingered in the shadows, in the corners of my mind, a reminder of the thin veil between worlds. I left the farmhouse that night, the rain washing away the last vestiges of daylight, my heart heavy with the knowledge of what lay beyond the realm of the living. The house remained as it was, an eternal guardian of secrets best left undisturbed. In the weeks that followed, I tried to return to normalcy, to forget the ghosts and their tragic tale, but it was impossible. They haunted my thoughts, their whispers echoing in the quiet moments, reminding me of promises made and debts unpaid. I felt their presence in the rustle of leaves, the creak of floorboards, in every shadow that stretched across my path. The farmhouse stood empty again, its doors closed, its windows dark, yet I knew it was not truly abandoned. Unseen and unstoppable, the souls remained, bound to the earth by the weight of their unfinished story. I was but a passing visitor in their endless night, a brief flicker of warmth in a world gone cold. And though I had left the place behind, I understood that I carried a part of them with me, a part of their sorrow etched into my soul. In the end, the house on the hill was more than just a building. It was a testament to the enduring nature of love and grief, a reminder that some stories never die. They linger like shadows at the edge of the light, waiting for someone to listen, and as long as they waited, the farmhouse would stand, a silent witness to the unresting souls within its walls. It was a late autumn afternoon when I arrived at the old farmhouse. The sun hung low in the sky, casting elongated shadows across the wide fields that stretched out in every direction. The air was crisp, with a biting chill that hinted at the winter to come. I had inherited this place from a distant relative I barely knew, a great uncle whose existence I had only discovered upon receiving the letter from the solicitor. The farmhouse stood in isolation, an unremarkable structure of weathered wood and peeling paint, its windows dark and uninviting. As I stepped out of my car, I took a moment to absorb the scene. The land was vast and empty, save for the twisted remains of an old barn and some overgrown patches of what might once have been a garden. The silence was profound, almost palpable, as if the world itself was holding its breath. It was a place that seemed untouched by time, frozen in a state of elegant decay. I made my way to the front door, the wooden boards creaking underfoot like voices whispering secrets from the past. The key turned with a reluctant click, and the door swung open with a groan, revealing a hallway dimly lit by the last rays of sunlight filtering through dusty windows. The air inside was stale, carrying the scent of old wood and neglect. I flicked the light switch, but nothing happened. Of course, the electricity would have been cut off long ago. As I explored the rooms, I found them sparsely furnished, each piece covered with a shroud-like sheet, adding to the air of abandonment. A sense of unease crept over me, a feeling that I was intruding upon something long forgotten. Yet, there was nothing overtly sinister about the place, nothing that would suggest it was anything other than an ordinary deserted farmhouse. It was not until the first night that I began to sense something was amiss. Lying in the old iron bed, I stared up at the patchwork of shadows cast by the moonlight through the window. The silence that had seemed so comforting during the day now felt oppressive, as though the house was holding its breath, waiting for something. I heard it then, a faint rustling sound, like the soft brush of fabric against fabric. It drifted through the air, seeming to come from nowhere and everywhere, all at once. I sat up, straining to hear, my heart thudding in my chest. There it was again, more distinct this time, a murmur, barely perceptible, like distant voices carried on the wind. I told myself it was nothing, just the creaks and groans of an old house settling into the night. But deep down, I knew that was not true. There was something here with me, something unspeakable beneath the veneer of normalcy. The disturbances continued over the following days. During the daylight hours, the house appeared unchanged, its secrets hidden beneath layers of dust and neglect. But at night, the atmosphere shifted, growing tense and electric. The whispers returned, sometimes accompanied by the sensation of a cold breeze brushing past me, even though all the windows were tightly shut. Objects would be found out of place, moved from where I had left them, though I had been alone in the house. I began to feel a presence, an awareness that clung to the shadows, watching me with an intensity that made my skin crawl. There was a heaviness to the air, as if the house was filled with unseen eyes, tracking my every movement. I could feel them, those unresting souls, trapped between this world and the next, their anguish resonating within the very walls. My sleep was plagued by nightmares, vivid and disturbing. I dreamed of spectral figures drifting through the rooms, their faces obscured by veils of shadow. They would reach out to me, their fingers like tendrils of mist, beckoning me to join them in their endless dance of despair. Each morning I awoke drenched in sweat, the echoes of their ghostly cries ringing in my ears. The final night was the worst. The air was thick with anticipation, charged with a sense of impending doom. I lay awake, unable to shake the feeling that something was drawing near, something that could not be stopped. The whispers began again, more insistent this time, rising and falling like the tide, a chorus of lamentation that pulled at my soul. I rose from the bed, compelled by a force I could not resist. The house seemed to pulse with energy, each room a labyrinth of echoes and shadows. As I wandered through the darkened halls, the voices grew louder until they were a cacophony, filling my mind with their desperate pleas. It was then that I saw them, the ghosts of the past emerging from the shadows. Their forms were insubstantial, flickering like candle flames in a draft, yet their presence was undeniable. They surrounded me, a swirling mass of despair and longing. I could see their faces now, contorted with sorrow, their eyes empty and pleading. Their mouths moved in silent supplication, but I could hear their words, clear as a bell. They spoke of betrayal and loss, of lives cut short and dreams shattered. They were the souls of those who had once lived here, trapped by the weight of their unfinished business, unable to move on. And they wanted me to understand, to share in their grief. The realization hit me with the force of a physical blow. I was not just an intruder in their home. I was a part of this story, bound by the same ties that kept them here. The house had claimed me, just as it had claimed them, and there was no escape. The climax came with the dawn, the first light of day breaking over the horizon. The ghosts began to fade, their forms dissolving into the morning mist, yet their presence lingered, a shadow that would never leave. I stood there, alone in the silence, my heart heavy with the weight of their sorrow. As the days turned into weeks, the farmhouse became a place of both solace and torment. I had come to understand the restlessness of the souls trapped within its walls, their yearning for release, a constant undercurrent in my thoughts. Though the hauntings had ceased, their echoes remained, a reminder of the thin veil that separated my world from theirs. I could never truly leave the farmhouse, not in spirit, for it was a part of me now, as I was a part of it. The unresting souls had found a place within my heart, their whispers a permanent fixture in the quiet of the night. And while the world outside moved on, I remained bound to this haunted place, a guardian of its secrets, forever listening to the echoes of the past. I first laid eyes on the old farmhouse during one of those long drives meant to clear my mind. I often found solace in the back roads that snaked through the countryside, the rolling fields, and the distant line of trees that framed the horizon. It was an overcast day, the sky a dull gray, casting a muted light over everything. The air was heavy, carrying the scent of rain that never seemed to come. The farmhouse stood on the edge of a forgotten road, set back from the cracked asphalt by a wide swath of overgrown grass. To the casual observer, it was just another relic of a bygone era, its once white paint now peeling and faded to a dull, ghostly gray. Shutters hung at odd angles, and an old swing set, its chains rusted, creaked softly in the breeze. There was something about it that drew me in. Perhaps it was the quiet desolation, or the way it seemed untouched by the passage of time. I parked my car on the shoulder of the road and walked up the gravel path leading to the front porch. The boards creaked under my weight, and I hesitated for a moment, listening. There was only the sound of the wind whispering through the trees and the distant call of a crow. Inside, the air was stale, carrying the scent of dust and decay. The house, though empty, seemed to hum with a strange energy. I wandered through the rooms, each one a time capsule filled with the remnants of a life once lived. Old furniture covered in white sheets, a piano in the corner of the living room with yellowed keys, and a collection of faded photographs that lined the mantelpiece. It was in this state of reflective calm that I first felt the disturbance. As I stood in what must have once been a child's bedroom, I heard it, the faintest sound of laughter, like the echo of a memory not quite forgotten. It was soft, almost imperceptible, but it sent a chill down my spine. I turned quickly, expecting to find someone behind me, but the room was empty. The sound had faded, replaced by the rhythmic tapping of rain against the window. I tried to rationalize it, a trick of the mind, perhaps, brought on by the isolation and the eerie stillness of the place. Yet, a part of me couldn't shake the feeling that I was not alone. I made my way back to the car, the echo of that laughter still ringing in my ears, and drove away, telling myself it was nothing. Days turned into weeks, and the memory of the farmhouse lingered in the back of my mind, a haunting presence I couldn't quite dismiss. I found myself returning to that same road, drawn inexplicably to the place despite my better judgment. Each visit revealed more subtle disturbances, a shadow in the corner of my eye, a whispered word on the edge of hearing. On my third visit, I decided to dig deeper. I brought along a camera, hoping to capture evidence of what I felt, but could not see. As I moved through the house, the air seemed heavier, charged with an unseen force. It was as if the house itself was breathing, alive in some unfathomable way. In the basement, I found remnants of old newspapers, their headlines barely legible. They spoke of a family tragedy, a fire that had claimed the lives of the residents decades ago. There was something about the story that resonated with the sensations I had felt in the house. The laughter, the shadows, the whispers. Were they echoes of those trapped by the flames, unable to find peace? The idea of restless spirits seemed preposterous, a notion fit for horror novels rather than reality. Yet, standing in that dark, musty basement, I couldn't help but feel their presence. It was as if the house was a liminal space, a boundary between the world of the living and the realm of the dead. My heart pounded in my chest as I ascended the stairs to the ground floor. The house was different now, charged with an intensity that was almost palpable. As I stepped into the living room, I saw it, a figure standing by the window, its form indistinct, like a shadow made of smoke. I froze, instinct screaming for me to run, but I was rooted to the spot. The figure turned slowly, its face obscured, but I felt its eyes on me, piercing through the veil of fear. A voice, soft and sorrowful, filled the room. Why? Why do you disturb us? The question lingered in the air, heavy with accusation and despair. I stumbled back, my mind racing to comprehend the incomprehensible. The air vibrated with energy, and the room seemed to twist and warp around me. It was as if the house itself was crying out, filled with the pain and rage of those who could not move on. In a blind panic, I bolted for the door, the echo of that sorrowful voice trailing after me. Outside, the sky had darkened. The storm that had been threatening now unleashed in full fury. Lightning split the sky, and the wind howled with a ferocity that matched the chaos within. I drove away, my heart racing, the farmhouse disappearing in the distance like a specter fading into the mist. But even as I put miles between us, the presence lingered, a weight pressing down on my soul. Days passed, but the memory of that encounter haunted me. Sleep was elusive, my dreams filled with shadows and whispers. I found myself drawn to the farmhouse, unable to resist its pull. It was as if the spirits had reached out, tethering me to their sorrow, refusing to let go. On my final visit, the air was thick with anticipation. The house loomed ahead, its silhouette stark against the stormy sky. I stepped inside, the door creaking ominously behind me. The air was charged, electric with the presence of those who dwelled within. The shadows moved, forming the indistinct shapes of figures long gone. They surrounded me, their presence felt rather than seen. I stood in the center of the room, heart pounding, as the whispers grew louder, a cacophony of voices overlapping and intertwining. In that moment, I understood. The house was not merely haunted, it was a vessel, a prison for souls unable to move on. Their stories, their pain, were etched into its very walls, calling out for release. I spoke into the void, my words swallowed by the darkness. What do you want from me? The voices quieted, and one rose above the rest, a child's voice, filled with longing. Remember us. With those words, the air shifted, the tension easing as if a burden had been lifted. The shadows receded, and the oppressive weight of the house diminished. I stood there, breathing deeply, the air now still and calm. The presence was still there, but its anger had faded, replaced by a quiet sadness. I left the farmhouse for the last time, the rain falling softly around me. As I drove away, I glanced back one final time. The house stood silent, its secrets still hidden within its walls, but its hold on me finally broken. The experience lingered, a shadow on the edge of my consciousness, but I felt a strange sense of peace. I had given the spirits what they sought, a promise that their stories would not be forgotten. As the road stretched out before me, I felt a weight lift, the sense of being watched fading with each passing mile. Yet deep down, I knew the farmhouse would always be there, waiting, a testament to the unresting souls trapped within. And in quiet moments, when the world was still and the shadows long, I would hear their whispers, a reminder of the unseen that lingers just beyond our comprehension. When I first came upon the abandoned farmhouse, it stood amidst a sprawling sunlit field, a silhouette of forgotten times. The sky, an endless expanse of blue, stretched above it, punctuated occasionally by the cries of distant birds. The farmhouse seemed to belong to another era, with its peeling white paint and sagging roof. Yet there was a certain peace about it that drew me in. It was a place I stumbled upon during one of my aimless drives, a habit I had taken to in search of tranquility amidst the chaos of my daily life. The surrounding landscape was a quilt of golden grains, gently swaying in the breeze, their whispers barely audible over the chirping of cicadas. I felt strangely at home here, in this pastoral solitude. Curiosity led me to wander closer, past the rusting remnants of farming equipment that lay scattered like forgotten toys. The front door creaked open under the slightest pressure, as if welcoming me into its folds. Inside, the air was cool and still, undisturbed by human presence for what seemed like decades. Dust motes danced lazily in shafts of light that pierced through the boarded windows. I wandered from room to room, each space filled with the musty scent of aged wood and memories long since faded. In the living room, a grand fireplace stood as the centerpiece, its stonework blackened by countless fires that had once warmed the souls inhabiting this house. Above it, a wooden mantel supported a collection of photographs, their frames tarnished with time. Faces of a once happy family smiled down, their eyes holding secrets of a life now lost. I traced a finger across one of the frames, disturbing the dust that had settled like a protective veil over the images. As I lingered, I couldn't help but feel a sense of unease creeping into my bones. It was as though the house itself was watching me, its silence pregnant with untold stories. The feeling was fleeting, overshadowed by the allure of this forgotten sanctuary. Still, I decided to leave, though I promised myself I would return. There was something about the house that called to me, a whisper on the edge of consciousness that promised revelations. In the following weeks, I became a regular visitor. I brought with me a notebook and a camera, hoping to capture the essence of the place. Each visit revealed new details, subtle changes in the atmosphere that I couldn't quite put my finger on. The farmhouse had become a part of my routine, a refuge from the relentless pace of modern life. It was during one such visit that I first noticed the disturbance. It was a brisk autumn afternoon, the sky marbled with gray clouds threatening rain. I had settled in the living room, leafing through my notes, when I heard it. A soft, almost imperceptible music. At first, I dismissed it as the wind playing tricks, but the melody persisted, weaving through the halls like a ghostly symphony. It was a haunting tune, both beautiful and melancholic, drawing me deeper into the house's embrace. I followed the sound to a room at the end of a narrow corridor. The door was slightly ajar, and as I pushed it open, the music ceased abruptly, leaving behind an unsettling silence. The room was empty, save for a single rocking chair that swayed gently as though someone had just vacated it. I stood there, heart pounding, trying to rationalize what I had experienced. That night, as I lay in bed, I couldn't shake the feeling that I had awakened something within the house. My dreams were plagued by visions of the farmhouse, its once inviting presence now overshadowed by a sense of foreboding. I saw the family from the photographs, their spectral forms wandering the halls, searching for something lost. I woke in a cold sweat, the echoes of their cries lingering in my mind. The next day, I returned to the farmhouse, driven by a desire to understand the source of my unease. The air was heavy with anticipation as I crossed the threshold, the familiar creaks and groans of the old wood echoing my own apprehension. The house was different now, its silence charged with an energy that prickled at my skin. In the kitchen, I found the table set for dinner, plates and utensils laid out as though expecting guests. This was new, a detail I knew had not been there before. The sight sent a chill down my spine, yet I couldn't bring myself to leave. Instead, I wandered through the house, each step accompanied by the feeling of being watched. In the upstairs hallway, I paused before a mirror. My reflection stared back, weary and unnerved. As I turned away, I caught a glimpse of movement in the glass, a shadow that flickered and disappeared. It was then that I understood. The house was not empty. It was inhabited by the remnants of those who had lived and died within its walls. The days that followed were a blur of restlessness and mounting dread. I couldn't escape the feeling that the spirits of the farmhouse were reaching out to me, their presence growing stronger with each visit. I became obsessed, returning to the house time and again, hoping to uncover the truth behind its haunting. One evening, as twilight descended, I found myself drawn back to the room with the rocking chair. The air was thick with tension as I crossed the threshold, the familiar melody playing softly in the background. I felt a chill pass through me as the chair began to rock, its motion deliberate and unnerving. Before I could react, the door slammed shut behind me, trapping me in the room. Panic surged through me, but as I struggled to open the door, a voice whispered in the darkness, a child's voice, pleading and forlorn. It spoke of a tragedy, of lives cut short and dreams shattered. The desperation in its tone tugged at my heart, and I realized that the spirits sought closure, a release from their endless wandering. In that moment, I understood my role. I was the bridge between the living and the dead, the one who could bring peace to the unresting souls. With a resolve born of empathy, I set about uncovering the history of the farmhouse, piecing together the fragments of its past. Through old records and local tales, I learned of the family that had lived there, a prosperous farmer, his wife, and their 2 children. Their lives were marred by a series of misfortunes, culminating in a tragic fire that consumed the house and claimed their lives. The details were sparse, but the weight of their sorrow was palpable. Armed with this knowledge, I returned to the farmhouse one final time. The spirits awaited me, their presence a palpable force that filled the air. I spoke to them, recounting their story with compassion and understanding. As I did, the house seemed to sigh, its tension easing as the spirits found solace in my words. The melody played once more, a final, lingering note that resonated in the quiet. The rocking chair stilled, the shadows retreated, and the oppressive silence lifted. I felt a sense of peace settle over the farmhouse, as though the souls within had finally found rest. As I left the farmhouse for the last time, I knew that I had been changed by the experience. The haunting had been more than a brush with the supernatural. It was a reminder of the connections that bind us, both in life and beyond. The farmhouse stood as a testament to those bonds, a silent witness to the stories of those who had come before. Even now, as I drive past the field where the farmhouse once stood, I feel its presence, a quiet whisper on the wind that speaks of the past and the enduring nature of the human spirit. The memories linger, a gentle reminder of the unresting souls who had once called it home. And though the house is gone, its story continues, etched forever in the fabric of time. The farmhouse stood at the edge of an expansive field, its windows like sunken eyes that had seen too much. Over the years, it had acquired a reputation in the small town of Marrowville. The stories varied, tales of shadows moving without cause, whispered conversations with no participants, and music drifting through the air when the world around it was silent. My interest in the farmhouse wasn't born out of mere curiosity. It was necessity. After my parents' sudden passing, I had inherited the place. It was far from a prime real estate opportunity, and with funds dwindling, I decided the time had come to either sell it or at least see if there was anything of value left. On a brisk autumn morning, under a sky painted with the muted colors of a fading season, I set out to explore the depths of my inheritance. The road to the farmhouse was riddled with whispers of leaves that seemed to move of their own volition, the crunch of gravel underfoot offering a rhythm to my otherwise silent journey. I had visited the farmhouse a few times as a child, but memories of those visits were hazy and fragmented, like a half-remembered dream. My parents never spoke much about it, and now I was the sole keeper of whatever secrets it might hold. The first day I arrived, the house was just as I remembered it, if not more decrepit. The paint had long since peeled away, and the wooden boards groaned under the weight of time. As I pushed open the front door, a chill crept up my spine, not from the cold, but from something intrinsic and unsettling. The air was thick with stagnation, a testament to years of neglect. I wandered through the rooms, each layered with dust that seemed to dance in the shafts of light cutting through the windows. It was curious how some parts of the house still retained a semblance of their former beauty. The parlor, though unfurnished, had ornate moldings, and the fireplace still bore the mark of artistry in its stonework. Yet, there was a tangible sense of something else, an undercurrent of unease that tugged at the edges of my consciousness. As evening approached and the sun began to set, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple, I settled into what might have once been a dining room. I had brought a sleeping bag and some supplies, planning to stay the night. Despite the unsettling aura of the place, I was determined to uncover whatever lingered here. It was in the gathering darkness that the first disturbance occurred. It started as a soft melody, a tune that was both unfamiliar and strangely nostalgic. At first, I thought it was a trick of the wind, perhaps the melody of leaves brushing against one another. But as I concentrated, the sound became clearer, emanating from somewhere deeper within the house. Entranced, I followed the music, descending a flight of stairs into the basement, a place I had avoided earlier due to its oppressive aura. The melody grew louder, almost beckoning me to come closer. As my eyes adjusted to the dim light, I saw an old gramophone in the corner, its handle turning slowly as if guided by an invisible hand. I approached cautiously, the music wrapping around me like a siren's call. The room was filled with an array of forgotten objects, old furniture, trunks filled with garments from an era long past, and an assortment of family portraits, their faces obscured by age and dust. What struck me most, however, was the gramophone itself. It was impossible for it to play without someone winding it. Yet here it was, spinning a hauntingly beautiful tune. My hands shook slightly as I reached out to touch the gramophone, feeling the cold metal beneath my fingers. As quickly as the music had begun, it stopped, leaving a silence so profound that it seemed to echo. I stood there for what felt like an eternity, the air around me pulsating with an intangible energy. When I finally turned back, my breath caught in my throat. The portraits on the walls had changed during my brief distraction. The figures in the frames seemed clearer, their eyes fixated on me with an unsettling intensity, expressions frozen in a tableau of silent screams. I stumbled backward, nearly tripping over a stack of old books. Something had shifted. An invisible line crossed, and though the music had ceased, the feeling of being watched intensified. In the following days, my exploration of the farmhouse became a routine of sorts. Each morning I would wake to the sound of silence, and as the day progressed, the house's eerie presence grew more palpable. Objects seemed to move on their own accord. Chairs that I'd left pushed against the table would be found in the middle of the room. Curtains that had been drawn were now open, swaying gently as if caressed by unseen hands. My nights were plagued by unsettling dreams, visions of people I had never met, their voices a cacophony of whispers that spoke of longing and despair. It was as if the farmhouse itself was trying to communicate, to convey a message that was just beyond my grasp. I spent hours in the library, poring over old journals and letters, piecing together fragments of a story that seemed embedded in the very walls. One particular evening, as a storm raged outside, I found myself drawn back to the basement. The sense of foreboding had become a part of me, an ever-present shadow that I could neither shake nor fully understand. The gramophone now stood silent in its corner, yet the basement felt alive with a tense energy. As lightning illuminated the room, I noticed something new, a small door, half hidden behind a stack of crates. It intrigued me, this secret passage that had escaped my notice. With a hesitant push, the door creaked open, revealing a narrow corridor that led further into darkness. My heart pounded in my chest, a mix of fear and curiosity propelling me forward. The corridor opened up into a small chamber, and as I stepped inside, the air grew colder, my breath visible in the dim light. In the center of the chamber stood an ornate mirror, its surface covered in a layer of grime. As I wiped it clean, a flash of movement caught my eye, and I realized the reflection was not my own. In the mirror, the room appeared different, filled with people dressed in clothes from another era. They moved about, seemingly unaware of my presence. A young woman with long dark hair caught my gaze, and for a moment, our eyes locked. Her expression was one of deep sadness, and as she opened her mouth to speak, a soundless scream erupted, the agony of it resonating in the pit of my stomach. I stumbled backward, breaking the connection, the chamber now as it was before, empty save for the mirror. Yet the memory of her face lingered, a ghostly imprint that refused to fade. It was then that I realized the truth. The house was not merely haunted, it was a prison, a purgatory for souls unable to find peace. The days that followed were a blur, each one blending into the next. I became consumed by the need to understand, to somehow free the souls trapped within those walls. I delved into the farmhouse's history, discovering a narrative of tragedy and loss. It was once the home of a prosperous family, the Hawthorns, who had met a series of unfortunate fates. The details were murky, but it was clear that something terrible had happened, leaving an indelible mark on the house. My own connection to the house became increasingly fraught, the line between the living and the dead blurring as nights of fitful sleep were filled with haunting visions. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, until they became a constant companion, a chorus of voices that echoed in the corners of my mind. On the final night, as another storm descended, I found myself back in the basement, standing before the mirror. Desperation clung to me like a second skin, and in the depths of the glass, I saw the young woman again, her eyes pleading with silent urgency. I reached out, my fingers brushing against the cold surface, and the room around me dissolved. I was no longer in the basement, but in the past, an observer to the events that had bound the souls to the farmhouse. I watched as the family, unaware of the darkness lurking within their home, fell victim to unseen forces. The young woman, Maria, was at the center of it all, her spirit the most tormented. It was her sorrow, her anguish, that resonated most deeply, a tragedy that had echoed through time. As the vision unfolded, I understood the truth. The house was a vessel, a conduit for the unresting souls, and I, inadvertently, had become a part of its cursed history. The realization hit me with a force that left me breathless, and as the vision faded, I was pulled back into the present, standing alone in the basement once more. Though I longed to help, I knew there was little I could do. The house's power was beyond my understanding, its secrets buried beneath layers of time. Yet, as I gazed into the mirror one last time, I felt a shift, a subtle change in the air. The souls were still there, but their presence was less oppressive, as if acknowledging my efforts, my empathy. I left the farmhouse with a heavy heart, the weight of its history a burden I would carry. Though I had not freed the souls, I had, in some small way, made peace with their existence. The farmhouse remained a sentinel of mystery, its windows watching the world with silent, knowing eyes. Back in Marrowville, the stories continued. Whispers of the haunted farmhouse passed from one generation to the next. Yet, for me, the experience was a reminder of the blurred lines between past and present, the living and the dead. The farmhouse was a place where time stood still, where memories lingered like shadows, waiting to be acknowledged. And though I had left, a part of me remained, bound to the house by an invisible thread, a connection that transcended the confines of mortality. The unresting souls of the farmhouse were a part of me now, their stories etched into my own, a testament to the enduring nature of memory and the human spirit. I had often heard of the island, nestled quietly within the vastness of Lake Michigan, an experimental community so shrouded in secrecy that its existence seemed more like an urban legend than reality. Rumors swirled about a place where the government had once conducted genetic experiments, a laboratory hidden within a seemingly quaint township. Yet, it was not until a brisk autumn day when I received an invitation, an unexpected letter that would unravel the truth behind these whispers. The invitation was handwritten, its ink slightly smudged as if penned in haste. It was a call to visit the island, an opportunity to see the community for myself. Signed by a Dr. Elias Marlowe, a name unfamiliar to me. Though perplexed by the invitation, a swell of curiosity pushed me to accept. It was a brief journey by ferry, the mainland quickly disappearing from view as the island loomed ahead, its silhouette sharp against the reddening sky. As I disembarked, the island greeted me with an overwhelming sense of tranquility. The village, with its charming cobblestone paths and picturesque cottages, seemed idyllic. The air was crisp, carrying with it the faint scent of pine and the distant sound of children's laughter. A peace settled over me as I strolled through the community, taking in its serene beauty. Yet beneath this veneer lay something I couldn't quite place, a subtle dissonance that prickled at the back of my mind. Dr. Marlowe, a gaunt man with thinning hair and eyes that seemed always to be searching for something just out of sight, met me at the village center. He spoke with a voice that was both soothing and unsettling, recounting the island's history as we walked. The community, he explained, was once a hub for genetic research, a project initiated decades ago to enhance human capabilities. But as funding dwindled and ethics grew murkier, the island transformed from a research facility into a self-sustaining society. Its residents left, to foster the next generations. The children I saw playing in the square were unlike any others. There was an uncanny synchronicity to their movements, a grace that seemed almost choreographed, as if they were in constant silent communication. Their laughter, though genuine, had a peculiar note that sent a shiver down my spine. It was then I noticed their eyes, each pair reflecting an unsettling depth, as though they held secrets untold. As evening fell, Dr. Marlowe led me to a small inn where I would stay during my visit. The rooms were modest, yet comfortable, and as I lay in bed that night, the island's eerie calmness wrapped around me like a blanket. Sleep came fitfully, disturbed by dreams of faces I had never seen, yet somehow recognized, and whispers that faded into the night. The following day unfolded with the same serene facade. I wandered the paths, observing the daily lives of the villagers. They moved with purpose, their routines seamless and unperturbed by an outsider's presence. Conversations were hushed, eyes casting frequent fleeting glances my way. It was as if they shared a collective consciousness, a unity that extended beyond mere community. My exploration led me to the island's outskirts, where the forest loomed thick and imposing. It was there, amid the dense trees, that I first sensed the island's darker undertones. An inexplicable pull drew me deeper into the woods, and it was there I stumbled upon an abandoned structure, overgrown with ivy and neglect. The remnants of what was once a facility lay scattered, rusting equipment, faded notes scrawled in scientific jargon, and faded photographs of children, their faces alight with an unnatural vibrancy. It dawned on me that these were the predecessors of the children I had seen, perhaps the very subjects of the experiments long ceased. The realization settled like a stone in my stomach, the implications of which weighed heavily on my mind. Had these children been bred in captivity, their lives orchestrated by unseen hands, forever bound to the island by an experiment that had outlived its creators? Returning to the village, a new tension thrummed beneath the island's tranquil exterior. The children watched me with an intensity that was both captivating and unnerving, their eyes following my every move. I felt exposed under their silent scrutiny, as if they were assessing my presence, measuring my intentions. Dinner with Dr. Marlowe that evening was an equally unsettling affair. He spoke of the island with a reverence that bordered on zealotry, his words laced with an undercurrent of pride and something darker. He described the community's successes, the children's remarkable abilities, yet deftly sidestepped the ethical shadows cast by the island's past. When pressed, his answers were evasive, deflecting with the practiced ease of someone well-versed in concealing truths. As night descended, I found myself unable to shake the feeling of being an intruder in a world not meant for outsiders. The island, with its picturesque facade, had begun to reveal itself as a gilded cage, its residents the birds bred for a song only they could hear. The children, with their strange synchrony and knowing eyes, were the legacy of an experiment that, while abandoned, had never truly ended. It was in the dead of night that the island's true nature revealed itself. Awoken by a sound I couldn't quite place, I found myself drawn once more to the forest. The moonlight filtered through the branches, casting ghostly shadows on the path as I followed an unknown calling. It led me to a clearing where the children stood in a perfect circle, their eyes closed, faces lifted to the sky as if in silent communion. There was a palpable energy that thrummed through the air, a connection that seemed to pulse from child to child, binding them in an unseen web. I watched, transfixed, as they began to hum in unison, a haunting melody that resonated deep within me, stirring emotions I couldn't name. It was beautiful and terrifying, a lullaby and a warning entwined. In that moment, I understood the truth of the island, the legacy of experiments long buried but never forgotten. The children were not mere remnants. They were the culmination, carrying within them the echoes of a past shrouded in secrecy, their very existence a testament to human hubris. The island was their haven, a sanctuary built on the bones of ambition and ethical compromise. As the melody reached its crescendo, I felt an overwhelming sense of peace, a surrender to the inevitability of the island's truths. Yet with it came a lingering fear, a recognition that I had glimpsed something profound and unknowable. The island, with its serene facade and eerie depths, was a world unto itself, a place where the past and present coalesced in a haunting dance. When the night finally gave way to dawn, the children dispersed, leaving me alone in the clearing. The island, now bathed in morning light, seemed almost mundane in its beauty, the shadows of night retreating to the corners of memory. Yet as I retraced my steps back to the village, I knew the island's secrets would remain with me, etched into my mind like an indelible mark. Dr. Marlowe bid me farewell at the dock, his expression unreadable, yet tinged with an understanding that needed no words. The ferry pulled away, the island slowly receding into the horizon, a haunting silhouette that would forever linger in my thoughts. Even now, back on the mainland, the island's essence haunts me. The children, with their ethereal smiles and eyes that saw beyond the veil of normalcy, remain vivid in my mind. The melody of that night, an eternal whisper, reminds me that some truths are not meant to be uncovered, some mysteries best left enshrouded in their own shadows. The air was crisp and carried a metallic tang as I stepped off the boat onto the shore of the Holy Isle, the wind combing through my hair with an insistence that felt almost like a caress. There was a sense of peace that permeated this place, as though the land itself was untouched by time. The sand was cool beneath my shoes, and I could feel the history humming beneath my feet, a pulsing reminder of the lives that had once thrived here. The island was an isolated speck amidst the vast expanse of the sea, its only features a ruined monastery perched atop a craggy hill and the remnants of a castle silhouetted against the pale sky. I had been drawn here by the stories, whispered in corners of libraries and in the cryptic notes of old journals. A ceremony, they said, that was both sacred and sinister, a rite that tethered the island to the world in ways few understood. I was not alone. Several others had made the journey with me, though we traveled separately. I recognized their faces from the ferry, each bearing expressions of quiet determination, or perhaps resignation. We nodded to one another with the silent camaraderie of those who knew they were about to partake in something beyond the ordinary. As I made my way toward the monastery, the path wound through a landscape dotted with wild flowers and gnarled trees, their branches reaching out like wizened fingers. The stone ruins loomed ahead, their presence a testament to the echoes of chants long extinguished from the present, but somehow preserved in the very stones that made up the structure. Inside, the monastery was a labyrinth of shadows and light, the air thick with the scent of damp stone and something else. Incense, perhaps, or the lingering traces of a long-forgotten ritual. I wandered through the aisles, my footsteps muffled by the moss that carpeted the ground. The silence here was profound, a deep, resonant quiet that promised secrets to those willing to listen. It was then that I noticed the first disturbance. A chill crept through the air, not the kind brought on by the sea breeze, but one that emanated from within, a sensation that pricked at the edges of my consciousness. I had the unshakable feeling of being watched, as though the walls themselves had eyes and were observing my every move with a scrutiny that was both unsettling and intimate. I paused before what must have once been an altar, now nothing more than a slab of stone surrounded by crumbling pillars. The feeling of being watched intensified, and I turned sharply, expecting to find someone standing behind me. There was no one, only a trick of the light, perhaps, or the shadows playing games with my mind. As I turned to leave, I caught sight of something etched into the stone, a series of symbols that were almost obscured by the encroaching moss. Curiosity piqued, I leaned closer, tracing the lines with my fingers. The symbols were familiar, reminiscent of those I had seen in the old journals, their meanings lost to the passage of time, but still carrying an aura of significance. Questions churned in my mind as I exited the monastery, the sense of being observed lingering like an unwelcome guest. I decided to head toward the castle, hoping to find answers, or at least some distraction from the unease that had settled over me. The path to the castle was steeper, the grass slippery underfoot. The ruins rose majestically, their walls encased in ivy, the windows dark and vacant. There was a beauty to the decay, a solemn dignity that spoke of ancient glories and forgotten tragedies. Within the castle's boundaries, I found a group of the others who had journeyed here. They were gathered in a circle, their voices hushed and serious. As I approached, they turned toward me, their faces a mixture of relief and anticipation. It was clear they had been discussing the ceremony, the rite that had drawn us all to this desolate place. We spoke quietly, sharing the fragments of knowledge each of us had gleaned. The ceremony was said to be a binding of sorts, a communion with the island's spirit, a spirit that demanded sacrifice, though the nature of such a sacrifice was shrouded in mystery. No one knew for certain what it entailed or who might be chosen, only that it was essential for the island's continued existence. Our conversation was interrupted by the sound of footsteps approaching. A figure emerged from the shadows, an elderly man, whose features were sharp and weathered. His eyes bright with an intensity that belied his age. He introduced himself as the keeper of the isle, the guardian of its secrets, and the one who would oversee the ceremony. His presence was commanding, and as he spoke, we listened with rapt attention. The ceremony, he explained, was a tradition that stretched back centuries, a pact between the land and those who sought its protection. It was a ritual of renewal, a way to ensure the balance was maintained, though he did not elaborate on what the balance entailed. The keeper's gaze swept over us, measuring, assessing, and I felt a shiver race down my spine. There was something unsettling in his eyes, a depth of knowledge that seemed both ancient and alien. With a final nod, he bid us prepare for the ceremony, which would take place at dusk. As the day wore on, a sense of tension built among us, a silent understanding that something significant was about to unfold. I found myself drawn back to the monastery, seeking solace in its crumbling walls, while the others dispersed to contemplate their own thoughts and fears. It was there, in the fading light, that the true nature of the ceremony revealed itself to me. As shadows lengthened and the sun dipped below the horizon, the symbols on the altar seemed to glow with an inner light, pulsating with a rhythm that matched my heartbeat. The air around me vibrated with an energy that was both exhilarating and terrifying. I was not alone. A presence filled the space, a being unseen yet undeniably there, its essence woven into the fabric of the island itself. I felt its call, a beckoning that resonated deep within my soul, urging me to step forward, to embrace the role that had been chosen for me. The realization struck me with the force of a tidal wave. I was the sacrifice, the chosen one, selected not by chance but by a design that had been set in motion long before my arrival. Panic surged through me, followed swiftly by acceptance, a calm that settled over my fear like a balm. As I stood before the altar, a sense of peace enveloped me, a certainty that this was my destiny, that the island's spirit and mine were intertwined in a dance that transcended time and space. I closed my eyes, surrendering to the moment, feeling the energy flow through me, around me, becoming a part of me in a way that was both intimate and profound. When I opened my eyes, the others were there, their faces illuminated by the dying light. They watched with expressions of awe and reverence, understanding dawning in their eyes as the keeper stepped forward to begin the ceremony. His voice rang out, a chant in a language both alien and familiar, weaving through the air like a silken thread. I could feel the island's spirit responding, its presence a comforting embrace that surrounded us all. The ceremony was a blur of sensation and emotion, a symphony of light and sound that seemed to stretch on for eternity. I felt myself lifted, carried by the tide of energy that surged through the monastery, a conduit between the island and the world beyond. As the final notes of the chant faded into silence, I found myself standing once more before the altar, the symbols now dormant, their glow extinguished. The keeper's gaze met mine, a silent acknowledgement of what had transpired, a shared understanding that words could not capture. In the aftermath, there was a stillness, a moment frozen in time as we stood together, bound by the experience we had just shared. The island felt different, its spirit no longer a distant echo, but a living presence that pulsed beneath the surface, a heartbeat that matched my own. With the ceremony complete, we departed the monastery, our footsteps echoing softly in the twilight. The island seemed to welcome us with open arms. The tension that had hung over us dissipated like morning mist. Yet, as we returned to our lives, the memory of the ceremony lingered, a haunting refrain that played at the edges of my consciousness. The island remained with me, its spirit a constant companion that whispered secrets in the quiet moments, a reminder of the choice I had made and the bond that could never be broken. Even now, I feel its presence, a gentle tug on my soul, a call that beckons me back to the Holy Isle, where the ruins stand watch over the sea and the ancient rite endures, a testament to the enduring connection between the land and those who heed its call. And so, the fear remains, not of the island itself, but of the knowledge it has imparted, a revelation that has forever altered my understanding of the world and my place within it. The island's spirit and mine are one, bound by a ceremony that transcends time, an eternal dance that continues to unfold beneath the stars. The first time I set foot on the isolated island, it was under the guise of a documentary project, an island virtually unknown, skimming through the annals of time undisturbed, perched as a lone sentinel in the vastness of the ocean. The islanders, a small community of peculiar recluses, were the subject of my interest. I carried with me a sense of excitement and anticipation, eager to uncover the whispered secrets of a place untouched by modernity. Life on the island appeared idyllic at first glance. The villagers moved through a rhythm of life as ancient as the land itself, each day marked by the rising and setting of the sun. They welcomed me with a hospitality that was genuine, though reserved, their eyes often lingering a second too long, as if assessing my worthiness. There was a tranquility in the air, a tranquility that belied an undercurrent of tension I could not yet decipher. My lodgings were simple yet comfortable, a small hut that overlooked the vast sea. Each morning I would rise with the sun to the gentle sound of waves lapping against the shore, a sound that gradually became more than just a backdrop. It was a quiet reminder of the island's isolation, its detachment from the world I knew. The villagers went about their rituals with an unspeakable grace, their lives intertwined with the rhythms of nature, the sea, and the winds that whispered through the palms. Life blossomed around me with an air of enigmatic simplicity, punctuated only by the occasional whisper of something lurking just beneath the surface. It was during one of my walks through the village that I first noticed the strangeness, a peculiarity that gnawed at the edges of my senses. In the heart of the village stood a stone altar, weathered by centuries, its presence a testament to an ancient reverence. The villagers called it the Guardian's Rest, a sacred place, they said, protected by the guardian of the hidden world. The first instance of disturbance came unexpectedly, a ripple in the calm facade. A young girl, no older than 6, approached me with a solemnity that seemed beyond her years. Her eyes told of a wisdom that contradicted her youth, as if she held secrets untold. She handed me a small driftwood carving, its form strange and twisted, resembling no creature I had seen before. "For protection," she whispered, her voice barely audible against the whisper of the wind. Confused, I accepted the gift, thanking her with a nod. As she scampered away, I studied the carving, feeling the smoothness of wood shaped by hands, molded by tradition. It was a small token, yet it felt heavy with portent. I tucked it into the pocket of my jacket, a talisman against an unknown threat. Days passed, and the island's veneer of tranquility began to show its cracks. The villagers' behavior grew more insular, their eyes shadowed with a wary vigilance. Conversations ceased when I approached, replaced by furtive glances and whispered exchanges. It was as if the island itself held its breath, waiting for an inevitable occurrence. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the land in hues of crimson and gold, I found myself drawn to the Guardian's Rest. The altar stood silent, an imposing figure against the encroaching darkness. I felt an inexplicable pull, a desire to understand the mystery that clung to the villagers like a shroud. As I stood there, a figure emerged from the shadows, an elder, his face etched with the lines of age and wisdom. "You feel it, don't you?" he asked, his voice a soft rumble of earth and stone. "The island's spirit calls to you." I nodded, unable to articulate the unease that had settled in my bones. "What is this place?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. "It is a sanctuary, a boundary between worlds," he replied. "Here, the Guardian watches over us, keeping the darkness at bay. But there are times when the boundary weakens and the drifters come." "Drifters?" I echoed, the word foreign yet familiar. "Spirits untethered, lost between worlds," the elder explained, his eyes distant, as if seeing beyond the veil of our reality. "They seek to enter, to find solace in the living world." The revelation hung heavy in the air, the weight of it pressing against my chest. It was then that I understood the significance of the driftwood carving, a talisman against the drifters. The island was not merely isolated by geography, but shrouded by a supernatural boundary, a fragile shield against forces that sought entry into our world. The nights grew longer, darkness creeping into the edges of the village like an encroaching tide. The air was charged with anticipation, a sense of waiting for something inevitable, something that could not be stopped. The villagers gathered at the altar in silent vigil, their faces drawn and weary, eyes fixed on the horizon where the sea met the sky. The escalation came suddenly, without warning. A storm rolled in from the sea, fierce and unrelenting, battering the island with winds that howled like tormented souls. The villagers gathered at the Guardian's Rest, forming a circle around the altar, their voices rising in a chant that resonated with a primal power. I stood among them, the driftwood carving clutched tightly in my hand, feeling the raw energy coursing through us, binding us as one. The storm reached a fever pitch, the air crackling with electricity as the boundary weakened, the drifters clawing at the edges of our world. Through the chaos, I saw them, shadows moving against the darkness, figures translucent and insubstantial, eyes glowing with an otherworldly light. They pressed against the boundary, seeking entry, their presence a palpable weight in the air. In the eye of the storm, the islanders' chant rose to a crescendo, a plea for protection, a call to the Guardian. The elder stepped forward, his voice ringing out above the tumult, invoking the ancient power that lay dormant within the land. The altar glowed with an ethereal light, a beacon in the storm, casting the shadows back into the void. The climax came with a sudden stillness, a moment suspended in time as the boundary was restored. The drifters repelled back into the darkness. The island sighed as one, a collective exhalation of relief as the storm abated, the wind dying to a whisper. The villagers dispersed, their faces weary but relieved, the knowledge of their triumph etched into their eyes. Yet the fear lingered, a shadow in the corners of my mind, a reminder of the fragility of the boundary. The island's tranquility was restored, but the memory of the drifters remained, a lingering fear that could not be erased. I carried the driftwood carving with me, a talisman against the darkness, a reminder of the hidden world that lay beyond the veil of reality. As I prepared to leave the island, I understood that the cleansing ritual was more than tradition. It was a necessity, a guardian's duty to protect the living from the lost. The villagers watched as my boat departed, their eyes fixed on the horizon where the sea met the sky, a silent vigil for the world they protected. The island receded into the distance, its secrets safe for another turn of the tide. But as I returned to the world I knew, the fear lingered still, a whisper of shadows in the periphery of my vision. I realized then that the boundary between worlds was thin, and the drifters would always be there, waiting for the moment when they might slip through once more. The sky bore the muted hues of dawn when I first saw the island, a lonely silhouette against the vast expanse of shimmering water. Our small boat, battered from the unexpected storm, creaked and groaned as the waves pushed us mercilessly towards the shore. I had not anticipated such a violent shift in the weather, nor the silent, foreboding welcome of the isle that now loomed closer with every passing second. As I staggered onto the soft sand, I felt a surreal sense of relief mingled with trepidation. The island, with its dense cluster of palm trees and the gentle rustle of leaves, seemed almost tranquil. It bore the deceptive appearance of paradise, untouched by human hands. For a moment, I could almost convince myself that this could be a place of refuge, a temporary sanctuary until rescue came. The first few days on the island were peaceful. I spent my time gathering coconuts and fishing with makeshift spears. The sun was unforgiving, and the nights were cool, but the simplicity of survival offered its own rhythm. I found a small freshwater spring, its discovery a stroke of good fortune, and set up camp nearby under the foliage, where the leaves provided scant shelter from the elements. Yet, despite the island's serene veneer, an inexplicable unease gnawed at me. At times, as I wandered along the shore or delved into the dense underbrush in search of food, I caught glimpses of movement out of the corner of my eye. Shadows that seemed too deliberate, too alive to be swayed solely by the wind. Then came the first disturbance. It was a night like any other, the moon casting a silvery glow over the landscape. I was awakened by a sound, a low, mournful wail that seemed to carry on the wind. It rose and fell in haunting cadence, chilling the nighttime air. Listening intently, I realized it was no mere animal call. Something far more sinister lay at its origin. Sleep proved elusive that night. I lay staring at the canopy of stars, the sound of the ocean a steady rhythm that accented the anxious beating of my heart. In the morning, as the first light of day dispelled the shadows, I set out to explore the source of the noise. My feet carried me deeper into the heart of the island, past ancient trees that towered like silent sentinels, their boughs whispering secrets older than time itself. The terrain grew more rugged as I pressed on, and soon I found myself standing before the entrance of a cave, its gaping mouth a dark promise of mystery. Hesitant, yet driven by a curious compulsion, I entered. The air was cool inside, and my footsteps echoed softly as I moved deeper into the darkness. It was there, in the shadowy depths, that I first encountered the creature. It was unlike anything I had ever seen, a figure of darkness and fluid form, as though it were shaped by the shadows themselves. Its eyes, when they found mine, were orbs of cold, fathomless black that seemed to peer into the very soul. I froze, every instinct screaming to flee, yet my body refused to obey. The creature made no move towards me. It merely observed, a presence both terrifying and oddly tranquil. After what felt like an eternity, it turned, disappearing into the deeper recesses of the cave, leaving behind an air of profound unease. I stumbled out into the sunlight, my mind racing to comprehend the encounter. The days that followed were marked by an escalating tension. I began to notice other signs, strange patterns in the sand, and unfamiliar tracks leading to and from the forest. Each night, the haunting wail echoed, sometimes closer, sometimes distant, a constant reminder of the entity that shared the island with me. Desperation spurred me into action. I crafted rudimentary tools, set up traps, but all efforts seemed futile. The creature, whatever it was, moved with an intelligence that belied its beastly form. It seemed neither hostile nor benign, simply present, a spectral overseer of the island's solitude. The climax arrived on a stormy night, when the winds howled like a chorus of phantoms and the rain fell in sheets. My camp was a miserable refuge against the elements, and the oppressive darkness made the world seem small and confined. A flash of lightning illuminated the figure standing at the edge of the clearing, its form blending seamlessly with the shadows. This time, I did not retreat. Whether it was madness or courage that governed my actions, I stepped forward. The air around me was charged with an electricity that was not entirely of the storm's making. We stood facing each other, the creature and I, two solitary figures bound by the island's enigma. In that moment, clarity washed over me. The creature was not merely a beast, but a guardian of sorts, an ancient spirit intertwined with the very essence of the island. It was then I understood that this encounter was my penance, a test of survival and understanding, a trial of redemption for past sins I had long buried under the sands of forgetfulness. The creature moved towards me, its form shifting like smoke in the wind. It paused, and as its eyes met mine once more, I felt a profound acceptance, a silent acknowledgement of shared solitude. Then it was gone, leaving behind a sense of peace and a lingering question. Was this redemption, or simply a new beginning? The storm passed, and with it, the oppressive weight of fear seemed to lift. The island, though still isolated, no longer felt like a prison. Instead, it became a place of reflection where I could confront the past I had tried to escape. The creature's presence, though unseen, was a constant whisper in the rustle of the leaves and the crash of the waves. As I write this, I know that rescue may come one day, or perhaps it may not. But here, in this tranquil captivity, I have made my peace. The island has become both my sanctuary and my confessor. I am no longer the man who arrived on these shores, but someone new, shaped by the silence and the shadows, forever altered by the creature's gaze. And so, the fear lingers, not in the form of dread, but as a reminder of the unknown that still breathes beneath the island's surface. In every shadow lies a story untold, in every whisper, a secret kept. The creature, a guardian of mysteries, watches still, a silent friend in the solitude of my redemption. My journey to the southern Pacific island began under the pretext of an academic expedition, a noble cause masked by my personal curiosity. The island, unnamed on many maps but known in whispers among archaeologists, was said to contain ruins of an ancient civilization, buried deep within its dense jungles. My colleagues at the university were skeptical, dismissing it as another wild goose chase inspired by myths and half-truths. But my determination was unwavering, fueled by obscure references and a series of increasingly vivid dreams that tugged at my consciousness. My arrival was unceremonious, the small seaplane skimming across the crystalline waters before depositing me on a narrow strip of yellow sand. The island was lush, the air heavy with humidity and the sweet scent of blooming flora. The only sounds were the gentle lapping of waves and the distant calls of exotic birds, a symphony of nature that shrouded the island's secrets in serene beauty. For the first few days, I settled into a routine. My modest camp was established near the shore, a canvas tent my only shelter from the elements. By day, I ventured into the jungle, machete in hand, cutting through the thick underbrush in search of any signs of the ancient ruins. By night, I pored over my notes and sketches, trying to piece together the fragments of evidence I had gathered from a multitude of disparate sources. The forest was a world unto itself, a living entity that seemed to breathe and pulse with an energy all its own. Towering trees, their canopies interwoven like a verdant tapestry, filtered the sunlight into ethereal beams that danced upon the forest floor. Vines hung like serpents from the branches, swaying gently with the breeze. I felt a sense of peace, a comforting normalcy amid the wildness. Yet, beneath this tranquility, there was an undercurrent of something else, an awareness that prickled at the edges of my mind. The first disturbance came on the 5th day. I had stumbled upon a clearing, its grassy expanse dotted with strange stone structures that rose from the earth like the bones of forgotten giants. Weathered and overgrown, These monoliths bore intricate carvings that defied any known language, their glyphs twisting into shapes that seemed almost alive when touched by the sunlight. As I carefully documented the sight, a shiver ran down my spine. A faint laughter, distant yet unmistakable, echoed through the trees. I froze, the pen slipping from my fingers as I strained to listen. The laughter was neither joyful nor sinister, but it carried with it an unsettling familiarity, as if the island itself was acknowledging my presence. That night, I lay awake in my tent, the tropical heat oppressive and stifling. The laughter haunted my thoughts, a ghostly refrain that replayed over and over. I rationalized it as the product of fatigue and isolation, yet a lingering unease gnawed at me. Sleep came fitfully, filled with dreams of shadowy figures dancing amongst the ruins, their laughter mingling with the rustle of leaves. The following days saw an escalation of the island's strange phenomena. As I delved deeper into the jungle, the laughter grew more frequent, more insistent. It seemed to follow me, a shadowy companion that never revealed itself. The forest, once a place of vibrant life, now felt watchful, its presence heavy and omnipotent. The very air vibrated with an anticipation that set my nerves on edge. One afternoon, as I examined a particularly elaborate carving, I felt a prickle of awareness at the back of my neck. Turning slowly, I saw nothing but the dense foliage, yet the laughter rippled through the air, closer now and more pronounced. I called out, a tentative greeting that was swallowed by the jungle's silence. The response was immediate, a burst of laughter that seemed to come from all directions at once, surrounding me in its intangible embrace. Panic threatened to overwhelm me, but I forced myself to focus, to remember the purpose that had brought me here. My nights were restless, plagued by vivid dreams that seemed more real than waking life. In these dreams, I wandered through the ruins, guided by laughter that led me deeper and deeper into the heart of the island. There, a shadowy figure awaited, its features obscured by darkness. Each night, I attempted to reach it, but just as I thought I would succeed, the dream would dissolve, leaving me alone in my tent, drenched in sweat. The climax came on the 10th day. I had ventured further than ever, driven by an inexplicable compulsion. The jungle seemed to part before me, as if guiding me towards a destination I was meant to find. Eventually, I emerged into a clearing larger than any I had seen. In its center stood a towering stone archway, its surface engraved with the same glyphs that adorned the other ruins. The air was thick with expectation, the silence so profound that I could hear my own breathing, quick and shallow. As I approached the archway, the laughter began again, a cacophony that resonated deep within my bones. It was no longer distant, but immediate, enveloping me like a living thing. My heart pounded as I stepped beneath the arch, the world shifting around me as I crossed the threshold. On the other side, the jungle remained unchanged, yet there was a palpable difference. The air felt heavier, the colors deeper and more vivid, and there, standing before me, was the shadowy figure from my dreams. Its form was indistinct, a silhouette against the vibrant backdrop of the jungle, yet its presence was undeniable. The laughter ceased, replaced by a profound silence that seemed to stretch on for eternity. We stood there, the figure and I, locked in a silent communion. I felt an understanding pass between us, a recognition of a bond that transcended time and space. The figure inclined its head, a gesture of acknowledgement, and then slowly faded into the forest, leaving me alone once more. The journey back to my camp was a blur, my mind reeling from the encounter. The jungle, though unchanged, now felt different, as if imbued with a newfound respect for the secrets it harbored. The laughter no longer haunted me, but lingered as a gentle memory, a reminder of the unseen presence that watched over the island. Though I eventually left the island, its mysteries unresolved, the experience remains with me, a lingering fear that resides in the quiet corners of my mind. The ruins, the laughter, and the shadowy figure are as vivid now as they were then, etched into my memory. The island's secrets continue to elude explanation, but the encounter has reshaped my understanding of the world, leaving me with the unsettling knowledge that some mysteries are meant to remain unsolved. The jungle was, in its own right, a breathing entity. Each day, as I trudged through the dense foliage, the cacophony of hidden creatures blended into a symphony of life that both soothed and tormented my senses. I was a soldier in the British Indian Army during the Arakan campaign in Burma, and the war was a distant rumble compared to the immediacy of the jungle's presence. The air was thick with humidity, the kind that clung to your skin and made every breath a labor. Yet, amidst the chaos of war, the Arakan jungles offered an odd sense of normalcy. The routine of survival anchored us amidst the larger storm. The company I was part of had grown accustomed to the rhythm of the jungle. We were a group of men, welded together by the fire of conflict, each of us aware of the other's fears and habits. The jungle was a constant, an unchanging backdrop to our daily struggles. It was easier to surrender to its embrace than to resist it, easier to let its verdant tendrils wrap around us than to fight its immensity. We had learned to read its signs, to interpret its whispers, and navigate its dense undergrowth with the expertise of those who had been hardened by necessity. It was during one of these routine patrols that the first disturbance broke the veneer of normalcy. We had been assigned to scout a section of the jungle that was, according to our intelligence, possibly infiltrated by enemy forces. As we moved deeper into the green labyrinth, the air seemed to grow denser, more oppressive. My senses were on high alert, sharpened by the ever-present danger, yet what I felt was not the usual anxiety of an impending skirmish. It was something more profound, more ancient. The jungle seemed to shift around us, its shadows lengthening and twisting in ways that defied logic. There was a moment, a fleeting glimpse of something that my mind could not fully comprehend. It was a shape, a movement at the periphery of my vision, slithering between the trees with an unnatural grace. I dismissed it initially as a trick of the light, a manifestation of my weary mind, until I saw it again. This time, others saw it too, a collective recognition of an entity that did not belong to this world. It was as if the jungle itself, was harboring a secret, a hidden presence that had grown tired of remaining unseen. Our patrol continued, but the atmosphere had shifted. The men were uneasy, their usual banter replaced by tense silences, punctuated by furtive glances between the trees. We all sensed it now, an undercurrent of something watching us, something malevolent and ancient. We pressed on, driven by duty and an unspoken agreement to unravel the mystery that had enshrouded us. Each step felt like a descent into madness, the jungle closing in around us with a predatory hunger. The escalation of events was as insidious as the creeping vines that tangled our path. 2 of our men vanished without a trace, swallowed by the jungle with barely a whisper. Their disappearance was met with a grim acceptance, for we all knew that the jungle was not a forgiving adversary. Yet, there was something else at play, a deeper, more sinister force at work. We began to speak of the jungle in hushed tones, as if fearing that our words might summon its wrath. Each night as we made camp, the darkness would settle like a living entity, blanketing us with an impenetrable shroud. The usual nocturnal calls of the jungle were absent, replaced by an eerie silence that pressed down on us with a suffocating weight. It was during these nights that the dreams came, visions of an incomprehensible horror lurking just beyond the veil of sleep. I saw shapes, twisted and grotesque, writhing in a darkness more profound than any I had ever known. They whispered my name, beckoning me to join them in their eternal embrace. The climax came with the suddenness of a lightning strike. We had made camp near a river, hoping that its presence might offer some reprieve from the oppressive heat. As night fell, the air hummed with a strange energy, a vibrational pulse that resonated in my bones. It was then that the entity revealed itself, a monstrous form that defied the boundaries of reality, emerging from the jungle with a fluidity that was both beautiful and terrifying. It was as if the very fabric of the world had torn open to release this abomination, a being of shadows and whispers, its presence warping the space around it. Panic ensued, our discipline unraveling in the face of this eldritch horror. Men screamed, their minds shattering under the weight of its gaze. I stood frozen, a prisoner of my own terror, as it reached out with tendrils of darkness, each one a promise of oblivion. There was no escape from its grasp, no sanctuary in which to hide. It was as if the jungle itself had become an extension of the entity, its roots and vines lashing out to ensnare us. In that moment of despair, a clarity emerged. I understood that this entity was not of our world, not a creature born of flesh and blood. It was a manifestation of the jungle's deepest nightmares, a sentinel guarding the threshold between reality and an unfathomable abyss. As it loomed over us, I felt a strange peace settle within me, a resignation to the inevitable. The entity receded as abruptly as it had appeared, the jungle releasing us from its cryptic hold. We were left with the echoes of its presence, the jungle returning to its indifferent symphony. Our numbers were fewer, the survivors burdened with the haunted knowledge of what we had witnessed. Yet, the jungle was unchanged, its mysteries intact, its secrets guarded by an eldritch custodian. In the days that followed, the lingering fear took root in our minds, an insidious presence that shadowed our every step. The jungle was no longer a mere backdrop to our war. It had become an active participant, a sentient force with its own agenda. We spoke little of what we had encountered, the words heavy with the weight of disbelief. Yet, we all knew that the jungle held on to its secrets, waiting patiently for the next unwary soul to wander into its depths. I returned to the front lines eventually, but the memory of the jungle and its nightmare never left me. In the quiet moments, when the world around me grew still, I could feel its presence, a constant reminder of the boundaries between sanity and madness. The jungle was alive in ways that defied comprehension, its heart beating in time with an ancient rhythm that resonated through my very being. As I sit now, penning these reflections, I am struck by the sense of inevitability that pervades my memories. The jungle was never just a landscape. It was a living, breathing enigma, a repository of truths that mankind was never meant to uncover. And though I have left its shadow, the jungle remains a part of me, its whispers a constant echo in the corridors of my mind. In the heart of the Amazon, where the dense canopy keeps secrets from the sun and whispers of the wind carry the echoes of forgotten legends, I embarked on a journey that would forever alter my perception of reality. As an ethnobotanist, I was drawn toward the uncharted depths of the jungle, intrigued by stories of a plant that could cure any ailment, a botanical marvel shrouded in the myth of divine origins. Growing up, tales of the jungle god, the last of its kind, were bedtime stories that lulled me into dreams of adventure. Now, standing at the edge of the world's green lung, those stories felt like a calling. The first few days were a blur of routine. My guide, Miguel, a local with a deep knowledge of the forest, led us through the underbrush with the deftness of someone born to it. Beneath the oppressive heat and the symphony of the jungle's creatures, I felt a sense of normalcy, even peace. I documented every plant we encountered, careful not to disturb the delicate balance of the ecosystem. Our camp was a humble setup, nestled beside a clear, burbling stream, the sound of which lulled me into a sense of security each night. It was during one of these tranquil evenings, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and red, that Miguel spoke of the god's fall. His voice held an eerie reverence as he recounted the legend. Long ago, he began, a deity roamed these forests, a guardian spirit who took on the form of a great beast. As humans encroached upon its domain, it withdrew deeper into the jungle, and with it, the power it bestowed upon the land began to wane. But the god was said to have left behind a part of itself in the form of a rare plant, one that could heal mortal wounds and grant visions of the divine. I listened, captivated by his words, my skepticism tempered by the wonder of the place. The rational part of me dismissed it as folklore, yet a small, insidious seed of curiosity took root. That night, as I lay in my tent, the jungle seemed to breathe around me, each rustle and chirp a reminder of the mysteries it held. The first disturbance came when Miguel disappeared. It was early, before dawn, when I noticed his absence. His hammock lay empty, swaying slightly as if he had just left. I waited, assuming he had gone to answer nature's call. But as the hours stretched and the sun rose, worry set in. I ventured out, calling his name, my voice swallowed by the jungle. There was no response, only the indifferent chorus of life that continued around me. I retraced our path from the previous day, hoping to find some clue. Instead, I stumbled upon something far more unsettling. A clearing, untouched by the chaos of the forest, its center dominated by a massive stone, an altar perhaps, weathered by time, but still imposing. The air here was different, charged with an energy that prickled my skin, and at the base of the stone, I found a scattering of Miguel's belongings, his canteen, a small journal, but no sign of him. Panic began to seep in, a cold sweat breaking across my brow. I was alone, truly alone, the realization as suffocating as the humid air. I returned to camp, hoping against hope that Miguel would be there, waiting with an explanation. But the camp was as I left it, untouched and silent. With the sun setting once more, I made the decision to stay put, lighting a fire in the hopes it would guide Miguel back to me. Sleep was elusive, my mind a cacophony of fear and logic. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, the hairs on the back of my neck standing at attention. Every crack of a branch, every rustle of leaves sent my heart racing. The following day, the forest felt different, more alive, as if aware of my presence, scrutinizing my every move. I set out again, driven by the need to find Miguel and an inexplicable draw toward the altar I had discovered. The path seemed to unfold before me, urging me forward. As days turned into a week, my routine became a quest. I spent long hours scouring the jungle, only to return to the altar, now a focal point of both my hope and dread. The journal I found was a trove of notes, sketches of plants, and entries in Miguel's neat handwriting, detailing observations and musings about the jungle. But the last entry spoke of a dream of transformation, and a beckoning call deeper into the heart of the forest. The transformation began subtly. I first noticed it in the way the jungle seemed to respond to my thoughts. Plants would part as I approached, animals watched but did not flee, and the air buzzed with an energy that I could feel in my bones. I chalked it up to exhaustion and stress, yet each day, the sensation grew stronger, more insistent. Then came the visions, fleeting at first, like glimpses through a fogged window, shapes and shadows that danced in my peripheral vision. But with each night, they grew clearer, more vivid. I saw the god of the jungle, a creature of immense power and grace, its eyes pools of wisdom and sorrow. It walked with purpose through the forest, its presence a catalyst for life, each step leaving trails of green and vibrant growth. The climax of my experience came during a storm. The air was thick with the promise of rain, the sky a tumultuous canvas of dark clouds. I stood at the altar, a silent witness to nature's fury. Lightning split the sky, illuminating the clearing in stark relief, and in that moment, I felt a surge of energy so profound it brought me to my knees. The jungle god stood before me, no longer a figment of dreams, but a tangible presence, its eyes meeting mine with an understanding that transcended words. The transformation was complete. I felt the boundaries of my being dissolve, merging with the essence of the forest. I saw through its eyes, felt through its senses, my humanity a distant memory. The god's fall was not a demise but a passing of the mantle, a cycle of rebirth in which I was now entwined. When the storm passed, the world was changed. I was changed. The jungle was no longer a mere collection of flora and fauna. It was a living, breathing entity, its consciousness intertwined with mine. Miguel was gone, perhaps never to return, yet I understood now. The call he had followed was the same that had led me here, a summons not to heal, but to become. In the days that followed, I remained at the altar, guarding it as a sentinel of the new order. I no longer needed sustenance. The jungle provided all I required. Time lost its meaning, each day blending into the next, a seamless flow of existence. The lingering fear, however, was not for myself, but for the world beyond the jungle. I had witnessed the transformation, felt the power of the god within me, and understood its fragility. The world outside crept ever closer, its reach threatening to disrupt the delicate balance we had achieved. I feared for them, for those who would come seeking answers, only to find the same fate. Yet, I knew that should another soul be drawn to the heart of the jungle, they too would find a path, a transformation that would change everything. The jungle kept its secrets, and I, now a part of it, held them close, knowing that some mysteries were meant to remain hidden, their truths a quiet echo in the symphony of life.